Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see third part: What if Harry Potter built a time beacon to start the war against fate? Here is short summary. After discovering a forgotten magical artifact, Harry and Hermione launch a secret mission to rewrite the Wizarding War, before it even begins. With nothing but knowledge, courage, and borrowed time, they wage a silent war against fate itself. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Nearly 100 Gryffindors waited inside their common room, wondering what the house meeting was about. Everyone in Hogwarts had been told to return directly to their dorms after classes. Few of them noticed their own head of house standing before them until Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. As you all know, the Triwizard Tournament has been a traditional tournament that showcases the greatest strengths a school has to offer. The champions and the trials, however, are only a part of the festivities. The next event will allow all students 4th year and above to participate. Excited faces grew on the Gryffindors' faces. This was the chance for the House of the Bold and Brave to shine. The boys could feel the competitive spirits rise inside them again, like when they would cheer for the house Quidditch team. The entire first term had gone by and there had been no Quidditch. The tournament was supposed to be exciting, but most of the students couldn't buy themselves seats. Harry always gave his complimentary ticket to Hermione. There was nothing exciting about reading the results in the next day's newspaper. They were ready to release their bottled-up cheers, shouts, and cries of victory when they faced their opponents. By dancing. In just under 3 weeks' time, there will be a New Year's ball, held on New Year's Eve and going past midnight. Your parents have already been informed by Owl Post. The Hogwarts Express will return from the winter break 3 days early this season, on December 30th. I suggest you use the time during the break to purchase suitable clothing. This will be a formal dinner and dance. Dress robes for all the men, and suitable dresses for the ladies. The girls squealed. The boys gaped. A few of the older Gryffindor couples looked at each other, thankful that they already knew they had dates. A third-year girl, Janice Edgeworth, raised her hand. Professor, did you say only 4th years and up could go? Professor McGonagall answered, all students in 4th year and above are invited to the ball, along with their dance partners. Should those in 3rd year and below wish to attend, you will need to find yourself an escort who is in 4th year and above. The younger girl's eyes lit up with hope, while the younger boys looked bored with indifference. A few of the older boys understood the implications. If they didn't ask the girl they wanted now, they could end up going with some 13-year-old they didn't even know. For 2 particular boys, being completely shameless helped them get over their nerves very quickly. Katie. Fred turned to his Quidditch teammate. Angelina. George did likewise. Would you do me the honor of going to the dance with my brother George? And would you do me the honor of being Fred's date, Miss Johnson? Both of the twins grinned wildly. Katie stood there looking back and forth between the 2 twins before bursting into laughter, while Angelina faced Fred and punched him in the arm. Ask me properly, you dolt. Fred got down onto his knees and took Angelina's hand. He looked straight into her eyes and cleared his throat. Angelina, will you, wait a sec, this is missing something. He pulled out a small packet from his pocket and threw it at the ground. A shiny pink powder began to fill the room, making it difficult to see anyone more than an arm's length away. The powder sparkled 10 times as much when someone moved through it and also created sweet-smelling bubbles in their wake. Fred made a deliberately embellished sweep of his arm when he took up Angelina's hand again, surrounding himself in sparkly glitter and scented bubbles. Angelina, he began, with a voice that was much deeper than normal, and for some reason, had an echo. Will you be my date for the ball? Angelina, clearly unimpressed but rather amused, blew the powder away with a quick spell. I told you to ask me properly. She turned and walked towards the girls' stairs, but paused at the first step. You can try again tomorrow morning. Katie was on the ground, clutching her sides in laughter. George looked around the room, holding up several more of the packets that Fred had used. Weasley Wizarding Wheezes Instant Romance Powder. Get yours today. It gives you instant, temporary, Privacy, a little sparkle to your eyes even if you haven't slept in days, enough fresh-smelling perfume to cover the fact that you haven't bathed in a week, and a little suaveness to your voice for that extra edge you'll need to land the girl of your dreams. Messrs. Weasley, this is not the time to be selling your joke products, Professor McGonagall scolded. And there had better not be any love potion within that mixture of yours, because you'll be in with more than just the school if. Oh, there's no love potion in here at all. Nothing of such dubious legality, Fred answered with a shocked expression. Why? I'm offended. We're running a proper business here. Our product is only just as effective as love potion, that's all. Many of the Gryffindors rolled their eyes in disbelief. We just invented this to help our fellow Gryffindors, George added. Some people just need every little advantage they can get to snag themselves a belle. Like, he gestured his hand around the room as several boys ducked behind the chairs and tables to avoid being made an example. Hey, where's Neville gone to? Harry. Harry, you have to relax to do this properly. Harry was frozen stiff. It wasn't because the water was cold, because the room of requirement had created a swimming pool with very comfortable temperature water. It was because his head was pressed up against Hermione's soft breasts as he floated on his back while she supported his shoulders. Harry was surprisingly comfortable in the water for someone who never had swimming lessons as a child. When they first practiced simply dipping underwater and controlling his breath, he was perfectly fine with it. He didn't want to mention to Hermione how Dudley and his gang used to dunk his head into the toilets at school. When they moved on to floating, however, Hermione got a lot closer to him, bringing along her distractions as well. Just close your eyes and listen to my voice, and pretend you're going to sleep on top of the water. Harry did as he was told, finally letting his arms and legs droop into the water, making himself more buoyant. The water washed against his cheeks, making him jerk his head up whenever it came near his nose. Hermione, having no free hands, pushed his head back down by planting a key on his forehead. After a few minutes of this, Harry was quickly getting used to the feeling and kept his head relaxed. He was still unsatisfied with his progress, however, as it had taken half an hour and he hadn't even begun moving in the water yet. I'd rather practice my animagus transformation than this, Harry sighed. Being a bird won't help you underwater, Harry. The trial of water is our more immediate concern. We'll have to put that on hold until you can swim properly, Hermione told him. I know, I just wish I could do more than just float here. I feel so useless right now. Harry, do you know how long it takes some people to learn how to do just that? Half an hour to get this far is amazing. I mean, look at Neville. Hermione looked over to her right and asked Luna, how's Neville coming along? Luna had transfigured herself a bikini much like Hermione, but complained that there was far too little material to make anything interesting, so she added extra patches everywhere, until her swimsuit looked more like a Christmas tree made of triangular pieces of fabric, all colored in shades of red and green. She was still trying to convince Neville to jump into the pool. Oh, it's excellent. He got his foot in the water this time. Maybe if I just pull him down a bit more. She leapt at Neville, who was still sitting at the edge, and clung onto his leg as if she were swinging on a rope. Neville desperately wanted to keep himself out but was far too afraid of hurting Luna to try to wrench her off. Maybe you should try a gentler approach, suggested Hermione. Luna let go of Neville's leg and climbed out of the pool. Neville, afraid that Luna would be doing the opposite of Hermione's suggestion and try to push him in, kept facing her as she walked around him. He was completely taken aback when she smushed her chest against his cheek. Unfortunately, being nearly 2 years younger than Hermione made her far less developed. Luna looked down at Neville, who was now speechless as well as frozen stiff. She frowned. I don't think it's working, Hermione. I can't quite do it the way you're doing it with Harry. Hermione nearly dropped Harry into the water as she said, that's not what I meant, Luna. After an hour, Harry had already become comfortable floating on his back and on his front. Hermione was quite impressed, thinking they may have done swimming lessons before, as well. Neville was finally in the water, holding on to the edge of the pool, while still pretty reluctant to dip his head in the water. The boys climbed out, drying themselves off with the towels the room provided, while the girls finally got to do some real swimming of their own. Do you mind if I ask what makes you so afraid of the water, Neville? I mean, we've jeweled with Moody inside the Forbidden Forest, for Merlin's sake. I didn't think you'd have many fears left, to be honest. Neville was unsure whether he should answer or not, but after taking a few deep breaths, he spoke up softly, the way he used to in the last few years before becoming friends with Harry. I had a bad experience with water when I was little. You know how everyone called me a squib, Harry? Harry nodded. You're no squib, Neville. Maybe not as magically powerful as me, but you're a fine wizard yourself. Neville shook his head. There was a time when my family wouldn't even believe that. They really thought I was a squib. I don't know if my great uncle thought it was better that I die instead of having a squib becoming the heir to the House of Longbottom, but he certainly was determined to make me prove that I was magical or die trying. Harry's eyes widened. The Dursleys were neglectful, rude, and outright abusive at times, but would they have killed him for being a freak? Probably not, thought Harry. But then again, probably only because they thought Dumbledore would investigate, not to mention they'd have to explain why I stopped showing up for school. Did he try to drown you or something? Neville nodded. One of the times he threw me off a pier into a lake. I could see him stopping my grandmother from trying to save me until I blacked out underwater. I'm sorry, Neville. I had no idea where you're coming from. You don't have to do this with us if you really don't want to. No, I think I do. I have to. I don't know what made me ask if I could practice occlumency with you, but I'm glad I did. When I came along with you to Moody's practice sessions, he practically told me that I really had some magical talents. I really need to face my fears and get over my weaknesses, Harry. Can I ask you why it's so easy for you? Have you learned how to swim before? No, my experience with water is nearly as bad as with yours. My cousin and his gang used to dunk my head into the toilets for fun. It's only easier because this time, it's with Hermione, and I trust her with my life. Thanks. I just wish I could trust Luna that way. Neville said wistfully. Well, you can always trust her to be different, at least. Harry said before he caught Neville's expression. Wait. That's not the only reason you're nervous about swimming, is it? You're nervous about swimming with Luna. He grinned. I'm not sure if I really do like her that way, but it's the way she completely ignores what people expect of her and just does what she feels she should. Sometimes I wish I could be more like her. Well, not the really weird things she does, but you know what I mean. I do want to get to know her better. Then why don't you start by asking her to the ball? But what if she says no? Asked Neville fearfully. But what if she says yes? You'll never guess what it took for me to admit I loved Hermione, Neville. I was an idiot for not doing it earlier. And with Luna, you know she'll never just say no even if she rejects you. It should be interesting. Harry laughed at his own memory. As long as it doesn't take poisoning himself with basilisk venom and going back in time, Neville should be fine. You're right. I should ask her, at the very least. Maybe at the beginning of winter break. I can get ready, Neville said to himself. Why not now? Asked Harry. We're all friends in this room. You won't have to do it in front of the school. Besides, even though there may not be many other people who like Luna as much as you do, if you don't ask her now, someone else might. As he said this, he had an epiphany. Is this why Hermione wanted us to skip the announcement? So she could set up Luna and Neville? He looked over at the girls, who by then had stopped swimming. They were talking to each other, occasionally glancing at him and Neville. Do they have to keep looking at me like that? Neville walked to the edge of the pool. Hermione gave Luna a nudge. The small bee owned which bobbed over to Neville, staying in the pool and looking up at him. Neville fidgeted for a while as Harry and Hermione moved off to the side to watch from a distance. You planned this, didn't you? Harry asked. What? Me? Hermione asked innocently. They're the ones who are setting themselves up. Haven't you noticed how much Neville watches out for Luna when we have our practices with Moody? Harry shook his head dumbly. I thought it was just because the two of them expected me to pair with you for all the exercises anyways. No, not like that. It's the little things, like how he can't stop himself from wincing every time Luna gets a bruise, or how he hesitates whenever you stun her. You notice these things. I kinda noticed he hesitates, but I just consider that an opening. I usually end up stunning him 2 seconds later. Well, yes, but when he wakes up, the first thing he does is check on Luna as well, explained Hermione. She was interrupted by a fearful scream. Luna had leapt out of the water and hugged Neville's legs, causing him to lose balance and fall into the pool. I guess that's that. Let's hope he doesn't regret what he just got himself into, Hermione said as she pulled Harry to the sputtering Neville. 2 days later, they saw a very irritated Fleur walk through the Great Hall for breakfast. There was something about her that seemed very odd, much like a model with too much makeup on. They could practically smell her from across the room, and it didn't smell like high-quality perfume, either. Her Bobaden's uniform was a shade of pink instead of light blue. When she spotted Harry, she made a beeline straight for his seat. Jean I Ross Le Bol. Harry Potter. I was told you may have an idea who made Z's despicable powder. She tried brushing some of the stuff off her uniform, but it just caused it to spread, while producing a few dull sparks and foam when she did. For something that looked like an obvious prank, Harry knew exactly who would have done it. Then again, the twins didn't seem to be pranking all that much this year, concentrating more on their products for their new business. Since he missed the show in Gryffindor Tower, he actually didn't know what it was, but he was curious to find out. I have a guess, Fleur. Could you tell me what happened? Well, I happened to run into Cedric in Z, always. I could tell. He was interested in asking me to Z-ball, but he was a little nervous, even if he hid it well. I decided to ELP him along. With your Vela powers, you mean? Asked Hermione dryly. Of course, answered Fleur. If you had a skill that set you apart from the others, would you not use it? It's only good for a superficial, temporary infatuation. It's so shallow. I know exactly what my allure is good for. It is simply the best makeup and perfume that even money cannot buy. A girl like you has never even attempted to find yourself a boy, haven't you? I don't need to. I already have Harry, and he's the only one I'll ever want in my life, Hermione affirmed. Do not denounce the techniques other girls use when you are simply lucky to find the man of your dreams. Some of us must work to get the attention of our intended. Harry cut in before the argument could escalate further. I'll have to admit I'm really lucky and I don't know the first thing about asking a girl out, but could we get back to the matter at hand? What happened after you turned on your allure with Cedric? Giving an unfriendly look to Hermione before answering, she scowled as she turned to Harry. I was besieged. Before Cedric could answer, I was pelted with Z's powder from all Z Hogwarts boys around me. Now it is in my air, my clothes, and I dare not risk anything more potent than Scourgify on my uniform. I'll be right back, Harry said as he got up and jogged down to the other side of the table, where the twins were sitting. Hey guys, you wouldn't happen to be responsible for a certain pink powder, would you? Responsible? Harry, my friend, our little product is raking in the coins this week. Fred answered gleefully. Yeah, I think we probably should have charged more. 8 nuts a dose and we almost couldn't keep up with demand. George added. It even landed me this fine woman for the upcoming ball, Fred said while wrapping his arm around Angelina. She laughed. No, it didn't. That ridiculous powder made you wait an extra day for me. Well, Katie saw the effects herself, and couldn't resist my advances. George wrapped his arm around his date in a mirror image of his brother. You didn't even use it on me. I was just laughing too hard when you used it on Angelina that I couldn't say no. Katie slapped George's thigh. You should consider yourself lucky that I'm a girl who enjoys your crazy brand of humor. Still, you can't deny the power of rumor. Everyone heard the story of the powder, and everyone saw us walking hand in hand the next day. Fred grinned and held Angelina's hand. Add them together and you have a thriving business, especially when most of the school will be going home for the holidays on Friday, George said as he wiggled his eyebrows. Some figure it's their last chance to snag themselves a date, so they're taking every bit of help they can get. Even if that help isn't exactly guaranteed to be help at all, Angelina finished for them. I see, said Harry. And this powder, is it supposed to spark and foam up? Not to mention the smell. Huh. No, it's supposed to make bubbles and glitter. Although it did do that when we left a pile of it on our workbench for an hour, George recalled. But we measured out each packet so that it just disperses long before that can happen, Fred explained. And what if a girl gets hit with more than one? Air, it shouldn't be too bad. As long as there was some time in between for the powder to disperse. I guess some of the prettier, unmatched girls might have some problems for the next few days, George explained. At least it gives them more incentive to say yes to somebody to take themselves off the market, Fred howled in laughter. And then our product will really sell. The girls beside them both punched them in their arms. Guys, that's horrible. But what if that girl gets hit with a dozen of them at the same time? The twins' eyes boggled. Is there a girl that popular in our school? I mean, I can appreciate some girls like Cho Chong, or the Pottle twins in your year, or even Alexandra York in 7th year, but she's already with answers, everyone knows that. You're forgetting our foreign visitors. Namely, one French champion in particular. Harry's eyes darted in the direction of Fleur, who was keeping her distance but was already plotting the twins' demise from afar. Especially when she turns on her aura. I have to say, that pink really doesn't suit her, George said fearfully. And those sparks might be bad for her hair, Fred commented. Look, I'll try to stop her from killing you if you tell me how to clean it up. Apparently the scouring charm isn't enough, and those robes are probably expensive, Harry said. The twins quickly explained how to get rid of the mess, how to avoid future messes, and even handed a small squeeze bottle of cleaning solution. Our own invention, Fred explained. We use it to clean up evidence quickly. Don't worry about damaging the robes, because that was always one of the dead giveaways we were up to something in our first few years at Hogwarts. Thanks, Harry said as he took the bottle. You guys know you owe me, right? The twins nodded quickly as they watched Fleur glare at them until Harry reached her. He explained how wind spells would get rid of the powder quickly if anyone else used one again, but gave her the bottle of cleaning solution for the powder that had stuck to her robes. A few quick spritzes and the powder began to fade away, along with its effects. Fleur was pleasantly surprised at its effectiveness. Z's is a very good cleanser. Where did Zay get this? Apparently they invented it themselves, like the powder. They don't have anything against you, Fleur, they've just been selling that stuff to all the boys who are desperate to find a date. Oh, Zay Avenue a business before Zay Avenue graduated. Z romance powder. Maybe something out of a cheap romance novel, but this cleanser is the best I've used. Perhaps I can work out a deal with Zem. She left Harry and walked towards the twins, putting on a malicious face. They were now deathly afraid that Harry's bid to calm her hadn't worked, softening them up for Fleur's business proposition. I can see why she told you to lavish me with gifts. She knows you've got money, doesn't she? Hermione asked. Maybe. She could tell I wasn't really worried about prices when we went shopping, I guess. Harry shrugged. She likes to use people like commodities. Did she ask for anything in return? She tell you that you owed her for the advice, did she? Hermione narrowed her eyes. What? No, she didn't. I gave her and her friends a box of sweets from Honeydukes, but that's it. Why are you so critical of her? Please don't tell me you're jealous or something. No, not in the least. But she's probably got her eye on you, maybe not as a boyfriend, but maybe as a good friend, because she knows you'll be famous, and probably knows you're rich. Did you see how quickly her mood changed when she realized Fred and George could be profitable for her? Are you telling me I should start avoiding her? That's what leaves me so conflicted. She knows how to make the right friends, if you know what I mean. She's already looking to build family alliances or something, like what the pureblood Slytherins have had for generations. I don't like getting caught up in those kinds of political drama, but at the same time, it could be really useful. Just be careful what you do and say around her, alright? Harry couldn't wait for the holidays to arrive, because it meant he would be heading to Hermione's home for the break. As the train rolled into the station, they saw the occasional poof of pink in the crowd. Some people were very desperate. I can't believe they're not just writing letters. That has to be the most annoying way to ask someone on a date, Hermione muttered. Some people still haven't figured it out yet. I mean, Fleur got hit with it and the next day she has a date. Harry laughed. Yes, with the one boy who didn't use that stuff. Hermione said with an annoyed smirk. You know the twins never lied outright when they advertised their product. They simply said that certain people had used it, and they did happen to have dates the next day. Almost lying is just as bad, Hermione said through gritted teeth. It certainly didn't help that almost all the girls complained about the stuff day and night for the past week to her, but at least she could watch from the sidelines instead of being a victim of its effects. Come on, Hermione. Let's get a compartment and make sure no single ladies are with us. Quote. Harry laughed as they boarded the train. It was far easier to find an empty cabin than at the beginning and end of the school year, since many students chose to simply stay at school, including Neville and Luna. They decided to have one cabin all to themselves, and Hermione immediately cast several privacy wards they had practiced from the Auror's handbook. After a locking charm on the door, she also cast a silencing ward and identification ward on the door. She added one-way glass charms on the windows as well, so they could still see outside and buy a snack from the trolley lady. From the other side, it would look like they had simply drawn the blinds. Surely enough, the wards proved themselves useful less than an hour after the train left the station. Harry was listening to Hermione's stories of what they used to do during winter break before Hogwarts, and this would have been the first time Hermione had been back with her parents for Christmas since first year. A beeping noise came from the door as the identification ward detected someone they were specifically watching out for: Draco Malfoy. A few seconds later, Draco and his little posse, including Pansy, were standing right outside the door. Are you sure this is the one? Draco asked. Of course. A few of the girls from Potter's fan club saw them go in by themselves. They shut the door behind them and haven't come out, Pansy told him. Inside, Harry looked over to Hermione. I have a fan club. Hermione nodded. You didn't expect to be a national celebrity and not have fans, did you? A lot of little girls grew up hearing your name in bedtime stories. And you're okay with that? How come I've never met any of them? Oh, it's not a real club anyways. Just a bunch of girls who like to get together and gossip about you. A bunch of them kept pestering me about how good a keeper you are. And what did you tell them? I told them to mind their own business. And what would you tell me? Harry moved closer. Practice makes perfect. Hermione put her arms on Harry's shoulders. And they're probably just snogging each other in there, they heard Pansy say outside. Are you sure that silencing ward is working properly? Harry asked. Yes, and the locking charm, too, said Hermione as Draco fiddled with the knob. They heard him cast Alohomora to no effect. Kicking the door in frustration, Draco said, Come on. We can get them when it's time to leave the train. Crabbe and Goyle grunted and followed. Harry watched them walk to the end of the car, and just as they filed through the door to the next car, Harry opened the door to the cabin and quickly cast a basic tracking charm, hitting Goyle. He closed the door and locked it before Goyle could see him, if he had even noticed anything. What did you just do? Asked Hermione. Tracking charm. Since he's planning on ambushing us when we leave, I think a little preemptive strike is in order. It'll make it easier to find them all in their cabin, maybe an hour before we get to London, and then we can just lock them in. I like it. They won't even see us do it. I really have to wonder why he's so fixated on you, though. I think he considers himself my mortal enemy or something, but I've got bigger and eviler fish to fry. The subject of Voldemort brought the conversation to a grinding halt. They looked at each other in silence, unsure of what to say next. Harry tried to lighten the mood by saying, Well, maybe we should be glad that Draco is offering himself up to be target practice for me. For the remainder of the train ride, Harry and Hermione decided to practice their animagus training again. Without the room of requirement and with little space to move, they obviously couldn't do any swimming or dueling practice. It would be the only time they would have dedicated to training their animagi forms until the trial of water, since Hermione was determined to bring Harry to the swimming pool during the winter holidays, as well. Their shapeshifting would be put on hold to make sure Harry was as comfortable in a watery environment as quickly as possible. Picking up where they had left off weeks ago, they were both capable of shifting their limbs. Harry could turn his arm from the elbow down into a slightly misshapen wing with light feathering, which he used to fan Hermione playfully. The rest of his body, however, seemed to be very unwilling. Hermione seemed to be running into the same problem. Transforming her extremities wasn't much of a problem, but changing the rest of her body, and her size, was proving to be difficult. Every time they tried, they would suddenly suffer a strange panic attack and back out immediately. It seemed an entirely foreign body was going to be very hard to get used to, on an instinctive level. When the train passed by Northampton, they knew they were getting close. Practicing their sneaking skills, they cast silencing charms on their shoes and their best disillusionment they could muster. They carefully followed the tracking spell to the next car until Harry's wand pointed into a cabin. Moving slowly so their disillusionment wasn't as noticeable, Harry peeked inside to make sure they were all there. "Looks like they're still plotting our demise," Harry whispered. "All right then. If they couldn't figure out how to undo the private gate charm, then the prison lock will really trap them. Clausurus. Silencio." Harry added to the door. "What? I can't just let them call for help that easily." They stayed there for a few more minutes, but it was obvious Draco and his little gang weren't coming out any time soon. "You know, as much as I'd like to see Malfoy's face as he struggles to get out of his cabin, I'd rather not be late in meeting your parents. Let's go." The rest of the train ride was entirely peaceful until they pulled to a stop at King's Cross. Crossing the barrier to the platform, Hermione squealed as she ran up to her parents, hugging them both. Harry stood with the trunks, watching the love and cheer in the Granger family, until Hermione and Emma walked over and pulled Harry into their little family reunion. "Run that by me again." Dan was staring at his wife. "You heard me perfectly well the first time." "Hermione wants to," Emma began. "That's the part that makes no sense. Hermione asked to go shopping in London. Not you." "Yes. She asked to pick out a dress. So she's not going there to buy more magical textbooks. Are you sure that's really our daughter that stepped off the train? Hermione's still a girl, Dan. She can still get excited about going to a dance. Oh, she'll need shoes, perfume, and a haircut as well. All this for a school dance." Dan shook his head in disbelief. "It's not just a dance. It's a fancy ball. You know, if she was still in normal school, she would have gone to a school formal next year anyways. Well, at least I know who her date is. I'll have a nice man-to-man talk with him while you girls go shopping for a day. Actually, Harry's coming with us. He wants to help shop, and I think he needs some formal clothing himself. He hasn't got a suit." Remembering the phone conversation he had with the Dursleys last summer, reminded himself, "Oh, right. Of course not. Hermione mentioned that wizards wear a dress robe or something like that for these occasions, while the girls are closer in line with normal fashion. We might end up dropping by Diagon Alley again. Well, we might as well make it a family affair then." "I'll come along," Dan resigned. "Actually, I have a job for you to do." Emma gave her husband a slightly patronizing smile. "Don't make that face at me. You know as well as I do that you'd be bored out of your mind if you came along anyway. And Harry won't. As far as Hermione can tell, clothes shopping is probably an entirely new experience for him. He's had nothing but hand-me-downs from his overweight cousin. He never wore anything that fit until he bought his first wizard robes. This should be fun for him." Dan sighed. "I know he's a good kid, but I wonder how much of this new Hermione is because of him." "I know what you mean, but I don't think it's because of Harry. She's known him for 3 years before they became a couple. Maybe this is just Hermione growing up. What scares me the most is the fact that we might not be there to see it. We see her last summer and she brings home a boy, and a few months later the first thing she buys is one of those full-length swimsuit racers wear, and then she's talking fancy dresses. Have you seen how much she dotes on Harry? She might as well have been talking wedding dresses instead of evening gowns." Emma's eyes widened. "I'm not going to let my little girl get married before she's graduated and landed herself a solid, well-paying job. I don't want her growing up dependent on some man." Dan knew he'd finally managed to push one of his wife's buttons. He never dared to tell her, but she did look incredibly when she argued passionately about something. He wondered how much further he could take it with her. You know, if she does marry Harry, she wouldn't have to work another day in her life, he said with a smirk. Don't you dare suggest that Hermione becomes some kind of gold digger, she glared at him with flames burning behind her eyes. Since when did your daughter's wealth become more important than her happiness? Dan backpedaled quickly. That's not what I said. I'm just saying that the extra money that Harry's got certainly isn't a bad thing. It is if she ends up being stuck doing nothing with her life with nothing to do except be a housewife. Harry wouldn't do that to her. Heck, she wouldn't let Harry do that. Have you seen her drag Harry out of the house to the swimming pool for the early bird swim the last few mornings? I think she's the dominant one in that relationship. Dan couldn't believe he was suddenly defending Harry. Oh, from what I've read in Hermione's letters, Harry can get pretty fierce when he has to. And did she show you the earrings he bought for her? Apparently he just got them on a whim, no special occasion at all. It might have been special to Harry. I think he'll end up paying for Hermione's dress instead of us, if this is their first dance, Dan added. I'm not going to take advantage of the poor boy. Rich boy, you mean, Dan laughed. And I'm not saying you should, I'm saying Harry will probably do his damnedest to try. Despite being in the late morning on a Friday, the shops were still as hectic as ever, as there were only 2 days until Christmas. They went from shop to shop as Hermione tried on many different evening gowns. Harry noted that she only picked dresses with a fully covered back, which quickly limited the selection. Being outside of school, neither of them could recast the glamours to hide their runes. Hermione wouldn't dare wear a dress that would let her parents see the scars. Unfortunately, the trends in fashion seemed to be towards revealing more and more skin, especially along the woman's back. Hermione had also brought along the earrings Harry bought her in Hogsmeade. Feeling that it would be a rather odd combination wearing such elegant jewelry alongside her jeans, turtleneck and beanie while walking down the street, she kept the earrings in her purse and put them on each time she tried a dress. The first few dresses that caught her attention didn't make it out of the dressing room, before she realized she couldn't expose her back. Several more didn't make the cut after she put on her earrings, realizing the colors would clash. Soon enough, they were walking through stores and back out without trying a single one. You seem to be really picky about your dresses, Hermione, Emma said to her daughter. Do you already have an idea of what you want, or are you finding that dresses aren't appealing to you? No, Mum, I want a dress for sure. I'm just looking for something with a high neck, and a slim waist, maybe like a corset. Kind of like the old medieval dresses in the movies, you know. But not too puffy or frilly. A little more modern, a bit more flow to it. The less is more mantra that a lot of cocktail dresses seem to take, but a lot of these take away a bit too much, and I think Wizarding Society is still pretty far behind Muggles in terms of fashion. I think Professor McGonagall is biting her lip every time she sees one of us girls expose our knees. Oh, and I absolutely adore these earrings Harry got for me, she said, smiling sweetly as Harry tried to make sense of what Hermione was describing. So I want the dress to be a deep blue, maybe as far as indigo, to match. Emma nodded. Well, you've certainly given this a lot of thought. I know, but I'm beginning to think that we might not be able to find one. Am I being too fussy? Maybe I should just settle on something less. No. Emma and Harry both shouted at the same time, causing all 3 of them to look at each other in curiosity. You first, Emma said to Harry. I just want this to be absolutely perfect for you, Hermione. I don't want you to have to settle for anything. Maybe we can find a seamstress who can make a custom dress for you. Harry asked hopefully. Emma shook her head. No, not at this time of year. They're probably all busy filling out orders for Christmas, and then the shops will be closed on both Christmas and Boxing Day, so at best, they'll start on the 27th. You have to head back to school on the 29th. I doubt they could finish it in time, especially since many of them might still have a backlog of orders for alterations to get ready for New Year's. A pre-made one in a shop is our best bet. Hermione sighed. Well, we still have a few hours left. Let's keep looking. The rest of Hermione's scheduled shopping time wasn't a complete waste, as they did manage to find her a pair of shoes for the evening. They were a silvery colored, strappy sandal with a relatively low, 3 centimeters heel. Hermione had chosen them because she was unused to wearing heeled shoes at all, but still managed to pick something elegant for the occasion. She went on to buy another 2 pairs, both slightly different shades of blue with the same heel height but with different strap patterns, just in case they didn't match the dress she eventually hoped to find. It was nearing 3 o'clock, when they were just about to move on to Diagon Alley to find Harry's dress robes when Hermione stopped in front of a shop. "What is it? Have you found it?" Harry asked. Hermione sighed. "No, not exactly. This is almost what I had in mind," she said, pointing to one of the dresses on a mannequin. It was a 2-piece dress, with a soft, curvy corset up top that laced up at the back and a smooth, slim skirt that flared out below the knees. The second part was a long-sleeved shrug that matched the dress, hugging the arms but widening at the elbows. It would cover her back perfectly and ended at the top with a choker collar. In front, it narrowed sharply to the neck, which worked with the dress to expose a diamond-shaped keyhole, perfect for displaying a necklace. The only problem with it was that it was a deep burgundy instead of anything remotely blue. "Why don't you try it on anyways? It's just the color that's off, isn't it? Maybe they'll have another one inside," Harry suggested. They walked inside the store and asked to try it on. Hermione didn't come out of the dressing room, but asked for her mother to step inside with her. Harry could hear them chattering to each other. "Well, it would be absolutely beautiful if it were about 2 sizes smaller. Can't you tighten it up a bit?" "That's as tight as it gets, Mum. I'm sure a few small alterations would be all it would take to fit." "Well, the color's off anyways. This would be absolutely wonderful in blue." "Are you sure it has to be blue? This does look elegant as it is. Harry bought me these earrings, remember? And sapphire's my birthstone. He really put a lot of thought into these. Well, we might be able to find another one like it. We've been up, down, and all over London today. It'll take a miracle to find something like this again." Emma stepped back out while Hermione took off the dress. She and Harry found the store manager. Emma asked, "Do you have that same dress she's trying on in a smaller size and in blue or indigo?" The lady shook her head. "I'm sorry, that's all we have at the moment. I could put in an order for you, but it won't arrive until the first week of January. We do have a few other dresses over here." Harry could tell from a quick glance that none of them were what Hermione was looking for. All 3 of them glumly left the shop. "Well, we can always go shopping for another 2 days before you have to go back to school. We'll be able to find something then," Emma suggested hopefully. Hermione was in a dour mood until they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron and stepped through the enchanted wall into Diagon Alley. After a quick stop at Gringotts, they went directly to Madame Malkin's. Inside, it was even busier than Fluish and Blotz at the end of summer. The shop was filled with boys who needed dress robes, and thankfully there were a dozen new hires working frantically to have all of them fitted properly. Dress robes appeared to be a blend of Muggle tuxedo and their regular robes, to Harry's surprise. Apparently wizarding fashion wasn't too far behind Muggles, but then again, Muggle men's fashion didn't change as dramatically or as quickly as the women's. Once Harry was changed, Hermione gave him a little wolf whistle. "You look so much more handsome in a suit, Harry. We're going to have to buy you a bunch of Muggle suits and blazers next summer. I like this." With a smile, Harry headed to the counter. The witch asked, "Will that be all?" "All our dress robes come with the basic fabulous fit charm, but you can add the stain stopper, lintless, and a basic self-repair charm for only 3 sickles." "Oh, I'd like that," Harry said. An idea came to him at that moment. "Suppose I brought some Muggle clothes here, could you charm them for me? I'll need all the charms on my dress robe and a permanent color change as well. Sorry, for now we're only doing alterations on our own clothes. With Christmas along with the ball at Hogwarts, we're far too busy as it is. I'd suggest heading over to Unifer's Alley. Mrs. Malkin's sister owns a shop there, only it's called Mistress Malkin's. She shouldn't be nearly as busy as us right now." Harry thanked her and paid for his new robes. He debated with himself whether or not he should tell Hermione, but settled on surprising her. It would make a perfect Christmas gift. As he walked out of the store with the 2 Granger women, he asked, "Hermione, Mrs. Granger, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" I was thinking of going out by myself for a little bit to buy Hermione's Christmas present. Emma frowned. I don't want a 14-year-old boy out on the streets shopping by himself, especially on one of the most hectic shopping days of the year. Pickpocketers and muggers will be just as busy as the shoppers, you know. I'm guessing you want it to be a surprise for Hermione. She glanced at her daughter, who smiled understandingly. But you should go with Dan. Make sure you're back early, because we have quite a dinner to prepare. Harry nodded vigorously. Thanks, Mrs. Granger. Maybe I can get Dobby to help you with dinner. Who's Dobby? Emma looked surprised. He's a house elf that bonded to me when I freed him from the Malfoys, Harry explained. He loves doing housework, actually. Harry, you shouldn't take advantage of him like that. You should free him instead of enslaving him to you. Hermione scolded, but quickly stopped. Wait, I think I've had this argument with you before. Yeah, me too, Harry said. Maybe Dobby can explain it. Dobby. Harry called out for his house elf. I is here, Master Harry. Dobby proudly appeared in front of them. Emma jumped back in surprise and stared at the wee little creature standing before them. Dobby, I want you to help the Grangers prepare their Christmas Eve dinner tomorrow. Dobby's eyes lit up with excitement. But first, can you explain why you bonded to me? I is being bonded to Master Harry because Master Harry is noble and proud. Master Harry is a good master. Dobby hopped up and down gleefully. No, Dobby, what I meant was, when you were freed from the Malfoys, why didn't you just stay free? Why did you bond yourself to anybody at all? Harry asked him. Dobby's eyes watered. As Master Harry wanting to free Dobby. I has been bad house elf. I am working for Hogwarts when I should be working for Master Harry. He threw himself to the ground and began thumping his head on the brick walkway. Emma stared in disbelief at Dobby's behavior, still completely dumbstruck. No, Dobby, stop. I command you to stop hurting yourself. Harry quickly picked the elf up and set him on his feet. I'm just curious why you'd want to be free from the Malfoys but why you wouldn't want to stay free. But if I is free, then I cannot work. Dobby said. Harry and Hermione stared at him for a moment, thinking there would be more to his answer. Wait, so, you like working? Dobby nodded. But, what if you could be free and just do whatever you like, for yourself? Hermione asked. Dobby looked horrified. I would die without Master Harry. House elves cannot work for themselves. It would be like tickling by yourself, or holding your hand with your hand. No, clapping to yourself. Dobby's face scrunched up in confusing as he attempted to explain it. Hermione seemed to understand. So you mean when you work for someone else, it's like, when Harry and I hold each other's hands. That's how you feel. Dobby bounced up and down at the analogy. Yes, or like when Master Harry and Hermione press faces each day. Hermione went red as she avoided her mother's gaze, while Harry covered his eyes with his hand. They were still careful never to key in front of their parents, rather embarrassed about explaining how deep their relationship had become in a few short months, but here was 10 pounds of tiny magical elf proclaiming they had done so on a regular basis. Thank you, Dobby. That's all for now. You can come back tomorrow when it's time to cook dinner. When Dobby disappeared again, Emma turned to her daughter and said, You seem to have left out a lot of information in your letters home. Turning to Harry, she said, and you should just be glad I sent Dan on some errands instead of going shopping with us today. Are you sure you don't want me to drive? Dan asked. No, this should be fine. Harry stood at the side of the road and held his wand up. With a sudden bang, a huge, purple, triple-decker bus appeared in front of them. Dan stumbled backwards, almost as if the night bus had crashed into place. Harry stepped on and it took a few seconds for Dan to come to his senses and follow him. Harry paid the fare for both of them to Diagon Alley, where he exchanged some galleons for pounds. Dan's eyes boggled once again at the amount of cash Harry was about to put into his pocket. Harry, I know I've said this before, but perhaps you shouldn't carry so much cash with you. Diagon Alley seems like a fairly nice place, but if we're walking into London then you might lose that before you get a chance to spend it. The goblin overheard Dan, and said to Harry, We take the security of our money very seriously, Mr. Potter. May I interest you in a blood-sealed mokeskin, guaranteed against theft by Gringotts? Could you explain what that is? Asked Harry. The goblin already had its hands under the desk, ready to grab a few contracts and a blood needle as soon as Harry said the right words. A mokeskin pouch is a good method of storage to prevent theft. The pouch itself can shrink until it becomes invisible to everyone except the owner. Our pouches, however, are further protected with a blood seal that can only be opened by the owner. That sounds very useful. How much is it? The goblin quickly whipped out a parchment, quill, and the blood needle, placing them on the desk. 9 galleons flat for the pouch and the blood seal. Harry could easily afford that, so he picked up the quill. The goblin stopped him just before the tip touched the parchment. Could I also offer you some additional features for your pouch, Mr. Potter? What kind of features? For an additional fee of 11 sickles, we can give it the constantly correct change compartment, which will automatically withdraw from your account exactly the right amount of change you require for every transaction. There is an additional transaction fee of only 2 nuts for each purchase you make this way. Harry hesitated for a moment, but decided it would be extremely helpful, not to mention convenient, not to have to visit Gringotts every single time he needed to make a purchase, nor ever accidentally be short on cash. He would have to restrict that feature for large purchases, as an extra 2 nuts on every little purchase would add up quickly. Will I be able to keep some coins on hand instead of making a separate withdrawal each time? He asked, to be sure. The goblin's smile faltered slightly as he explained, yes, the compartment is accessed by a separate flap on the outside of the pouch. When you have finalized your purchase at any store, simply open the flap and empty its contents, which will always be exactly the right amount you need. The interior of the bag will hold the coins you have placed in there yourself. When Harry nodded in acceptance, the parchment suddenly lengthened and a new paragraph appeared detailing the new feature. He was just about to sign it again when the goblin stopped him. Do you also foresee yourself making purchases in British pounds soon? Harry nodded. The currency exchange enchantment is available for both the main compartment of the pouch and the constantly correct change compartment for only 6 sickles, which will allow you to pull out money in the currency that is accepted at the store. Of course, there is a small transaction fee of only 2% per purchase. I can guess it's automatic for the change compartment, but how do I convert the money inside the main compartment? Harry asked. I don't want to do it by accident, he thought. Simply hold the coins in your hand, while keeping it inside the pouch, and say the name of the currency you wish to convert them to. They will immediately change in your hand, the goblin explained. Harry took a deep breath. It certainly was useful, and he was Muggle-raised after all. Hermione was Muggle-born, so he would be expecting quite a bit of Muggle shopping with her in the future. That seems useful, he said, and the contract once again lengthened and another paragraph appeared. Moving his hand down to the signature line, the goblin spoke up once more. The withdrawal limit for both the currency exchange enchantment and the correct change compartment is currently set at 100 galleons. We could raise it as high as 500 galleons, for a small fee. Dan stepped in at this point. Harry, you don't need that. The current features should be fine. He'll take it as it is, won't you, Harry? Harry agreed. That should be all I need for the pouch. He finally signed his name on the parchment, and allowed the goblin to prick the needle on Harry's finger until it turned red. The goblin gave a menacing snarl at Dan as he hurried away. A few minutes later, he returned with a pouch that he held with metal tweezers. Take the pouch, Mr. Potter. After you touch it, nobody will be able to see it again except you. Harry picked it up, putting the strap around his neck and letting it hang inside his shirt. He emptied his usual money pouch into the new mokeskin one. Dan shook his head as they left the back. Vicious, those goblins. I heard they were nasty bankers, but I didn't expect them to be such pushy salesmen as well. Where to next? It was walking distance from the Leaky Cauldron, if I remember correctly. I can't recall the name of the store, but I can find my way there. It's not a jewelry store, is it? Dan asked. No, why? Well, we were thinking Hermione needed a necklace to complete her outfit. You already got her earrings that she's determined to wear, so I'll be buying her a necklace today. You had better not be getting one for her, too. No, I'm getting her dress for her, Harry answered. I thought you couldn't find one yesterday. Dan was perplexed. I figured a way around that, Harry answered. They walked together for about 15 minutes before Harry found himself outside the same shop window he was at yesterday. Walking up to the manager, he asked her for the same dress, which was back on display in the front window. Recognizing Harry, she asked, Weren't you here yesterday? I thought the dress didn't fit your sister properly. Harry laughed. Well, it certainly wasn't usual for a young boy to be dress shopping with his girlfriend's mother. He didn't bother trying to correct her. I just found someone else who could do alterations quickly. I'd like to buy it now, please. Well, that's good news then. I've had so much trouble selling that dress. People come to look at it so often, but nobody's ended up buying it yet. She rang up the dress, neatly folding it and placing it in a large box. Harry paid for it with the money he had withdrawn before, and quickly made their way out. So that's it? Dan asked, waiting for him outside. No, we've another stop to make. We have to head back to Diagon Alley. Another 15-minute walk and they were back in the leaky cauldron. Borrowing some flow powder from Tom, Harry explained to Dan how the flow worked. Mistress Malkin's, Harry said clearly, throwing the powder into the fireplace. As he stepped through, he tumbled out the other end. He was immensely relieved that he hadn't accidentally crushed Hermione's dress in his fall. Dan stepped out of the fireplace after him, almost tripping over Harry as he arrived. Why are you on the floor? Didn't you take a tumble like this last time? Am I really supposed to believe that you're the star athlete at your school? Dan's eyes narrowed. I am. The fireplaces just hate me, that's all. Harry stood up, dusting himself off. They found themselves in a small shop with very unusual clothing. It was almost as if he was in the dressing room for a circus. There were feathery costumes, scaly vests, multicolored robes not unlike the kind Dumbledore liked to wear, some pajama-like set that was so thin it could only fit a skeleton, and other bizarre-looking things scattered about. Why hello, there. What can I do for you? Came a voice from behind the counter. The woman was shorter than Madame Malkin, but had a confident air about her that made her seem much larger than she really was. She was busy sewing something or, at least, directing half a dozen needles and thread to move themselves across some fabric. Harry was amazed at how much she could concentrate on at once. We were told to come here to have some clothes enchanted. I'll need a permanent coloring change on this dress, to a midnight blue. I'll also need the fabulous fit, stain stopper, lintless, and self-repair charms on it. The woman looked at the dress in Harry's hands for a few moments, muttering something to herself. I haven't seen a dress like this in my lifetime. Is that all you want? I can have it done in an hour, Ms. Malkin said. It'll cost you 8 sickles. What other charms can you do? Harry asked. Well, I can put in a slimming charm so the lady will look a few sizes smaller than she actually is. Harry shook his head. Hermione was plenty beautiful already, and she certainly kept herself in good health after reading all about proper nutrition, diet, and exercise. No. Well, I'd suggest a comfort charm. It'll feel smooth as silk whenever she puts it on, no matter what it's made of. It'll even feel the perfect temperature, even if the room's too hot or cold. That has its limits, though, she explained. The envy charm is one of my specialties. Every other dress in the room will seem to be shabby in comparison if you've got this charm on. It doesn't work very well if 2 dresses both have it. I can also do a gliding gown charm. The dress will never drag along the ground, or even up a flight of stairs. She'll never have her foot caught on the hem. I think I'll go for the comfort charm and the gliding gown. She can do without the others, Harry said, imagining how Hermione would look on the day of the ball. Oh, you've got a beautiful one, don't you? Well, with those 2 it'll cost you 12 sickles, and it'll take an extra 15 minutes. Harry paid and took a note of the time. He and Dan stepped out of the shop and into Unifer's alley. Mistress Malkin's, apparently, wasn't the only shop with unusual wares. Every store in this shopping alley seemed to have rare and unique offerings. There was one shop that offered to embellish and personalize wands, etching the owner's name or slightly changing the shape of the grip for better comfort, or even studding jewels in. Harry was perfectly fine with his own wand, he didn't want to dress it up for show. There was another shop that did magical tattoos, and apparently wizard folk frowned upon tattoos even more than muggles. Harry walked by the shop quickly, as Dan would have given him a harsh glare if he had even looked at the shop any longer. They walked into a shop that seemed to be selling camping equipment, which interested Dan greatly. Unfortunately, wizards' ideas of camping differed greatly from muggles. They seemed to have everything to ignore the outdoors as much as possible, including detailed maps so that wizards could apparate precisely into the campsites without hiking, and tents that were far more luxurious than the one the Weasleys had taken to the World Cup, and animal repellents that kept all wildlife as far from the campers as possible. I could make use of some of these things, said Dan, but all this stuff together. It makes me wonder why wizards even bother with the concept of camping. Further down the street, Harry walked into what he thought was a flower shop, at first. He quickly noticed that there were no bouquets, only live plants. As he walked by one pot that had a shriveled up, weedy thing that appeared to be dead, it seemed to fill with color as he got nearer, then shrunk back as he passed. Curious, he returned to it, to find it perk up again. As he reached his hands towards it, a small bud at the end began to open up, revealing some shiny, chrome-like petals. The flower suddenly became tinted with orange right before Harry felt a hand slap down on his shoulder. Best not be touchin' that one, it'll beat the magic right out of ya through her finger. Harry was startled to see a man, presumably the shopkeeper, right behind him. Really? It can do that? Harry quickly put his hand back in his pocket. Nah, I'm just foolin' witcha. It does feed off her magic though, but you'd need 100 of these, 'fore ye'd feel even a smidgen flappy. All right. Harry backed away slowly. What can I get fair ya? Would you mind talkin' me a season off me hands? I ain't got any more blood to feed it since I sold me serpent vine. Can't be killin' chickens for no reason now, can I? Din, even mean to sprout it, but once the seed touches a drop o' blood, there's no stopping it, is there? He smiled and stared at Harry, expecting an answer. No, I guess not. Harry said. But I don't think I'll be needing that plant. I was just here to look at flowers. Most people don't come into this here shop to look for flowers, laddie. I got naught but the deadliest plants in all of Britain. He gave a poorly contrived evil laugh. Didn't you just tell me that first flower I was looking at couldn't hurt me? Harry asked. I guess that one ain't so deadly. It could kill itself, a magical fly, maybe. What about normal flies? What about 'em? What if Never mind. Do you have any flowers? Other than that, Harry waved in the flower's general direction, which had gone back to its half-dead, wilted state again. A finiter. I do have some pixie hats, I guess. What are those? They're good for attractin' pixies. They like wearin' 'em as hats. Harry shook his head, remembering the class in second year when Lockhart had released a cage of Cornish pixies. He didn't want to attract them to him. Have you got any flowers that are a deep blue? Dan asked. Hermione will need a corsage, he explained to Harry. That's it. Ya just want somethin' blue. The shopkeeper goggled at him. Nuffin' ta smite er foes and eat their toes. Hey, I rhymed. No. Just a flower. Like that one. Dan noticed a flower at the back of the store, hidden behind a few larger, bushier plants. Oh, the flumpet cupflower. Some crazy chap sold it to me ages ago. It ain't done nothin' worth the dirt it's sittin' in. Told me it keeps nargles away. Took a year to figure it out. If I ain't never seen a nargle before, how do I know they're stayin' away now any more than they were before, huh? I'll sell it to you fair the price of the pot and the dirt, you can have the flower fair free. Thanking the store owner, they left the shop with Dan holding the plant. They spent some time browsing other shops, such as one that sold magical armor, and another that had antique tools, like magical staves, which fell to disuse several hundred years ago, after wands were invented. Harry and Dan were both surprised to find one shop that dealt with Muggle imports, which helped wizards buy Muggle goods with hefty, locator fees, of course. There was a shop for exotic pets, none of which Harry had seen before, but at least none of them were exotic enough to be interesting to Hagrid. All of the shops seemed to have unusual things they would have a hard time finding in Diagon Alley, but not as shady as in Nocturne Alley. They continued to check out the odd wares until they found themselves walking towards Mistress Malkin's shop again, only from the other side. Did we walk in a circle? Harry asked Dan. No. We've been going straight down the street, Dan answered, perplexed. He looked ahead, and the street did appear to be perfectly straight, stretching into the distance. He looked behind, and it was the same. Wait here for a second, Harry said, as he ran ahead. 2 minutes later Dan heard Harry shout from behind him. I think this street loops around somehow, he concluded. Then how do we get out of here? Let's just ask Ms. Malkin. They stepped into the shop, where the seamstress was waiting with the dress, neatly packed into the box. The color would match Hermione's earrings perfectly. It's ready, dear. I had ever so much fun with this dress, it reminds me of one of my favorite witches. Thanks, said Harry. Could you tell us how to get out of Unifer's alley? We didn't see any kind of exit. Are you trying to walk out of here? Ms. Malkin laughed. You've got to flow or apparate out of his alley. We don't have any muggles accidentally wandering in here, like they do sometimes at Diagon. Dan looked thoroughly unamused while Harry said, well, I guess it's flow again. Time to go back to the leaky cauldron. The men arrived home just before the women did. Harry hastily began wrapping up the present when he saw Emma's car pull into the driveway. He stopped midway when he saw Hermione step inside. She had cut her hair so that it was now shoulder length, instead of reaching all the way down her back. Not only that, the hairdresser had apparently given her a perm and conditioner as well, so it lay straight and shiny, as opposed to the dull, bushy mass that she had before. It looked very much like when she climbed out of the pool after her swimming lessons with Harry, which he loved. Hermione, I almost didn't recognize you. Do you like it, Harry? I did always want to try something new. Mum helped me choose. Hermione was shyly biting her lip again. The look, combined with the new haircut, was driving Harry mad. He had to constantly remind himself that both parents were watching as he restricted himself to just a hug. I love it. The shorter hair looks really good on you. Nobody will know what hit them when you step into the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Oh, I got you your present. I'm wrapping it now. Don't look. I got you yours, too. Are you going to tell me what you got me? Of course not. You'll find out tomorrow morning. Dobby somehow knew to arrive right when they were about to prepare dinner. The Grangers were amazed at how quickly and efficiently Dobby worked. Emma tried to keep up, but eventually ended up sitting back and watching the little elf work his magic around the kitchen. He ended up cooking a delicious feast that the Grangers didn't even know was possible, given what they had, or thought they had, in the refrigerator. As he prepared more and more dishes, he was flying around, and it actually became dangerous for the humans to go anywhere near the kitchen as knives and pots went flying back and forth through the air. After stuffing themselves with the best, technically, home-cooked meal they had ever eaten, they all settled down in the living room to watch some Christmas films together, including Dobby. The little elf kept fidgeting as he couldn't figure out something to do. Emma suggested that he make some hot cocoa, and he disappeared immediately at the chance to do some work. The evening eventually ended with Harry and Hermione cuddled in each other's arms, sipping the last of their cocoa together. You know that was the first Christmas dinner I've ever had. Except at Hogwarts, of course. I mean a nice family dinner. Even if they're not family, your parents are so accommodating. I've been sneaking in a good word for you in my letters home, Hermione said with a wink. I really hope that, one day, they really will see you as family. For now, they're just happy that I've made such a wonderful friend. You know you're more than that to me, Hermione. Harry stroked Hermione's new hairdo. He still wasn't quite used to it yet. Hopefully, I'll have convinced them enough by the end of the year to take you in for another summer. Maybe you'll never have to see the Dursleys again. You really think they would? Harry asked, his voice filled with hope. A Dursley-free life would be a better Christmas gift than anything that could be bought in a store. I'm sure they will. They were actually pretty happy to have you around last summer already, but they were worried about us getting too close. I'm not sure if I want to give this up just to keep pretending for another summer, Harry said as he squeezed Hermione tighter. No, I'd suggest just the opposite. Maybe they'd welcome you more if you showed how much you really love me. It might still mean less kisses and cuddles, so they know it's not just some silly teen romance. I guess you're right. I don't know what I'd have to do, though, unless it means jumping in front of lorries every time you cross the street. They both laughed as they tried to plan out the rest of their year, until they fell asleep together on the couch in front of the Christmas tree. Harry dreamed of the Grangers adopting him from the Dursleys, while Hermione dreamed of her White Knight, stopping buses with his bare hands for her. Hermione gingerly unwrapped her present. Had it been more carefully wrapped, she could have undone the tape far more easily with her practiced method of preserving the wrapping paper. Unfortunately, Harry had taped it all together hastily yesterday when he saw the car approach, resulting in a gift with far too much tape and extra folds where they shouldn't be. Harry watched her eagerly, while Emma was trying to get clues from her husband, who wasn't giving an inch. Rip came the sound of tearing paper as Hermione let out an exasperated sigh. Will you finally just open it up, Hermione? Harry goaded her on. Fine, she sighed as she quickly ripped off the paper, revealing a nondescript box inside. As she opened it up, she stared at the contents, speechless for a few seconds, before shutting it again quickly. Harry, how is this possible? They said they couldn't get another one until magic, Harry replied, grinning from ear to ear. Harry, tell me, did they have this one at a different branch? You didn't pay a huge sum of money to get a whole new one made quickly, did you? How did? Oh wait, you meant magic, didn't you? Hermione, for being the smartest witch ever, I have to wonder how you forget that you are a witch sometimes. I usually put my mind off magic while I'm at home, since I can't cast spells anyways. I normally read Muggle novels and textbooks while I'm back. Hermione explained sourly. Her mood didn't last though, as she opened the box once again and held the dress in front of her. Mum, Dad, I'm sorry, but I really want to try this dress on right now. I'll open your gift later. She ran up to her room, slamming the door behind her. Harry, I think this is a good time for you to go to your room and put your dress robes on, Emma said as she nudged him. As Harry left, she said to her husband, get the camera. Only 5 minutes later, Hermione was already changed and quickly walking down the stairs while quickly combing and tying her hair back into a simple, but elegant, bun that the hairstylist had shown her. Don't rush, dear, you'll trip, Emma warned. Actually, she probably won't, with that dress. One of the things Harry ordered was some kind of charm that made it easier to walk with it on, Dan explained. It fits like a dream, Mum. It's so much more comfortable than when I tried it on at the shop. It goes so well with the earrings. Where's Harry? I'm coming. Harry was slowly walking down the stairs, his eyes and hands on his collar. How do you tie this thing, anyways? He asked as he struggled with his bow tie. He looked towards Dan for help, who just shrugged in reply. Emma walked over to him. I'm the one who always ties his ties for him, she said. Honestly, you'd think after almost 2 decades of marriage he'd learn to do it himself. I'm nothing without you, honey. Dan tried to appease his wife while he presented Hermione her present. I think this would be a good time to open our gift to you, he said. Hermione opened up the small box and hugged her father in delight. This is perfect, she cried as she took a necklace out of the box and immediately worked to put it on. Like the earrings, the chain was relatively thin and made of silver. It split into a double chain at the front and each of the 2 chains each with a sapphire dangling at the middle. There was another set of sapphires at the points where the chains met. It was displayed perfectly in the keyhole opening on Hermione's dress. How on earth did you pick that necklace? Emma asked. You didn't get to see that dress until yesterday with Harry, right? Lucky guess. Dan shrugged. He held up the camera. Let's get some pictures. They spent the next hour running around the house, looking for good places to pose. After a few shots in front of the Christmas tree, and another on the couch, a few sitting on the stairs, they started on more staged shots. Dobby quickly whipped up a mock dinner as they sat on opposite ends of the table. There was another with Harry kneeling on the ground as if he was proposing, followed by one where he was holding Hermione in his arms. They even braved the cold outside for a few quick shots of them playing in the snow. Thankfully, The stain-resistant charms did their jobs well, preventing any snow or dirt from tarnishing their new evening wear. By the end of it, they had gone through 3 rolls of film and were all back in the living room, having a good laugh. Emma had tears rolling down her cheeks. "Mum, what's the matter?" Hermione asked. "You have no idea how happy this has been for me. I never thought I'd get the chance to see you like this." "What do you mean? Your mother, well, she pretty much imagined your whole life before you were even born," Dan explained. "She would read you books every night before you'd go to bed, and then she would tuck you in and key you good night. She would take you to swimming lessons, and then piano lessons, and then you'd spend weekends playing together at the park. Heck, she practically imagined your whole life up to the point where you got married." Emma's cheeks were already red from the combination of laughing and crying, but it was obvious now that she was blushing. "Dan, you weren't supposed to tell her. It's just a fun family story. We'll all look back on this one day and laugh." Dan continued, "Well, despite a few setbacks, like how much you hated ballet, you pretty much had the childhood Emma dreamed of giving you. Until we all found out about Hogwarts, that is." "You can't possibly mean." Harry started, quick to defend his girlfriend, even from her parents. Hermione was speechless. "No. We're proud that Hermione has magical talent, and we fully support her. It's just the little things that we're missing out on," Emma said. "Your mum wanted to, help you with homework after school, watch you beat out all the others in the maths contests, win first prize at the science fair. And getting you a dress and meeting your date for your school formal," Emma finished. "I never heard about a school formal for Hogwarts, so I'm guessing this one is special. It's only because there's that tournament this year, right?" "And Harry," Hermione said, linking her elbow with Harry's. "In fact, I'm guessing the only reason they made it open to 4th years is because Harry's a 4th year, otherwise they probably would have kept it for 6th and 7th years only. That's how it's been traditionally." "Then I have to thank you again for making me and my daughter happy," Emma told Harry as she gave him a hug. Harry hugged her back. Between the dinner yesterday and the presents today, it was the best Christmas he could have ever hoped for. Several hundred kilometers north inside a castle in Scotland, one red-haired boy was having one of the worst Christmases he could remember. He stared absent-mindedly at an unopened gift sitting at the base of the Gryffindor Christmas tree, already knowing what was inside. It was a hand-knit sweater from his mother, to Harry. "I take it Mum hasn't heard about your little fallout with Harry, has she?" Fred asked Ron. "You're just lucky she stopped reading Skeeter's articles ever since that woman slandered her favorite author, Emmeline Rickards," George said. "Claimed she was writing all of her romance novels from personal experience. And the only reason Ginny hasn't told is because she's hoping Harry might still want to stay over next summer if you two make up. And a howler from Mum wouldn't help things along those lines. So, our dear, littlest brother, what are you going to do about it?" "Why are you defending him?" argued Ron. "He's the one who got his name into the cup while you two took the blame." "Ah, but you don't know the prankster's code," Fred said mysteriously. Ron gave him a blank look. "After a prank goes wrong, it's every man for himself," George said. "That's why Lee gets away with helping us so often. Not that we mind, we could always use the extra hand every now and then." "But don't you two always end up in detention together?" Ron asked. "Only because the teachers can never figure out which one of us is which. And they figure if one of us did it, the other had to know, at least. So you two aren't even mad that he's up in front of the crowds when it could have been you two." Ron was completely bewildered by his brother's attitudes, as he wanted to be the one standing on stage with the crowds cheering for him. "Ron, get your head out of your ass," George said. "We just wanted our names in the cup. Yeah, we're not stupid enough to try to go toe-to-toe with Crumb in a dueling arena. We just like a good prank, and we can appreciate one that wasn't done by ourselves. Yeah, did you hear the Marauders managed to turn an entire classroom into a swamp? We've got a few ideas to try to one-up them. And you'd better stop eating Harry's mince pies." Ron, who had absent-mindedly opened one of the packages from his mother, also failed to look at who it was for. It smelled delicious, and Ron was certainly missing out on a box of chocolate frogs that Harry got him each year. He could do without a homework planner or alarm calendar from Hermione, but he did miss having something sweet to munch on under the tree on Christmas Day. He'd already cleared off half the pies that his mother had sent. As the twins left, he looked back at the box. It wouldn't do to give Harry an opened package with half the contents missing. He wouldn't miss what he didn't know about, would he? Ron shrugged, and picked up another. He was interrupted by Ginny, clearing her throat behind him. If you keep being such a slob, you'll never get yourself a date for the ball, Ginny said. Why would I want to go? It's just some stupid dance, Ron said, moving the pie towards his mouth again. Yeah, just some stupid dance where the stupid Minister of Magic, the stupid Victor Crumb, and the stupid all-star chaser of the English national Quidditch team, Tavin McAllister, are all going to be there. Oh, and I heard from Percy he's going to be there as well, but he actually is a pompous git. What? McAllister's going to be there? What for? Ron dropped the pie into his lap in shock. That was the star player on Ron's favorite team. In fact, he was quite possibly the only reason people still bothered betting on them, despite their 10-year losing streak. Unfortunately, one chaser's skill didn't make up for the rest of the team's lack of it, especially their seeker, who was quite possibly the weakest in the English league. He's going to try to convince Crumb to sign on to Chudley Cannons next year. Don't you ever read the newspaper? Even the sports section? Ron just shook his head. Why the Cannons? Crumb plays for Bulgaria's national team, doesn't he? His contract ended when he was picked for the tournament. The ball's been the first time people other than the press have been allowed into Hogwarts, so there'll probably be tons of recruiters trying to cozy up to Crumb on New Year's Eve. McAllister's the only one I know for sure. Ginny smiled, knowing the setup was complete. Ron would never give up a chance to meet his favorite player of all time, in person. I've got to go to the ball, then. You can't go without a date, Ron. Ginny giggled inside, but desperately tried to keep her face in an angry scowl. Date? I haven't even got dress robes. What'll I do? Ron was panicking. Don't worry about the robes, I'll just tell Mum to send you a set. Just worry about finding yourself a date, Ginny told him. Oh, and this is just girls' gossip, but I think all the girls from 4th year and most of 3rd year already have dates. You're pretty late to the game. Happy hunting. She skipped away, leaving Ron to ponder the dilemma of trying to ask a 2nd-year girl to the ball, or taking the once-in-a-lifetime chance to actually meet his Quidditch hero. Just outside Gryffindor Tower and around the corner from the fat lady, Fred and George were waiting. How did it go? George asked. Perfect. He soaked up every word I said, Ginny laughed. Attagirl, Ginny. He never would have believed us if we told him. Thank goodness you can act. Ginny beamed. Except when Harry's around, of course. You can certainly act like a mouse when he's in the room, Fred teased. Shut up. I'm getting better with that, Ginny defended herself. She had realized, of course, that she'd have to actually talk to Harry at some point, but the only thing they'd ever done together was nearly die in the Chamber of Secrets, which wasn't exactly common conversation material. Ron was a good excuse for her to get to know Harry, but ever since his jealous breakup with the trio, that had suddenly become a dead end. She did notice Harry talking to the twins far more this year, and getting into the twins' good graces might help her get closer to Harry. Have you written to Great Uncle Ignatius already? She asked the twins. And his reply, he'll be sending his old dress robes over by tomorrow, George laughed. How ugly are those robes, anyways? You two keep talking about it, but I've never had a chance to see them. Ginny pouted. You were too young to remember, but we were a good 7 years old at the time. It was Uncle Matthias's wedding, and Great Uncle Ignatius showed up, wearing this, frilly. George waved his hand, trying to come up with the right word. Rainbow. It was a frilly rainbow. We couldn't remember much of the rest of the wedding, because we couldn't take our eyes off that monstrosity. It was also why we cried a lot when Mum said we were going to visit him. Both the twins nodded solemnly, causing Ginny to break out in laughter. Harry and Hermione waved their goodbyes at King's Cross as they crossed the barrier to platform 9 3/4. As soon as they passed through, however, they were accosted by Draco and his goons. I'll get you for what you did to me on the train, Potter. You'd better watch your back, he spat. Huh, What did I do? Don't deny it. It's obvious it was you. I'll have your wand snapped for this. Draco was fuming. No, seriously, what did I do to him? Harry turned to Hermione to jog his memory. With such a fantastic holiday break, he had put life's little annoyances like Draco Malfoy out of his mind. We locked him in his cabin on the train, Hermione reminded him. Right. Harry laughed. Sorry, Malfoy, I forgot about that. You know you shouldn't try to break into someone else's cabin, don't you? That was just a quick lesson on manners. And unlocking charms. How did you finally get out? Draco refused to answer, as it would obviously be embarrassing. I swear, you'll pay for what you did, Potter. But not right now, huh? Too scared to lose in a duel against me again, are you, Malfoy? Especially with all these people around here to witness your defeat. A Malfoy, beating a Potter. I've heard better stories from Luna, Harry said loudly, noticing a few people had taken notice of their confrontation, especially one person he really wanted to infuriate. Draco, with his temper pushed far beyond the boiling point, shouted, Potter, you'll be the last of your line, I'll make sure. He was drawing his wand, but was quickly stopped with by a hand on his shoulder. Draco turned to see his father, who had a very unhappy look on his face. Draco, may I remind you that you are not the head of the Malfoy house, and you do not have the authority to declare a blood feud against the Potter house. I won't have you sullying the family name. Harry snickered as Draco looked at his father in horror. He quickly pushed past, noticing Lucius was keeping his eye on him until he was on the train. Harry, you made yourself a really powerful enemy just now, do you realize that? Hermione nearly shouted at him as she locked and warded the door behind them. He's always been my enemy, now he just knows that I know, Harry shrugged. At the very least, he won't be able to touch me for the rest of the year. I'm pretty certain he's going to be one of Voldemort's top lieutenants or something once he makes his return. Still, you shouldn't have made yourself a target for him. We don't want to stir up anything too early. Don't be in such a rush to reveal your hand, you know. Actually, I was thinking the opposite. All we've got left from the trips we made with the first beacon are indistinct feelings and memories. I want to shake things up and see who's really on our side as quickly as possible so that, next time around, we'll know right away who our friends and enemies are. You mean like Ron and Moody? Harry nodded. Well, Ron's not a big deal, he's just being childish. Maybe we can get Moody out from the Imperius right away next time so I won't have to be in the tournament. Some other people I'm not too sure about. I'm getting a bad feeling about Lucius Malfoy, but I'm not sure if it's just because he's as big of a git as Draco is, or if he really is someone to watch out for in the upcoming war. You know he was a former Death Eater, right? Yeah, but look at it this way right now, he pretty much picked up all the pieces that Voldemort dropped. Does he really want to give up all that power and wealth he has now? As soon as he comes back, Voldy will probably just demand that he hand over some money. Heck, he might even fight against Voldemort, even if it's for purely selfish reasons. They spent the remainder of the train ride discussing who might be potential allies or enemies. They felt they could trust all the teachers at Hogwarts, save Snape, and post-Imperius Moody. Their impression of French magical culture, based on the Beauxbatons delegation, at least, made them feel that France might help against Voldemort. Blood purity wasn't an issue, and even mixed blood like Fleur or Madame Maxime was perfectly acceptable. Durmstrang was an amalgam of students from Eastern Europe, and Karkaroff was a former Death Eater. They respected power and Voldemort had power. Most of them were hard to predict. Karkaroff only repented because he feared Azkaban would he turn back to Voldemort. Krum seemed very interested in becoming as powerful as possible, but he also had a strong sense of fair play, possibly from being a professional athlete. He did skirt the rules as much as he possibly could. Would he see Voldemort as a challenge to his own power, or go to him to learn how to become more powerful? Throughout the ride, they heard the door handle jiggle every so often. As they pulled into the station, Harry chuckled. Well, since their unlocking charms are still just limited to Alohomora, I guess it took a while for an adult to find them and let them out last time. You think they're waiting to ambush us? Hermione asked. Without a doubt, Harry said. They couldn't see anyone outside the cabin through the charmed glass, but it didn't mean they weren't hiding in the next cabin, ready to jump out. I say we go in the opposite direction just in case. They'd probably expect us to go left to exit the train, and want to hit us from behind. I'll take the front. Why you? I can hold a perfectly decent shield, you know. Yeah, but I want to try something I learned from Crumb. He taught you something? Hermione asked doubtfully. Fine, I didn't learn from him, I'm just copying him, Harry answered. They both waited as long as they could for the other students to clear out of the train, and quickly moved towards the exit on the opposite side. Hermione held her shield up behind her as Harry kept his wand out. The door 4 cabins down burst open and Malfoy leapt out with his wand in hand and several others followed suit. Expelliarmus! The Slytherin shouted. Disarming charm. Really? Harry thought to himself as he poured as much energy as he could into his own spell as he shouted, Protega Progresso. He still wasn't able to cast the shield spell Crumb had used against him silently, being much more complex. It was certainly a powerful spell which, normally, would only be useful in a one-on-one duel, but against 3 people in a crowded corridor, it was just as good. The shield swept forward, pushing Draco and his 2 goons back and crushing them against the back of the train. Harry quickly released the spell, partly because he didn't want to crush Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle to death, but mostly because he was quickly feeling drained. Wow, now that's quite a spell. How on earth did Crumb manage to cast 3 of these in a row? With a bone bludgeoner in between. Hermione peeked around Harry's shoulder at the crumpled heap of green robes. Well, first off, I think Crumb is more powerful than you for sure, but I also think you put way too much power into your spell this time, she said. Thinking it was best not to walk right past them in case they woke up, they turned around again and headed out the other exit of the train. Just as they were about to step off, Harry heard a muffled groan and turned to see Malfoy rolling Goyle away. You think you've won, Potter? He snarled as he pulled his wand out from underneath the chubby oaf and pointed it at Harry. Terrorbearer. Whatever the spell was supposed to do, it certainly wasn't what Malfoy had intended. In his haste, he hadn't noticed his wand had a small crack and was slightly bent. Instead of flying straight out from the wand, it seemed to spiral out and dissipate mid-flight, while some of it seemed to leak out of the crack, causing the wand itself to smoke slightly. Furious, he cried out, "You'll pay for what you did to my wand, Potter." He stopped himself short of saying his trademark line. You know, I somehow suspect your father won't like hearing about this. I'm pretty sure that, whatever he told you back at King's Cross, it wasn't to try to ambush Harry Potter and get your own wand broken, Harry laughed. Maybe I'll write to your father and let him know. Draco looked horrified as he quickly stumbled out the rear exit of the train, while Harry and Hermione decided to take their time, strolling from Hogsmeade to the castle instead of taking the carriages. Professor Snape was waiting for them when they arrived. Having spent the last 2 months skipping out on potions and studying on his own, he wasn't glad to see the greasy professor in front of him once again. The stress-free learning environment, Hermione's advice, and vague memories of having brewed the potions before helped him get through nearly all of the 4th year's coursework by the end of first term. He wondered how that would reflect on Snape's teaching skills. For now, however, Snape was going to address him as the head of Slytherin House, not as potions professor. Potter, you've crossed the line this time. Even your father wasn't stupid enough to snap another wizard's wand. I'll have you expelled for attacking 3 of my students and your own wand snapped. Snape shouted. Well, I can't say I didn't see this coming, Harry said nonchalantly. So you admit that you broke Mr. Malfoy's wand, then? Evidently you are a true Gryffindor, acting before you think and proudly proclaiming your imbecilic stunts to the world. We'll have you pay for a new wand for Draco as well, Snape sneered, thinking he had caught Harry's confession. I'll take this one, Harry, Hermione said. Actually, Professor Snape, both magical law and the Hogwarts rules agree that Harry was well within his rights to defend himself. You're trying to convince me that snapping someone's wand is an act of defense, Granger. What insipid book did you pull that idea from? Even Longbottom mind isn't so feeble that he would try that as an excuse. Now, Potter, you will hand over your wand immediately. No, he won't, Hermione interrupted, keeping herself calm in spite of Snape's insult. You haven't even heard Harry's side of the story, yet. You can't confiscate a student's wand without evidence of his guilt in a serious magical offense. I have all the evidence I need, Snape said as he moved towards Harry. Yeah, we all know that all the evidence you need is for Malfoy to whine about how he's not getting his way. I don't know why I'm bothering with you. I'm going to take this to Professor Dumbledore, Harry boldly said as he pushed past his former potions professor. Professor Dumbledore is at a Triwizard meeting. If you're looking for him to save you, he's not available. Fine, then, let's take this to Professor McGonagall. As deputy headmistress, she is also at the meeting. Face it, Potter, you're going to have to deal with me. Actually, Hermione piped up again, for matters outside the classroom, another professor is allowed to arbitrate in disagreements between a professor and a student in matters involving detention over 1 week, house point deductions over 50, and, of course, expulsion and wand confiscation as you mentioned before. Let's take this to Professor Moody, Harry said immediately. He could tell Snape was terrified of the ex-Auror. Hurrying towards the defense professor's office, they left Snape chasing after them. While keeping up a quick-paced jog, he said to Hermione, "Have I told you how much I love you, lately? I think the last time you said it was about 5 minutes before we got to the castle, Harry," Hermione giggled. "That was brilliant back there. Thank you so much," Harry said. "I've been wanting to do that for a while, Harry. You're so lucky you're in the tournament, getting to skip his class and all. He's been picking on me in your place, I think, but he's having a harder time of it because I always brew the potions correctly." Harry laughed. "Why don't you drop the class too? At the pace we're going, we could be ready for owls by the end of this year. Being in Snape's class holds you back, you know." "Yes, but it'll show up on my grades if I don't do the assignments. And I still need to take the exams. Still, I'd love to take the potions owl a year early if it means I don't have to deal with Snape anymore." They arrived at Moody's office and knocked on the door. Snape caught up to them just as Moody opened the door. "Mr. Potter, what can I do for you?" he asked. His magical eye swiveled towards Snape. "Having some problems with Death Eaters, son. I have been acquitted," Snape said stiffly. "This is a Hogwarts matter, Professor Moody," he stressed. "Once a Death Eater, always a Death Eater. Maybe if you're willing to chop off your own left arm I'd be more inclined to believe your story. Albus might forgive you, but not everyone's so kind. Now what are you doing with Mr. Potter here? Professor, we need you to arbitrate a disagreement we're having with Professor Snape. He wants to confiscate Harry's wand and maybe expel him. He also refuses to listen to my side of the story," Harry added. "And whose side is he trusting instead? Malfoy's." Moody let out a low, animalistic growl while staring at Snape with both eyes. It was only then that Harry noticed Moody had his wand pointed at Snape the entire time. "So, Professor Snape, taking the side of your comrade's son, Still associating with the old crowd, I see. Maybe I should haul you down to the DMLE right now for another night in front of the mirror." Harry didn't know what mirror Moody was talking about, but Snape gave a barely perceptible shudder as he replied, "May I remind you that I am not the one on trial here, Professor Moody, and you are no longer an Auror. Right then, lad. Tell me what happened." "Basically, during the train trip, Draco tried to break into our cabin several times. He obviously failed," Harry explained as gave a knowing smile to Moody, who taught many of those spells, straight out of the Auror's handbook. "At the end of the trip, we guessed he would try to ambush us, which he did. And failed in that, as well. You seem to have conveniently left out the part where you snapped his wand," Snape spat, barely holding in his anger. "Because I didn't. I just cast a shield charm and Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle fell down. I think it was Goyle who snapped Malfoy's wand, by falling on it. Or maybe Malfoy broke it himself when he pulled it out from under Goyle." Harry shrugged. "You're saying a shield charm knocked them over? Preposterous." Snape glared hatefully at Harry. "Never big on actually collecting evidence, are you, Severus? No wonder we were losing the last war, with such a shoddy spy working for us, if you really were on our side, that is. There's a very simple solution for this. Potter, give me your wand." "What are you going to do?" Harry asked cautiously. While he definitely trusted Moody more than Snape, he didn't want to let his wand out of his reach without a very good reason. Good to know you're learning, boy. I'm going to cast Priori Incantado, which will show the last few spells cast by your wand. Harry handed over his wand, and the spell revealed the Pushing Shield spell, followed by a few locking spells he had used in the cabin. That's it. You only cast locking spells on your cabin. Moody growled. Hermione cast the privacy and detection wards, Harry explained quickly, amused that Moody was taking a keener interest in Harry's Dada skills than dealing with Snape. Good. Well, Severus, it seems like Harry here did only cast a shield charm. Now I have to ask why Harry needed to cast it in the first place. Well, Malfoy opened up with a disarming charm, and I countered with the shield. After he fell over, he tried casting another spell with his broken wand, but it didn't come out right. What does Terror do? Moody glared at Snape with both the fury and delight of a predator capturing its prey. So did you teach him that spell, or did his father? Your little pupil tries to murder someone with a dark spell and you try to get the victim expelled. We're going down to the dungeons, and good thing we do have on-duty oars on the grounds thanks to the tournament, Potter, you're free to go. Moody marched Snape away at one point after he ushered the teens out the door. They entered Gryffindor Tower to see everyone in the common room drop what they were doing and stare. Surprisingly, Ron was the first to break the silence. He walked up to Harry and handed over the Christmas gift from his mother. Looking down in shame, he said, I'm sorry I've been a bit of a git to you too, he said quietly. Now there's an understatement, Hermione snorted. I couldn't think of a way to make it up to both of you, but since Harry might get expelled, I was thinking I could take you to the ball instead. He asked Hermione. Bad news travels fast in this castle, doesn't it? Thought Harry. I'm not getting expelled, Ron, but Draco might be. I'm taking Hermione to the ball, he said. But, I have to go with Hermione. We've known each other for years. Ron protested. I've known her for as long as you have, Ron, and I do have the advantage of being her boyfriend. I know, but you could find a date with any girl you want in the whole school. There's nobody else I can go with. Ron's so-called favor for Hermione was quickly becoming a favor for himself. And out of the whole school, I'd pick Hermione, Harry said with finality, to end the argument. Excuse me, boys, but did it ever occur to you to ask for my opinion on all this? Hermione glared at Ron, but elbowed Harry as well. Even if Harry was expelled, I would rather not go to the ball at all than go without Harry. He found the perfect dress for me, I got him his dress shoes, and we took pictures together with my family. Is that why you got your hair cut? Parvati shouted out. You got a haircut? Ron asked, staring at Hermione. You didn't even notice. Ron, we've hung out together for years, and now that half of Hermione's hair is gone and you can't see the difference. This is why I could never go to the ball with you, Ron. You never pay enough attention to anything, really. Me, Harry, your homework, everything. Harry, on the other hand, remembered exactly what I wanted and bought my dress for me. He remembered the one dress I liked the best out of dozens that I tried on, and then had it to a dressmaker to make it even better. So that's it. You're going with Harry because he bought your dress for you. You know I'd never be able to afford stuff like Harry does, is that it? Ron was practically glowing red in anger as he stormed off to his room. Harry was left speechless, while Hermione just shook her head, saying, That's exactly what I was talking about. Why did he even want to go with me anyways? He had the entire holiday to ask a girl at Hogwarts. Allow us to explain, Fred said, with the George and Ginny grinning behind him. Although it might have been funnier if you agreed to go with him, but we didn't expect you accept, so we do have a backup plan. Our dear little Ronnikins has never had much experience with the fairer say, George explained. Apart from Ginny, Mum, and Muriel, and maybe Luna, Hermione's probably the only girl he's ever said more than 5 words to in his whole life, Fred continued. And with Luna, half those words were usually, loony, so she probably doesn't count. So, quite literally, you're the only one he could even think of asking to the ball. He might have even thought that you had feelings for him, Ginny offered meekly. What? How on earth did he get that idea? We argue all the time. Hermione's mouth hung open in confusion. He probably thought you enjoyed it. I mean, you do get into some pretty heated arguments with Harry, too, Ginny explained. There's a world of difference between arguments and debates, you know. Harry actually listens to what I say even if he completely disagrees with me. I try to get an idea into Ron's thick skull, and he just insults me and calls me barmy until we can't stand to talk to each other anymore. I'm not sure if he knows the difference, Fred said. Well, what would have happened if I did agree to go with him? And why does he want to go so badly anyways? There's no way Ron's interested in fine dining and dancing. Well, we have to thank Ginny for the idea. She's the one who decided Ron needed to be taught a lesson, and writing to Mum simply wouldn't do the job properly. So we decided to take it upon ourselves to teach our brother a lesson. We were just going to slip some of our test products into his food for a few days, nothing special, really. But Ginny here comes up with a plan to make Ron desperate to get himself into the New Year's ball, Fred said proudly, patting his little sister on the back. Ginny gave a shy smile to Harry, who was curious to hear more. Anyways, she pulled off this perfect act about how Ron's favorite Quidditch star would be there, so now he's going to make a fool of himself trying to get a date, in less than 40 hours. And if, by some miracle, he does find a girl desperate enough to go with him, he'll be wearing our great uncle's dress robes, George laughed. What's wrong with his robes? Harry asked. Well, apart from being about a century out of date, they're about 10 times as ugly as the stuff Dumbledore wears, Ginny finally spoke up again. Harry chuckled. You know, you guys didn't have to do this for us. We're fine just letting him be. Oh no, Harry, this isn't for you. If a Weasley acts out of line, we normally get an earful from our mother. Since he hasn't got the stones to tell Mum what he did, we've taken it upon ourselves to give him what he deserves. Consider it an internal family matter. You two just have fun on New Year's Eve. Harry waited in the common room, watching the stairs to the girls' dorms. He fiddled with his bow tie, undoing and retying it over and over as he waited anxiously. Beside him stood several other Gryffindor boys. Most of them were simply getting bored of waiting for the girls. He saw some green fabric appear at the top of the steps. Slowly making her way down was Ginny Weasley. Dean got up and said, Well, there's my date. See you all downstairs. A few minutes later, Lavender appeared in a dress of that color. In Harry's opinion, it was somewhat garish, covered in sequins and far too shiny. The skirt was multi-layered and puffy, much like a fairy tale princess's. Lavender herself had the reddest lipstick Harry had ever seen, along with bright blue mascara. She giggled as she passed Harry. You're in for a surprise tonight, Potter. She linked arms with Cormac McLaggen as they left the tower. Harry continued to wait. Just after the fat lady closed the entrance after Lavender, he saw a slim dress of shocking pink appear at the top of the stairs. Parvati was making her way down in a dress that was styled after an Indian sari. You're going to love what we've done with Hermione, she said as she passed by. Harry noticed that, although she hadn't been as excessive as Lavender with her makeup, she did concentrate on her eyes with hers. She had decorated her eyes with both black and gold eyeliner to the point where they looked like those of a Nyx. She left Gryffindor Tower alone, presumably to meet up with her date. Apparently her sister had set her up with some fifth-year boy in Ravenclaw. What did she mean by what they did with Hermione? Thought Harry. The way those two operate, Hermione might be coming down with a clown face for all I know. He worried more and more every minute. Staring at the clock on the wall, they had another 5 minutes until the ball began. The only people left in the common room aside from Harry were the ones who weren't interested in going to the ball anyway. Where was Hermione? Harry fretted. With 3 minutes to go, Hermione quickly rushed down the stairs. She had her hair done up far more elegantly than back at home, in a tight bun that was presumably held together by magic, because Harry couldn't figure out how it could stay that way. She left the ends of her hair deliberately loose around the bun, so it had a little playful messiness to it. It was a far cry from Hermione's old, too much hair to manage messiness. Thankfully, she kept her makeup to a minimum, just some eyeliner and lip gloss, along with some dark nail polish. With her dress and jewelry, Harry was awestruck. He scolded himself for never imagining that Hermione could be this beautiful. Ah, I'm going to kill Lavender and Parvati. Hermione huffed in the most unladylike manner. Come on, Harry, we're going to be late. She grabbed Harry in his dazed state, nearly causing him to fall over. What did they do? Are they the reason why you're late? Harry asked. Yes, Hermione hissed. They wouldn't stop trying to dress me up like a doll and giving advice on how to catch boys like fish at the ball. As if I needed anyone's attention other than yours. I ended up having to wash off everything they did and redoing everything myself. So you managed all this in only 10 minutes after Parvati left. Harry was impressed. Yes, and this is why I ended up with such a bland look. I'm sorry, Harry, I really wanted this to be special. Don't worry, Hermione. You're looking even better than I could have imagined. As they were scurrying down the many flights of stairs, they heard a hooting from above. Carries, being led by Hedwig, were flying through the castle and landed gently on the banisters beside Harry and Hermione. Carries proudly stuck out her leg, bearing a small note, a wristband corsage for Hermione and a matching boutonniere for Harry. They were freshly made from the flumpet that Dan had bought during Harry's shopping trip. Thanking their owls, they continued down, reading the note along the way. Dear Hermione and Harry, I hope the flowers reach you in time for the ball. Dan nearly forgot about it and we had them done this afternoon. I just hope Carries didn't tire herself out rushing all the way out to Scotland for you. We got the pictures developed and we'll send copies along next time. I hope you can find someone to take pictures for you as well. We'd love to have photos of you dancing your hearts out. Love, Emma and Dan. Hermione slipped hers on her wrist as Harry affixed his to his lapel. Grinning, they knew they were finally ready with 1 minute on the clock and the doors of the Great Hall in sight. Everyone was milling about, waiting for the doors to open. Harry had never seen such a sea of colors among the students. Usually it was just a lot of black with bits of red, green, blue, and gold. Now, on the girls at least, were dresses of every color and fabric. Some of the Durmstrang girls had even taken to wearing fur, while most of the French girls tended to choose more daring shearer fabrics with generous amounts of skin showing. Most of the Hogwarts students had taken to wearing more traditional dresses that nearly reached the floor and made with layers of heavier fabrics. There was the occasional girl who tried something a little more unique, like Parvati. The boys all wore black dress robes except for two, who stuck out like a sore thumb. Harry laughed as he pointed them out to Hermione. I hope Angelina and Katie aren't too miffed about their dates, fashion sense. Off to the side, Harry could notice a cordoned-off area with nearly 100 journalists and photographers packed like sardines, trying to get as close as they can to the crowds. The champions were happy to be able to keep their distance, while some other students gladly walked towards them, letting the photographers snap their pictures. I forgot the map, Harry suddenly said aloud. Why do we need it now? Hermione asked. I wanted to find Rita Skeeter, so I could at least know what she looks like, Harry explained. Forget about her tonight, Harry. Let's just have fun, Hermione said. I'll keep an eye out for her during the trial of water. They approached the other champions, who were allowed their own area opposite to the press. Interestingly enough, there were only 3 couples. Hello Fleur. Harry greeted the witch. I see you managed to snag Cedric. Hey yourself, Harry, Cedric said in reply. It's not as if she had to try very hard. Who could possibly resist a beautiful, intelligent, talented, half-Vila girl like her? Harry could. Fleur laughed. Because I've got Hermione, Harry explained. Did you know that, out of the 168 Triwizard tournaments ever held, only 6 times have 2 of the champions chosen each other for the Yule Ball? You two will be the center of attention this evening, Hermione told them. That is not a problem for me, Fleur said as she pulled off some kind of wandless Vila magic, making her skin sparkle. You know, if you keep doing that, I might end up falling over you this evening. I can only resist you so much, Fleur, Cedric said. Krum had stayed silent the entire time. Interestingly, he had chosen a Beauxbaton girl for a date. Harry didn't recognize her, as she wasn't one of the girls with Fleur he had met on his trip to Hogsmeade after the duels. She was far shorter than Krum, the top of her head only reaching Krum's shoulder. It seemed that the gruff, burly Durmstrang champion liked quiet, dainty girls. All of the Durmstrang women were clearly as tough as the men. Oddly enough, that made Harry and Hermione the only couple out of the three where both were from the same school. All six of them made small talk for another few minutes after the doors to the Great Hall opened and all the other students made their way inside. We're supposed to go in last and open up with a dance right away, even before the speeches and announcements, Cedric explained. You got here just after Bagman told us. Yes, one event where they can do something before the old men talk, Crumb muttered. Harry, in all the rush to get to the ball on time, was suddenly reluctant to enter. He whispered to Hermione, I think we forgot something on our to-do list. You mean dancing lessons? Harry, this is going to be a disaster. Hermione was panicking. She wasn't used to being so unprepared for anything. Calm down. Just be careful where you step, we'll just do something. Easy for you to say. You're not wearing high heels with open toes. I've barely gotten used to walking in these shoes, never mind dancing. They kept bickering under their breaths as they followed the other champions into the Great Hall, whereupon they both stiffened up immediately. They both put on nervous smiles as they glanced around, seeing applauding students surrounding them. Up ahead, Fleur had once again put on her publicity persona and was strutting confidently to the dance floor with Cedric in tow. Crumb held himself in a serious, dignified manner behind them. So, would you rather act like Fleur and Cedric, or Crumb and Dominique? Harry whispered. Neither. I'd rather we just do our own thing, Hermione said. So let's, Harry said as he linked arms with his date. I'm just happy that I get to try to dance with you tonight. We should just ignore everyone else and enjoy our night together, shouldn't we? Splendid idea, Mr. Potter, Hermione giggled, taking her eyes away from the crowd to smile at Harry. They both calmed down a little as they approached the dance floor. He glanced over his shoulder. Fleur and Cedric were standing together. His right hand was on her upper back, and his left hand held up her right out to the side. Fleur's left hand was resting on Cedric's shoulder. Harry and Hermione quickly copied them. The opening dance music was performed by the Hogwarts Music Club. They chose a smooth song ideal for a foxtrot, although Harry and Hermione didn't know that. Fleur and Cedric immediately began an elegant but energetic dance, matching the beat perfectly as they glided across the dance floor. Crumb and his date settled for a more subdued dance and moved around less vigorously. Harry and Hermione took a good minute figuring out whether they wanted to go left or right. You know, if we've really done this several times over, I had hoped some of this might come to me naturally, Harry said. Well, if we danced horribly every single time, then dancing horribly would definitely come naturally to us, Hermione said glumly. Ow, Harry, aren't you listening to the music? She cried out as Harry accidentally stepped on her toes. Sorry, Hermione. Harry winced. They both slowed down and settled for swaying back and forth on the spot. How do they do that? He wondered aloud as Fleur and Cedric passed by them. It's like they can read each other's minds. That's it. Harry, just concentrate on what you're going to do, but put it outside of your occlumency shields. Harry could see what Hermione was about to attempt. He concentrated on taking short side steps to the left, and felt Hermione perform some light legilimency on him. As he stepped, Hermione went in the opposite direction at the exact same time. Whoops. I forgot I have to do the opposite of what you're doing, Hermione said sheepishly. Let's try that again. This time, Harry took a few steps to the right and Hermione followed perfectly. Feeling a little more confident, he began changing direction, going left and right, and she matched his every step. I think this is working. You're brilliant, Hermione. Follow the beat. You're ignoring the music right now. Hermione was clearly excited that they might actually be able to pull it off. Harry sped up a little to match the music as they could now move in all four directions. When Harry caught a glimpse of some of the more complicated moves that Fleur and Cedric were pulling off, though, Hermione stumbled a bit. Harry, I can't do that. What? I'm sorry, I was thinking about too much. Harry concentrated on Hermione and their simple little dance, moving in a boxy pattern in the four cardinal directions. Towards the end, They managed to perform a few simple turns so that they weren't always facing the same way, but the song ended before they could get used to it. Well, 1 minute of actual dancing out of 7 isn't too bad, Harry laughed. It is if you're the one with your toes exposed, grumbled Hermione. But I wouldn't mind dancing again after a bit of rest. As they walked off the dance floor, Neville and Luna greeted them. I'm so glad you two got to dance together this time. And you're both wearing Flumpet cupflowers. That's such a good idea. You don't want to get a Nargle infection during the middle of a dance. After all, what would happen if they stole your rhythm from you? Luna exclaimed. Hello, Luna, what do you mean, this time? Harry asked. I'm not sure, but the blibbering humdingers told me it was much better than your first dance with the pink and brown one. Do you think they mean Parvati? Luna asked. I'm not sure if I ever danced with her, Harry said. If he had, it was a completely forgettable experience. Leaning into Luna, he whispered, Luna, do you remember what happens when I win the Triwizard Cup? Luna looked at him the way that others often looked at her. I can't remember what hasn't happened yet, Harry. You're weird. The irony of Luna calling him weird was not lost on him. Hermione decided it was better to change the subject. So, Luna, you know about this plant. I couldn't figure out what it was. Does it really protect against Nargles? Hermione turned to their resident botanist with a grin. I don't remember seeing that kind of flower in any of my books, Neville said. Have you got the plant itself? I'd love to take a look and maybe grow one of my own. It's at home, Hermione said. My dad bought it with Harry at some odd florist in Unifer's alley. Oh, maybe this summer, then. Anyway, have you got any advice on how to dance? You two seem to learn really quickly. Hermione grinned. Well, I was reading Harry's mind with legilimency while he just concentrated on what steps he was about to take. Looking back and forth at Luna and Neville, she added, I think it's best if Luna does the reading. Oh, I was so ready to let Neville inside of me, too, Luna pouted. Neville nearly spilled his drink. Harry and Hermione took their seats at the champions' table, ready to begin their dinner. The rest of the guests made their way to their tables, eager to see the party underway. The guests were to another round of speeches by the headmaster for each school as well as Bartemius Crouch. Harry eyed the man carefully, the first time he'd seen him since the unveiling of the Goblet of Fire several months ago. Harry was itching to talk to the man, but decided to save it for later in the night. There was no point in ruining the night for everyone else if things did go sour. Hermione was keeping her eye on Cornelius Fudge. Both of them distrusted him strongly and were sure he had quite an important role to play in the future. As the food arrived, Harry was about to dig in greedily when Hermione nudged him with her knee. What? He asked. Wrong fork, Hermione said. Start with the salad fork. Huh. The one on the left. She whispered. Harry put down the one he was holding and exchanged it for the smaller fork before he began on his salad appetizer. You know, all these rules about fine dining really take the joy out of eating such delicious food, Harry jokingly complained. Don't tell me you're going to gorge yourself like Ron, Hermione huffed, straightening up. Anyway, how often do we get to do this, anyway? Maybe once every time we go back through the beacon. He whispered into her ear. Hermione giggled. I expect to be taken to a nice dinner and dance more often than that, Harry. I'll remember that, he replied. The dinner was a light 3-course meal, which let everyone finish quickly without feeling too stuffed to dance afterwards. Afterwards, food and drink was available for those who wanted to keep eating, but the tables were mostly cleared for those who simply wanted to mingle and converse. The Hogwarts Music Club had left the stage while the guests were eating, making way for the guest band of the night, the Weird Sisters. Harry and Hermione both noticed that, while they used classical orchestral instruments like cellos, violins, and piano, the music they played was far more upbeat and better for the younger guests, making the ball more like a rock concert. With the smaller group playing the music, Harry finally noticed how the magical instruments filled the entire hall evenly with sound without being too loud for anyone, even those sitting directly in front of the stage. Seeing that nearly everyone was distracted with dancing, food, or conversation, he decided that it would be the perfect time to try a private chat with Mr. Crouch. Excuse me, "Mr. Crouch, could I have a word?" Harry asked when he approached the official's table. He began with some very light legilimency, just in case Crouch had enough occlumency training to detect him. "Why, if it isn't Harry Potter. I'd be glad to have a chat with you. What do you want to know? Has there been any progress in finding out who may have put my name into the cup?" Harry started with a relatively innocuous question. "I'm sorry, I haven't heard anything new. The investigation isn't my department's concern, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you should speak to Orr Shacklebolt instead." That wasn't a lie, Harry could feel. He could sense that Crouch had some basic mental shields but wasn't actively concentrating on them now. Not wanting to put the man on his guard, Harry kept his legilimency at the lowest levels. "I was hoping you might have heard something they didn't. They did say the suspect was probably a master enchanter. Do you know anyone who is one?" "No," was Crouch's reply. "That was a lie. Damn, couldn't he say more than that? How can I keep questioning him without sounding accusing? Really, I thought a man of your position may have met a few," Harry said in a disappointed tone. He did his best trying to play the guilt card, but it seemed like Crouch was immune to it. "Mr. Potter, the person who subverted the Goblet of Fire is a criminal. Before I became the head of the International Cooperation, I spent decades putting criminals into Azkaban. If I knew any enchanters who operated illegally, they'd be rotting in a cell by now." Crouch's bold statements were rather odd to Harry. They were more than just truthful statements. He could feel that Crouch firmly believed in catching and punishing the criminals, but why did the last sentence feel completely different? Could any of them have escaped? Nobody can escape Azkaban. "Oh, right, Sirius Black," Crouch corrected himself. "I can assure you, Mr. Potter, that Black was no enchanter. He was little more than a loose cannon. Good with his wand, but too undisciplined to ever try learning something that took as much time and patience as enchanting." Harry was getting frustrated. The first sentence was a lie even before Crouch made the excuse of Sirius. He was covering something up, but what was it? Harry was almost tempted to just let loose and tear his way through Crouch's mind to find his answers, but with Orrs and the Minister of Magic himself present, that would be worse than foolish. While trying to think of his next question, he was distracted by roars of laughter behind him. He spun around to see Ron Weasley at the door, with one of the first-year Gryffindor girls, who was wearing her standard school robes. She obviously hadn't planned on coming to the ball. He was wearing one of the ugliest robes Harry had ever seen. He didn't think it was possible to have the colors clash that badly. The tailor must have been colorblind or else had done it deliberately. It was striped purple and red mostly. The collar and cuffs were lined with frilly green lace, and the buttons were a shiny, bright blue. It was topped off with an orange cravat. Ron was wearing proper black shoes, but with the suit, he may as well have worn red slippers and it wouldn't have made it any worse. The sight of it made Harry lose track of what he was going to say to Crouch next. Ron looked immediately to the officials and VIP table, searching for his idol amongst the dinner guests. He made a beeline for Harry when he couldn't see the Chudley Cannon's star, leaving his date standing at the entrance of the Great Hall. "Harry, have you seen Tavin McAllister tonight? I heard he was supposed to be here." "What? Why would he be here? This is a Triwizard event, not some kind of Quidditch party, you know." "Shows how much you know, Ron said smugly. "How's it feel to be left out of the loop, Harry?" "Don't worry, I forgive you. I'll get you an autograph too once I find him." He found his next target, Crumb, thinking that would lead him to his prize. Fred, George, and Ginny hauled Harry away from Crouch, laughing like mad. "I can't believe he actually went through with it," Fred said, wiping a tear from his face. "That girl over there is probably the bravest firstie I've ever seen." "She does Gryffindor proud," George said. "That doesn't stop her from being scared to death with none of her friends around. That poor girl. And she has nobody to dance with," Hermione said as she approached them. "I'll keep her company," Ginny said. "It seems Dean is more interested in the food than in me." Harry looked around for his roommate, and spotted him chatting with some other Gryffindors, still snacking on food at the table. He didn't seem all that concerned about Ginny. "So any bets on how long it'll take Ronnie to figure it out?" Fred asked as he watched Ron approach Crumb with a parchment and quill in hand. He appeared to be interrupting a private moment between Dominique and Crumb, who seemed to be hitting it off. Oi, that little French one's feisty, George exclaimed as the parchment went up in flames. Crumb's date followed up by dousing the flames with her drink, leaving Ron sopping wet. Even Crumb seemed to be surprised by her outburst. I wonder if he'll still fawn over Vicky Crumb after that, Fred laughed. Will you two stop laughing at your brother and give us a little attention? Angelina had crept up behind them, giving Fred a hard pinch on his neck. Katie was right behind her, equally annoyed. The two girls dragged the twins off into the crowd. Finally alone, Hermione pulled Harry to a quieter corner of the hall, asking him, "Did you find out anything about Crouch? He's not the one who put my name in, but he's hiding something. I couldn't figure out any more without accusing him of casting the Imperius on Moody in front of everyone." What do you mean, he's hiding something? I think he knows who it is, but he doesn't want to admit it. I think it has to be an escaped convict. I got the most conflicted feelings from him when I asked about criminals who were enchanters. But Sirius is the only one who's ever escaped from Azkaban, Hermione said, puzzled. I mean, if anyone else did, then it would be all over the papers again. What else can I do? He's had occlumency training. If I pushed any harder, he'd probably throw me in Azkaban himself, Harry sighed. Oh, I forgot to mention, he used to be an Auror or something. He said something about catching criminals himself. Did you know that? So maybe he was lying about a criminal he caught himself. Hermione sighed. We can't get at the court records from school. This might have to wait until summer, when we can visit the ministry ourselves. Put that on our to-do list, then, Harry said. Let's just enjoy the rest of the evening. You up for another dance? Actually, I'm thinking pictures first, Hermione said, pointing to Colin Creevey, who was apparently talking to the first-year girl Ron had brought with him. Ginny was looking rather pleased with herself. How did Colin get in here? He's only third year. And I don't mean this badly, but he's not exactly brave enough to ask an older girl out to the ball with him, I think. I think he may have special permission from Professor McGonagall to be the official student photographer, Hermione said. He is one of the only students with his own camera, after all. As Colin saw Harry approach, he stopped talking and nervously stuttered, I haven't been taking any pictures of you this evening, Harry, Hermione. I swear. Relax, Colin. We want you to take our pictures this time, Harry explained. In fact, I'll even pay you for it. Really? Colin took his camera out of his bag, eager to snap a few right away. With certain conditions, Hermione added quickly before he pressed the shutter. You don't give or sell these pictures to anyone. In fact, we want all the copies. And we'll want duplicates of the ones we like best. Colin nodded in understanding. Harry and Hermione posed for several pictures, trying different positions. They started off with relatively normal, side-by-side picture, then some with Harry holding Hermione from behind. Grabbing a chair, they tried a few shots sitting. Eventually they began to have some more fun like they did at home, although they were still stuck in the Great Hall. They had a shot of themselves dancing, pretending they were better than they actually were. There was a mock utensil fight at their table, which led to a few shots of Hermione feeding Harry. They ended their photo session with their arms wrapped around each other, their lips locked in a soft key. They could hear a few wolf whistles in the background, but they ignored them. Okay, that picture doesn't get to Mum and Dad, all right. Agreed. But I think I'll keep it with me all the time, Harry said. Maybe I should put it in a locket to keep it close by. I want one too, Hermione squeaked. Of course you'll get one. Maybe it should be one of those lockets that snap together like a puzzle. A heart-shaped puzzle or something. No, I can't imagine myself wearing that after I graduate from school. Pick one that's classier, please. Fine, Harry said as his idea was partially shot down. Let's go dance now. They made their way back to the dance floor, where there were really only a few couples dancing. The Weird Sisters were playing a quick, upbeat song, and very few people could truly dance to it, most of them opting to just move around in place. Fleur and Cedric, however, had stolen the dance floor as they jiving perfectly to the music, causing many people to stop and watch. Harry was glad that everyone's attention was on them, which allowed him to learn how to dance properly with Hermione without cheating with legilimency. The only other couple who was really dancing was, surprisingly enough, Luna and Neville. At least, Luna was dancing. Neville was getting the hang of moving his feet, and Luna was very good at avoiding his. Every once in a while when Neville froze, unsure of what to do, Luna would just continue and add a flourish, like a spin or even jump into Neville's arms until he recovered from the shock and continued dancing. The two of them decided to settle on a very simple dance like they had just did at the beginning of the ball. Going at half the speed of the music, they just danced in a simple square, using the same steps as before but without any legilimency tricks. Both of them were surprised how much easier it was this time. "You know, this is pretty fun," Harry said. "Maybe we should have taken those lessons after all. Especially when you've gotten much better with your footwork," Hermione sniggered. "I'm just wondering how long it took Cedric to learn how to dance like that." "We could ask," Harry said. "Oh, I wouldn't want to interrupt them. We can always ask him some other day." Fleur and Cedric tired each other out after a while, spending the rest of the night at their table chatting. Harry and Hermione continued to dance their slow, simple dance until 11:50, when the floor was cleared and they readied the countdown to the new year. Sitting down at the table, Harry watched as sparkling numbers appeared on the ceiling of the Great Hall, displaying the time. They looked like clusters of stars, blending in with image of the actual night sky outside that the ceiling showed. "We don't have any drinks to cheers with," Hermione suddenly realized. She got up from the table to grab 2 champagne flutes, which were filled with non-alcoholic sparkling squash cider instead. 10. The crowd cheered as the final countdown began. 9. "Thanks, Hermione," Harry said as she returned with the glasses just in time. 3. 2. They raised their glasses. 1. "Happy New Year," everyone shouted as the hall filled with cheers and clinking glasses. "Happy New Year," Harry said as he took a swig of the cider. Seconds later, his eyes rolled up as he crumpled to the floor. Harry found himself lying on his back in a dark, dank chamber. He could hear the slow drip of water on the rocks. He could barely feel the cold, hard stone floor on his back, as it felt extremely numb. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. It was then he began to panic. Desperately attempting to get a hold of his location, he tried to grope around in the darkness, but found his body wasn't responding. He couldn't move a muscle. The fear in him rose as he felt trapped in his body, unable to do anything. There was no way to tell how much time had passed. The drips of water were erratic and uneven, causing him to lose track of any attempt to do so inside his head. From the distance, he heard footsteps hurriedly approach. As they got nearer, the person they belonged to muttered, "Enervate." Harry felt his eyes open involuntarily. Before him stood a dirty, pudgy man with buck teeth, twitching his nose, and holding a small vial of smoking liquid. It was Pettigrew. Harry wanted to scream out in rage at him, but the words that came out of his mouth instead were, "Wormtail. What time is it? Master. There was some complication with the TRA transference." Pettigrew stammered in fear. "I asked you for the time, Wormtail. Do not try my patience or I will be asking you for your life, next." Harry could see and feel himself standing up. "It is 2 minutes past midnight, my lord," Pettigrew replied. It was when Voldemort roared in rage that Harry finally realized he was having another vision. Once again establishing his mental shields, he did his best to observe as much as he could through Voldemort's senses. They were deep underground as far as Harry could tell. They were nowhere near Riddle Manor anymore. They were in the interior of some kind of cavern, lit up only by a few candles standing on the ground. They were arranged in ritual circles where Voldemort had just stood up at the center. Directly facing him was the corpse of a misshapen baby. He walked over to it, picking up the wand it held in its hands. He then walked towards Pettigrew and plucked the potion out of his hands. 4 minutes, Wormtail. I told you this ritual had to be completed 2 minutes before the stroke of midnight, not after. You have cost me some of my power with that mistake. Crucio. Pettigrew screamed and wailed in pain, losing all control of his body as he shook and convulsed in pain. After only 30 seconds of the torture curse, he could barely speak. Your magic is as strong as ever, my lord, he croaked out. Do not assume you know what my power should be better than I do, Voldemort hissed. Your 4 minutes cost me nearly half my power. I think, then, it will take 8 minutes of the cruciatus for you to truly feel the pain you deserve. Please, forgive me, my lord. I followed the ritual exactly. But your soul, it, Aaaaaughh. Pettigrew's pleas fell on deaf ears as Voldemort tortured the little man. After 1 minute, Pettigrew's voice gave out and he was no longer able to scream, but his body continued to twitch and spasm under the spell. Another 7 minutes later and Harry could barely tell that Pettigrew was even alive. Voldemort drank the potion that he had taken from Pettigrew. Harry could feel more detached from the vision, but he held on, still hoping to find some more clues. Master, may I eat the fat one? Came Nagini's slithery voice. Harry was surprised when the snake made its appearance. When he had seen it in the summer, it was already huge, at least 2 meters long. If his visions were in real time, then this was only half a year later and Nagini had grown to at least 3 meters. Even when rearing back it was already as tall as Pettigrew. More interestingly, however, was the shape of its head and a few of the scales that were sticking out, beginning to form a shape that was very familiar to Harry. No, Nagini, do not sully your palate with the rat man. Besides, he still has some uses for me. Go outside and practice your hunting. The great boars of this mountain should sat your hunger well. Thank you, master. May I use my eyes this time? It was then that Harry noticed the snake was keeping its eyes closed. Your stare cannot kill yet, Nagini, but your venom sacs are developing nicely. Track your prey by smell and their footsteps. That should be enough. That snake of yours still gives me the willies, master, came a voice from behind. Harry was surprised that Voldemort would tolerate a Death Eater who would talk so frankly to him, but then again, Voldemort didn't have very many allies right now. Turning around, he faced another Death Eater Harry hadn't noticed before. His face was completely obscured by a mask, so Harry couldn't tell what the man looked like. Crouch, Voldemort addressed him. Have you found out anything from your spy? How did Dumbledore know about Riddle Manor? Not a thing, but Dumbledore also hasn't heard anything interesting since then, Crouch answered. His voice was completely different from Barty Crouch of the International Cooperation Department. They still can't figure out why the boy who lived is in the tournament. He laughed mischievously. Although, it seems that putting him in the tournament was a pretty good idea. What? Has he manifested any unique talents? Voldemort asked eagerly. No, but it seems like you're not the only one who wants him dead now. From what I could see, he was just poisoned by someone. Spiked his drink at the New Year's party. His little lady friend delivered it herself. Probably just a foolish attempt by one of the competitors. Poison, while only steps away from the Hogwarts infirmary and hundreds of witnesses. Such is the incompetence of those who are too weak to see what real power is, Voldemort crowed. You are performing your role well, Crouch. You will be well rewarded once I return to my rightful place. Thank you, Master. How are you enjoying your new body? I consider it one of my finest creations, Crouch responded gleefully. Yes, against a young wizard, this body should do nicely, Voldemort said, inspecting his own hands and fingers. They were bony and pale, and some parts of it had bits of cord and wood protruding from underneath the skin. It seemed as if this time, Voldemort was partially mechanical or at least making heavy use of prosthetics. If this body fails before our work this year is finished, I will take yours in repayment, Voldemort threatened. It only has to last until July, right, Master? The charms have put on it will last it at least 3 years. Crouch cackled like a mad scientist. Would you like to try it out? I've found you a few test subjects walking around outside. With a flick of his wand, a few hovering flames lit up the back of the cave, where several people were tied up to the rocks. Harry could tell they were muggles. They wore thick, down parkas instead of robes and 2 of them appeared to still be wearing snowshoes. Excellent work, Crouch. Eyeing the first one, man in his late 30s who looked starved and dehydrated, he raised his wand. Flamadio. A glowing orange blade flew at the man, passing straight through his body. The man died before he could even react to the shock. Harry could see that the rock he was tied to had also been cut, and it was glowing red from the heat of the spell. As the smell of burnt flesh filled the air, Harry felt nauseous. He had to get away from this. He couldn't hold on to the vision any longer. With a sharp breath, he opened his own eyes once again, and threw up. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything. Hermione pleaded. I love Harry. I'd do anything for him. Tears streamed down her face, dripping all the way down her cheeks as she couldn't wipe them away. Her arms and legs were shackled to the interrogation chair. In front of her, two Aurors stood silently, one still inspecting her wand. Without a word, they left the dungeon and closed the door behind them. So what do you think, Rutgers? Shacklebolt asked his officer. Her occlumency's strong. Who on earth taught her? I could have nightmares with that beast she's got guarding her mind. Not to mention she's got them up all the time. She could tell me water's wet and I wouldn't know if she was lying or not. So all those tears could just be an act. Shacklebolt shook his head. He'd never thought he would ever meet someone so young, talented, and at the same time, holding so many secrets. Hadn't Dumbledore described Voldemort's early life similarly? Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I've got some preliminary results back, another Auror said as he arrived. Go ahead, Bigsby. Glass seems to be clear. No active poisons in the champagne. We also got a sample from Mr. Potter's mouth, nothing in there, either. No active poison in the glass or saliva reaction. Kingsley looked puzzled. Then it's probably a binary poison, something he ate just before drinking the cider. He fell right after the first gulp, right? That's the odd bit about it, he had nothing to eat or drink at all before the cider for an hour. They were seen dancing together for an hour until the countdown. Rubbing his chin, Kingsley said, we'll know more when the healers are finished their examinations. What else? Background info on the girl all seem to corroborate. She's been his girlfriend since September, or June, depending on who you ask. They're always together. Jealousy, maybe. Sometimes the really devoted ones can be obsessive. Has Harry dated any other girls? Bigsby laughed. Yeah, right after the second trial. Guess who? Fleur Delacour. Cedric noticed him still watching his date throughout the night. We've got motive, but we still haven't found the method. Keep at it, Kingsley ordered. No Veritaserum authorization yet. Not without stronger evidence. She's just the lead suspect. There's always the chance of a compulsion charm by someone else, so keep an eye out, the Auror captain ordered. Harry found himself in a very familiar room, the Hogwarts hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was standing over him, but an Auror was watching him from the foot of his bed. His mind was still reeling from everything he had seen. How long was I out? Harry asked. Just a little over an hour. Thank goodness you're all right. Whatever poison that was, it didn't show up in any of my medical scans, but we couldn't wake you no matter what we tried. Poison. The word reverberated in his mind. Somebody else mentioned that to him already. Yes, we believe your glass was poisoned at the ball. We're still having trouble tracking down how she did it, the Auror told him. Harry quickly remembered what had happened. He was still in his dress robes. The clock had just struck midnight and he'd fainted when the vision began. Then it struck him. Crouch had mentioned to Voldemort that he saw Harry drink something at the ball and faint. That must have been half an hour ago. There was a spy inside Hogwarts tonight, feeding Crouch information, or was Crouch there himself? Harry shuddered at the thought. How did he, or the spy, get off the grounds? Harry doubted that Voldemort was hiding within a half-hour owl's flight from Hogwarts. Walking off the grounds and apparating could work, and so would flowing. The chaos of Harry fainting would have been the perfect time to escape. But what if it was simply another form of instant communication? Harry couldn't take the chance. Voldemort still didn't know about Harry's visions, and he couldn't afford tell anyone he didn't trust completely. Could you let Hermione in, please? He asked. I know you still want to keep me here under your potions, Madame Pomfrey, but I assure you I'm feeling much better, and I could use the company. Mr. Potter, the Auror began. We have reason to believe that Miss Granger is the one who poisoned you. We've taken her into custody. What? Harry shouted, bolting upright. No, she'd never do that to me. You've got to let her go. It's just a misunderstanding. Mr. Potter, I know you had a close relationship with the girl in question, but you must understand. Tell me where she is, Harry interrupted. He swatted Madame Pomfrey's hand away as he searched for his wand. He found it on the tray beside the bed. Please, stay calm. Put down the wand. You're confused. You had a tiring night. You've just recovered from poison. The Orr held up both of his hands towards Harry in an attempt to placate the boy, but Harry wasn't stopping. Where is she? Is she in the DMLE at the ministry? Is she hurt? I can't tell you that. We have to keep you two apart. You could be in danger. Tell me, Harry roared. The Orr's words struck him hard. Keep us apart. No, I have to be by her side right now, he thought. She could be in danger. Who's the spy? Who's with her? With a burst of legitimacy, he thrust his will upon the Orr's mind. The Orr couldn't even bring his mental shields to block the attack before Harry found what he wanted. She was close by, in one of the Hogwarts dungeons that had been converted for use as an interrogation room for the Orrs stationed at the castle this year. Harry leapt from his bed with wand in hand, surprising Madame Pomfrey. The Orr was still off balance from the mental attack. He was out the door before either could stop him. Harry ran through the corridors hearing Orr's footsteps behind him, with shouts of, "Stop him!" He ducked down a secret corridor, shaving a minute off his trip to the dungeons and losing his pursuers at the same time. He knew he had arrived at the right dungeon when he saw Shacklebolt standing outside, talking to another Orr. Shacklebolt noticed him approaching first. Harry, that was a quick recovery. Are you sure you're not supposed to be in bed? Still suspicious of a potential spy working for Voldemort, and desperate to see Hermione, he nearly fired a spell at the Orr captain. He was barely able to calm himself enough to say between his heavy breaths, "Not poison. Hermione's innocent. Let her go." What do you mean, not poison? So you just decided to faint of your own accord? The Orr standing beside Shacklebolt asked doubtingly. Harry thought for a moment. A silly excuse was better than telling them the truth, he decided. Yes, I'm prone to fainting. It was just a coincidence. Now where is she? Bigsby, let me handle this one, Shacklebolt muttered to the other Orr. To Harry, he said, I assure you she's fine. We'll release her after questioning unharmed. Sorry, your word isn't good enough. I need to see her now. Harry's agitation was showing more and more. He kept glancing at the door behind the Orrs, wondering how quickly it would take him to unlock it himself. Are you going to open that door for me or not? The Orr who chased Harry from the hospital wing arrived from the opposite end of the hallway. Now there were 3 Orrs between him and the door. The Orr told his captain, Sir, he's paranoid and delusional. He attacked me and ran straight from the hospital wing. Probably thinks he has to be the White Wizard here to save his weeping witch. They think I'm crazy. Harry wondered. Well, I guess I am acting a little strange from their perspective. Calming himself a little and trying to look a little less crazy, he asked again, I just want to see her. Can you let me into the dungeon? With a quick discussion and a few nods to his Orrs, Shacklebolt said, as long as you don't try anything funny. You'll have to hand in your wand. Harry weighed his options. There was the possibility that they'd just stun him and take him back to the hospital wing, but they probably also thought he'd attack them or maybe Hermione if he didn't. He did a surface legitimacy scan. Shacklebolt had strong shields, and he couldn't feel anything from him. Bigsby was just surprised and suspicious. The one from the hospital was feeling hostile. Tell him to put away his wand and unlock the door, then I'll give mine over, Harry bargained. Shacklebolt nodded in agreement. Vern, put down your wand and show him in. After he did so, Harry handed over his wand to Bigsby. Making sure not to do anything surprising, he walked inside. Hermione was shackled to a chair, sobbing quietly. Her eyes were puffy and her hair was a mess. She looked up as he walked in. Harry, you have to believe me, I didn't put anything in your drink. I swear, Harry, I'd never betray you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She began to bawl uncontrollably. Harry ran up to her and wrapped his arm around her protectively. He ed her forehead reassuringly and asked, Are you all right, Hermione? Did they hurt you? You didn't have anything to do with what happened to me, Hermione. Don't worry. He wiped her cheeks with his thumb. I thought IW was going to lose you, Harry. You only had a sip of the cider, and then you fainted. It must have been something really potent. She sniffled as she spoke, causing her chest to heave unevenly. Hey, you're talking to the guy who's survived basilisk venom twice, Harry joked. I'll always find you again no matter what happens to me. He brushed her hair back with his fingers and lifted her chin, smiling at her. Hermione gave a weak smile. Once, she corrected. So what was it? Madame Pomfrey must have figured it out pretty quickly. Oh, it wasn't a poison. I'll tell you about it later. You're the only one I can trust right now, Harry whispered as he leaned into Hermione's ear. Although I'm going to need some kind of excuse for why I'd faint for no reason. You're epileptic, Hermione suggested. I'm not sure what that is, but I guess it'll work, Harry answered. To the Aurors standing at the door, he shouted, Hey! Could you guys let her go now? Rather surprised at how much calmer both of them were now that they were reunited, Shacklebolt undid the locks binding Hermione to the chair. She immediately leapt up and hugged Harry with all her might. Both of them refused to let each other go as Shacklebolt cleared his throat awkwardly. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, but we'd like you to come in for some questioning tomorrow. I'd rather speak to Dumbledore, actually. In private. Is he available right now? Dumbledore would get involved directly at some point, Shacklebolt knew. If it wasn't as the headmaster of the school, it would be as the supreme mugwump if this became an international concern. If a suspect was actually caught and taken to court, he'd be there as the chief warlock. Having Harry speak to him directly might even speed up the process. He ordered Vern to go find the headmaster. Half an hour later, Harry and Hermione were sitting in Dumbledore's office with the Aurors waiting outside. Still in their dress robes but looking far more tired and unkempt, they waited for their headmaster to close and lock the door. Drop. Dumbledore offered. When they both politely declined, the headmaster sighed and continued. Why is it that you asked to see me, but refused to answer the questions of the Aurors, Harry? Instead of answering directly, Harry asked, Is your office secure, headmaster? Can anybody overhear our conversation in here? I ensure my office is always secure for private discussions, Harry. Seeing the unsure look on Harry's face, he cast a wide spell that caused the entire room to glow briefly, leaving only a few spots glowing. The room is clear, Harry. The only monitoring charms here are the ones I placed myself, for security. There won't be any eavesdropping short of a true diviner intent on hearing our conversation, and they have not existed for a few hundred years. Thank you, sir. Harry relaxed slightly. What just happened to me at midnight was another vision, like the one I wrote to you about in the summer. Hermione gasped. Dumbledore stroked his beard. I see. So the fact that you fainted right after taking a drink was mere coincidence. Harry nodded. There's a lot that happened. I'm trying to organize everything in my mind right now. Why don't you tell me from the beginning, then? Harry took a deep breath and began slowly. My vision started at the end of a ritual Voldemort and Pettigrew were performing. When he woke up, the first thing he asked for was the time. He punished Pettigrew for finishing a few minutes late, Harry explained. He paused here, wondering, why did he have to finish at 11:58 exactly, instead of midnight? In fact, why New Year's at all? I think the most magically powerful days were on the solstices and equinoxes. I see you've been taking your astronomy classes more seriously than your potions, Dumbledore chuckled. New Year's Eve is, in fact, a rather important day for Voldemort. He was born several minutes before the stroke of midnight. Was the ritual he was performing some sort of rebirth ritual? Harry nodded. He transferred to a new body. The last time he was in some tiny, baby's body that Pettigrew carried, but now he's the size of an adult and he can walk around by himself. Dumbledore nodded knowingly. One of the rituals he may have been attempting would require that he perform it as close to his own birth date as possible. What about the baby's body he was in before? Harry asked. I sincerely hope you are only asking out of curiosity, and you will never attempt the ritual yourself. Harry only nodded in response. Then it is best not to mention it at all, other than to say it was the result of an extremely dark magic mixed with a very damaged soul. Is there anything else you remember? The snake showed up again, and it's grown a lot bigger. Oh, I think the snake's a basilisk. Voldemort mentioned its stare and its venom wasn't really mature yet. I knew it would be rather silly for him to make a Horcrux out of a plain old boa constrictor or something, Hermione commented. Eep, she squeaked as she caught Dumbledore's surprised look. How did you know about such a dark object? The headmaster asked cautiously. It couldn't have been from the books within the restricted section. Voldemort mentioned it. Harry made up an excuse. We didn't know what the word meant in the summer, but Hermione's just brilliant at researching, you know, and we managed to figure out what it was by the time school started. We figured you already knew what the ritual was by what we could describe. Go on, then, Harry, the headmaster said with a kindly smile. Harry knew that, inside, Dumbledore was probably doubting his story. He'd have to be more careful. Well, next he talked to a new Death Eater. He was named Crouch. I'm almost certain that was the Bartemius Crouch I saw on the map that put my name in the cup, sir. His voice was different from Mr. Crouch here, a lot younger. He's the one who constructed the new body for Voldemort. He also mentioned a spy here at Hogwarts. He knew about me fainting at the ball, headmaster, and it couldn't have been more than half an hour since it happened. This is indeed troubling, Dumbledore mused. I can see why you felt you couldn't trust the Aurors. He was trying to find out how you knew about Riddle Manor. Apparently he's still unaware I'm having the visions, Harry said. Sir, may I ask what you found out when you investigated the manor? Harry, I would prefer you not concern yourself with what happens to Voldemort. The information you're providing me is undoubtedly helpful in the fight against darkness, but I would prefer you enjoy your childhood while you still can. He gave Harry his best, jolly old man, smile. Harry didn't take in a word of it. Sir, he's already robbed me of my parents and then got involved in my life again when I was reintroduced to the magical world. I don't think ignoring him would make him ignore me. In fact, he seemed to have a rather unhealthy interest in watching my progress in the tournament, Harry retorted. Ah, yes, but you must not face him before you're ready, Harry. It is important to choose your battles wisely instead of rushing to meet your opponent at the earliest opportunity. But if we don't keep track of what Voldemort's up to, how can we know when is the right time to face him? Hermione asked. Miss Granger, if Voldemort does return to power, then there will be many roles in the days to come. Coordinating the forces of the light is not the job of a young student such as yourself. But what about Harry? Voldemort's taken a personal interest in him. He's going to have to face him eventually. Then let us hope it does not come to that. It is the role of the adults to take arms and protect the innocent such as yourselves. I'd rather not hope about it, but actually know what I'll be facing and prepare for it, Hermione huffed. Harry smiled. He knew she wasn't the type to hope she got good grades even if she'd been tutoring all the other students in their year. She'd certainly been helping him prepare for nearly every possibility when it came to the Triwizard Trials. Do not doubt the power of hope, because hope is one of the greatest sources of light when you are faced with darkness, Dumbledore said. When plans fail, hope is what carries people through. Harry was getting frustrated with Dumbledore's answers. Did he always have a wise-sounding answer to everything? The discussion was going in circles. There was no point in any more discussion other than to get what they came here for originally. Thank you, Headmaster, I'll keep your advice in mind. You'll tell the Aurors that Hermione's done nothing wrong, then? He asked as he took Hermione's hand. With a nod from Dumbledore, they left his office, walking past the security team waiting outside. They slipped past the Aurors, avoiding their gazes. As they approached Gryffindor Tower, Hermione tugged back on Harry's hand. Harry, I don't want to go to bed yet. Aren't you tired, Hermione? Harry asked, concerned by what he saw in front of him. Hermione was already drained at the ball from dancing, and after that she underwent an interrogation by the Aurors. He thought that rest would be the first thing on her mind. Harry, I just want to be with you a little longer. An hour ago I thought you were dying, and that I might have had a hand in it. He reassuringly held her closer as they turned the corner towards the room of requirement instead of the fat lady's portrait. You didn't, Hermione, You have to remember that. Even if you did, I wouldn't blame you for it. It would have had to be some compulsion charm, or the Imperius, or something like that. I know you'd never hurt me willingly. It's just. The interrogation. It felt awful, Hermione mumbled. Harry lost his concentration when she said that, making him attempt to summon the room all over again. What did they do to you? It's not so much what they did, but what they said. They kept asking questions like, do you know what you've done? And telling me, you'll never walk away with this many witnesses. When they started asking me for the formula of the poison, I realized they probably couldn't wake you and you might have been dying. They walked into the room together, which had fashioned itself into something much like a deluxe suite at a hotel. They both sat down on the bed and Hermione leaned her head onto Harry's shoulder. You know, it's not so bad, is it? If it was poison, you could always go back in time again and we'd be reunited. You'd be saving my life, too. He wondered if this was the right thing to say in this situation. He realized it probably wasn't when Hermione cried harder. But that wouldn't fix anything. She sobbed. I thought you really were poisoned, and I'd done it. What if you never trusted me anymore? What would be the first thing you'd do when we found each other in the chamber again? She flopped down onto the bed and curled into a ball. Or, even worse, if I was found guilty and sent to Azkaban, then I wouldn't be able to send myself back anyway, and I'd have to live years with those dementors. Hermione, you're thinking too much again. Have you forgotten how much you've done for me? How much you've suffered for me? Harry was almost brought to tears when he realized how much his friendship with Hermione had cost her over the years. No, Harry, be a man. Stay strong, he told himself. I almost thought I'd never see you again, either. I was so scared when I woke up and they told me you'd been taken away. Hermione's breathing grew quieter as they lay on the bed together, savoring each other's presence, which they could have lost with a little bad luck. Did you come straight to me, Harry? Hermione mumbled, half asleep. As soon as I found out. I attacked an Auror to find out where you were, Harry winced. Hopefully they wouldn't charge him with anything as he was pretty agitated at the time, and Dumbledore would put in a good word for him, wouldn't he? Thanks. Hermione mumbled in response. She must have been really tired if she didn't berate Harry for doing something so irresponsible. He guessed he should never tell her about how he was almost contemplating dueling two Aurors at once just to get into the room. Soon enough, they were both asleep on the bed in each other's arms, still wearing their dress robes. New Year's Day was far calmer than New Year's Eve. Partly because it was a holiday, but also because the two of them avoided everyone else as much as possible. Their day started off with sleeping in and skipping breakfast, opting to have a late brunch inside the kitchens instead of the Great Hall. The few students that saw them along the way were amused to see them still in their dress robes, but also surprised to see Hermione walking with Harry. From the scene at the ball, the Hogwarts rumor mill had already worked the story that Hermione was taken to Azkaban and Harry was dead. Or, from another group of students, that Hermione was plotting to kill Dumbledore but Harry heroically took the fall for the headmaster. Needless to say, Hermione was probably going to have a very hard time in the next few days, and Harry decided that he should stick with her as much as possible until the rumors died down even if it meant going to potions class again. Are you sure about that? Hermione asked as she worked on her omelet. Professor Snape is going to be absolutely livid when you walk into the classroom. I'd love to see the look on his face when I brew the potions perfectly, Harry said, staring at the strange, custom creation from Dobby. He'd asked for something tasty, and this was the result. I think we'll probably be able to start studying fifth-year potions after the trial of water, thanks to your wonderful tutoring. Harry, if you're going to class, you should take it seriously, Hermione chided. Can't promise you that, he replied, taking the first bite of his breakfast. He had to hand it to the little elf. It might have looked strange, but it was what he'd asked for. He won't teach the class seriously when I'm in it. In fact, I'm sure he'll try to give me a failing grade for whatever I brew, so I'll probably end up reminding him that I don't even have to take the class this year. Harry, you have to take school seriously. He was touching on one of her sore points. Which is why I'm studying potions with you instead, he gave her a smug grin. I'm only going to class for your protection, anyway. It won't really be that bad. I'm able to handle myself in classes. I'm guessing it'll be like second year when Malfoy was taunting me about being the monster's next target. Then it's all the more reason for me to be there, Harry concluded. Changing the subject, he said, do you think Dumbledore really meant what he said last night? About what? How I'm not supposed to do anything at all while he and the Aurors take down Voldemort. I think he honestly believes you shouldn't worry. But do you think it's the right thing to do? Harry stopped eating and stared straight at Hermione. She shifted uncomfortably. He has had experience fighting Voldemort before. He's Professor Dumbledore. He did try to track down Voldemort at Riddle Manor after we owled him, even if he didn't tell us what he actually did. Hermione. Harry kept his eyes on her until she broke. All right, fine. I think he's wrong, all right. We should be learning as much as we possibly can right now. Her eagerness for research and planning had won over her respect for the professor. You know, he pretty much said the same thing back in my first year after my run-in with Quirrell. It was basically, yes, Voldemort isn't dead, but don't worry about it for now. When exactly should I start worrying, anyway? Maybe when you're of age. Hermione suggested. Although if he's anything like my grandparents, he'd keep treating you like a little boy no matter how old you get. Given how he tried to kill me as a baby, I don't think Voldemort has any problems trying to off me while I'm still legally a child. Harry complained. I need to prepare for him now. For all I know, Dumbledore could just drop dead, for some reason, next year. He paused as he tried to remember. How am I supposed to prepare for that? I don't think you can, especially if we don't know why or how it happened. Maybe Dumbledore does have a point, for this year at least. You should concentrate on more immediate concerns. What do you mean by that? The trial of water's coming up, Harry. We need you to be more prepared. I'm still swimming with you, aren't I? I mean, we haven't practiced for the past few days, but that's because of the ball. That's just muggle swimming, Harry. You need to learn that so you won't drown if you drop your wand. We need to start practicing magic underwater. And scouting out the Black Lake isn't a bad idea, either. You should get familiar with it so you don't get lost when you're down there. We should start as soon as possible. Fine, Harry said. Hedwig should be back with the gillyweed by tomorrow. I'll tell her to buy some more. I hope she's not mad at me. Why would she be? Hermione asked, puzzled. Well, the only place to order it was from the North Africa Specialty Compound Acquisition and Research Group. Gillyweed only grows in the Sahara, apparently. I guess Neville forgot to mention that when he suggested it. I only ordered 3 hours worth for the trial, but I guess I'll get more so I can swim every day before the trial. I hope she doesn't mind flying all the way there again. The apothecaries in Diagon or Unifer's Alley didn't have it. And why would a water plant grow in the desert? Hermione wondered. Nope, not enough interest in it, I guess. They offered to order it for me, but it was faster to deal with the company directly. And the Sahara isn't actually a desert, it's just what the Muggles see. It's one of the biggest wizarding nature preserves in the world, including the world's largest lake, Harry explained proudly, getting the chance to teach Hermione something. He was actually just regurgitating word for word what his Owl Order potions supplier had told him. We have to visit that someday, Harry, Hermione said, slamming both her hands on the table. And once you get better at swimming, the Great Barrier Reef. And Yellowstone Park. And the Galapagos Islands. Oh, Harry, there's so much of the world I want to see as soon as we finish school. What happened to our more immediate concerns? Harry joked. He'd never had a chance to even see pictures of the places she mentioned, except the reef during a documentary they watched over the summer. If the other places she suggested were as beautiful as that, he wanted to go as well. Hermione gave him the best puppy dog impression she could muster, but she wasn't very experienced at it. Okay, fine, we'll take a trip together after graduation. I want to see it, too. Harry waited for Hermione in the common room after changing out of his dress robes. The other boys, for the most part, were completely used to various incidents causing Harry to end up in the hospital wing, so he had no difficulty getting to his dorm to get changed. Hermione, he suspected, was having much more trouble. While he was waiting, he caught some flaming red hair approach out of the corner of his eye. Hey, Harry, I heard what happened last night, Ginny said. I wanted to say. Why you can. If you want to talk about it. Harry sighed. Ginny would be the fifth person to say that to him, and he'd only been awake for an hour so far. From whom? He asked. What? Ginny was taken aback by Harry's response. Whichever story you heard, it wasn't from me, so which story did you hear? Harry asked her as gently as he could, but he couldn't hide his frustration very well. Evelyn told me that you broke up with Hermione at the ball and she didn't take it so well. She may have heard that story from Ophelia in Hufflepuff, though, who probably got it straight from Cedric, she recalled. Seeing that Harry was still waiting for more, she continued. Everyone was sitting on the opposite side of the hall from the champions table, he's the only one who could see everything. I only saw the Aurors taking Hermione away, and she was absolutely hysterical. I didn't know what she did to you, but I think she wanted to go back for more. She was fighting them tooth and nail to get back to you. They eventually had to stun her. The story was entirely false, but he was waiting for what Ginny had seen herself. Really? You saw them stun Hermione? Hermione hadn't told him that part. Then again, a proper stunner shouldn't hurt. Perhaps she was embarrassed about completely losing her composure. Yeah, she must have been furious. At first I thought she was worried about you, but when I heard from Evelyn. Ginny told him. She was worried about me, Ginny. We didn't break up. I'm epileptic. Harry decided to use Hermione's excuse. You're what? I'll get Hermione to explain it, Harry said, not really knowing what it was either. But the point is, that story about us breaking up is false. So is the story about her trying to poison me. What really happened was I just fainted when the clock struck midnight and she overreacted. Oh, so you two are, still together. Ginny's cheeks were starting to match her hair. Yes, happily, Harry answered. Oh, okay. That's good. Ginny darted away before Harry could say goodbye. Hermione came running down the stairs a few minutes later. Let's go, Harry. She grabbed him without explaining why she was in such a rush, but Harry heard shouting from the girls' dorms and saw feet at the top of the stairs. Let me guess, they think we broke up and they want you to stay away from me. Harry asked as they ran out of the tower. No, that's just Lavender and Parvati. They're just mad I washed off all their hard work last night and went with something simpler. That's it. They're that angry over a little makeup. And they thought we broke up, and it was because I wasn't dolled up the way they suggested. The breakup rumor seems to be the most popular theory in Gryffindor. They ran down to the library, which was almost completely empty, except for a few Ravenclaws, the extremely studious ones who didn't attend the ball and didn't care about rumors anyway. They began with Hogwarts, a history to see what creatures lurked below the surface of the Black Lake. It seemed the giant squid had been there since the time of the founders. Grindylows and merfolk were common. Harry would never be able to learn the merfolk language in time, but Hermione picked up a tome on merfolk culture to make sure Harry wouldn't accidentally offend them and end up with half the village chasing him across the lake. Jealousies would be active during this time of year as well, which could instantly give Harry frostbite if he wasn't careful with them. Sadly, throughout the 1,000-year history of Hogwarts, very few wizards had taken the time to bother exploring the lake at all. The most detailed map they could find only pointed to the general location of the merfolk village and a vague area marked, "Do not enter." It was also about 300 years out of date. After learning all they could about the creatures of the Black Lake, Hermione began looking up other aquatic creatures, while Harry studied some water-based spells that could be useful. Strangely enough, Harry was the one who had to keep Hermione focused, as she kept wandering towards the geography and travel section to look up more about the Sahara. He found a modified warming charm which could make the lake water more comfortable and a modified bubble head charm to allow him to breathe, both of which Hermione insisted he learn just in case he ran out of, or lost, his gillyweed during the trial. He memorized a few offensive spells as well, like the freezing and boiling charms, and a wave charm. The wave charm was technically for a wizard outside of water casting on the surface, but they hoped it would work underwater as well. Hermione got the brilliant idea of performing featherweight charms on things, including Harry himself, to make them float away. After finding a good day's worth of material to practice, they headed up to the room of requirement and created the swimming pool again, this time to practice casting spells underwater. The room couldn't provide them with creatures, but it did manage to create target dummies underwater. Underwater casting, they found, was very different from casting on land or in the air. The spells Harry could perform nonverbally came out well, but every spell he had to voice the incantation failed. That could explain why wizards were so reluctant to explore the sea. Even for the spells that he could cast perfectly, only some of them worked. The standard flame hex didn't work at all underwater. He had to rely on the boiling charm to heat the water, which also behaved differently. On land, it could boil a pot of water that he pointed the wand at, but underwater, it would immediately boil the water at the tip of his wand. The wave charm, as they had suspected, only worked on the water's surface, not underneath. Other standard dueling spells, like the severing charm, disarming charm, bludgeoning hex, and stunning hex moved slower through the water than through the air, and the spells themselves looked shorter and brighter, as if they were compressed. Harry spent much of his time relearning his aim, while Hermione kept working on the modified bubble head and warming charms so she could teach Harry after she perfected the spells. They decided to leave mapping out the Black Lake until next week, after they were both comfortable enough with casting underwater to defend themselves and Hedwig could return with a larger batch of gillyweed. Their first day of classes began on a brighter note as Hedwig flew in, delivering his first package of gillyweed. She was tired from the long-distance flight, but turned out to be quite proud that Harry would rely on her for the same flight again, but with an even larger package. Harry gave her his entire plate of bacon as a reward. Neville stood by them when some of the others looked at them suspiciously. Luna offered her condolences, suggesting that next time, they should wear the entire potted flumpet instead of just a few flowers so that the Nargles didn't steal their night away. Harry chuckled at that. The twins were putting on a good show with Colin, bribing him for pictures of Ron at the ball, who was desperately trying to get them destroyed. The Daily Prophet arrived in the middle of breakfast with the other post owls. Harry and Hermione were both anticipating the bad news in the papers, quite possibly all across the front page. It wasn't nearly as bad as they thought. News of Harry's collapse took up only half of the front page, with the other half devoted to Cedric and Fleur, the new darling celebrity couple. All the girls with subscriptions to Which Weekly were distracted with the arrival of their magazine. Harry read the front page article. Harry Potter collapses at the stroke of midnight. By Gwendolyn Fairweather. The New Year's ball was a stunning event, as everyone expected. For the youngest champion, however, it seems that it was quite literally stunning. After a tiring night of dancing, the excitement of the final countdown to the new year ended in his fainting on the spot. Initially, the Aurors suspected that it could have been an attack on the champion, and took no chances when they immediately moved Mr. Potter to the hospital wing under guard and took in Mr. Potter's date, one Hermione Granger, for questioning. The other partygoers were quickly questioned in a very efficient manner under the direction of Auror Captain Kingsley Shacklebolt. Thankfully, the excitement was all for naught as Mr. Potter recovered quickly with a few reinvigoration potions. Miss Granger's questioning was cut short when Mr. Potter personally arrived at the tournament security office at Hogwarts. Miss Granger's story was confirmed by Mr. Potter himself. They spoke to Professor Dumbledore regarding the details of the event, as it was no longer a criminal investigation, explained Captain Shacklebolt. He told us that he has a muggle condition which makes him prone to fainting. This condition, called epilepsy, no relation to the basic healing charm, is unheard of in the wizarding world, but it bears similarity to the seer's swoon. To the lament of Professor Trelawney, Mr. Potter has chosen to drop his divination class this year, as he apparently had little talent for making predictions, although many predictions about him were made by others. It is unknown whether or not the condition is contagious. The rest of the article simply described, through the account of others, how Harry enjoyed the night, and included a few pictures of him with the other champions when they were waiting outside the Great Hall. Well, it could have been worse, Harry said. But this is kind of scary. How fainting is, linked to visions. Seeing the confused look on Neville's face, he added, I don't want Trelawney hounding me all over again. They couldn't even get the spelling right. Of course it's not contagious. Hermione was too annoyed at wizarding culture in general to hear Harry. This isn't a muggle disease, it affects the human brain. Some wizards must suffer it, too. Maybe they do, but they just think it's the seer's swoon, suggested Harry. That's as bad as muggles a few hundred years ago. They thought it was demonic possession or something. The wizarding world is so backwards. Hermione grumbled. You wouldn't faint from demonic possession, Neville said. Your body would burn to ashes from the inside out. That kind of stuff is scary. There hasn't even been a dark wizard insane enough to try it for the last few centuries. You know who was scary, but at least he isn't crazy enough to try that. Harry and Hermione stared at him, wide-eyed. Where did you hear about something like that? Professor Binns never talks about those kinds of things in History of Magic. It's a bedtime story. All wizards grow up with it. Neville told them. Oh, right, you two wouldn't know about that. As they read through the paper, a familiar name came up as Harry expected another slanderous article. This time, though, the article wasn't about him. Muggleborn Setting Sights on Harry Potter. By Rita Skeeter. On New Year's Eve, one particular witch seemed to have made a pretty lofty resolution to snag herself Harry Potter. Sporting an outrageously provocative dress that was obviously of Muggle origin, she remained at Mr. Potter's side throughout the night and refused to allow anyone else to dance with him. Mr. Potter, however, couldn't take his eyes off another girl, Fleur Delacour, all night long. One needed only a quick glance to tell his heart lusted after only one other, and it certainly wasn't some Muggleborn witch. She undoubtedly had been determined to make this her night, planning ages in advance. Anyone spending this much time and effort would, of course, have a backup plan in case something went wrong. After handing him a glass of cider to celebrate the new year, Potter collapsed after drinking it. I've never seen her look the way she did that night. She obviously used plenty of glamours to primp herself up. You won't believe how ugly she is in class, said Miss Parkinson. The only thing she's got is her smarts, and you know boys won't ever notice how smart a girl is from across the room. I wouldn't put it past her to try a potion on Potter. She thinks she can outwit the professors. The Aurors have already closed the investigation, saying Mr. Potter would not be pressing charges and, in fact, went to retrieve the suspect from the interrogation himself. They failed to mention, however, how eccentric he was acting the moment he awoke. She was the first thing he asked about the moment he awoke. Auror Verne, the officer assigned to guarding Potter in Hogwarts Hospital Wing, told us. He was obsessed with her, I'd say. Couldn't have been thinking clearly to do what he did. The Auror declined to comment further under orders from his captain. How does a boy go from stepping all over his date's toes while watching another girl on the dance floor, then collapsing after a drink, to dashing across the castle to save a Muggleborn witch? You don't have to be an Arithmancer to see how this adds up. All right, she can slander me all she wants, but you're off limits, Harry growled. Keep the map on you, and find her during the trial of water. This article is so racist. Hermione looked aghast. She didn't even bother writing my name. She just kept calling me the Muggleborn girl. This is. I can't. AHHHRG. She threw the paper down in disgust. I didn't really notice, Neville said sheepishly. I mean, I know she was talking about Hermione, but this is pretty normal for newspapers. Muggleborns don't really get mentioned by name in the papers unless they do something really amazing. Or marry into a wizarding family. Both Harry and Hermione were shocked at the insight into wizarding culture that Neville had provided them. It seemed that, while the general attitude among the students was pretty accepting of Muggleborns, that was a relatively new idea that had only come after the last war with Voldemort ended. It was no wonder he managed to gain such a strong following 20 years ago. Their sour mood didn't abate by the time they arrived in potions class, but that worked to Harry's advantage. He walked into the room feeling very vindictive. In Harry's absence, Neville had taken to partnering with Hermione for their potions, and as a result, his potions were far better than before. Harry didn't want to ruin a good thing, and he was prepared for his own potion to get rather messy. I see the great last place champion has finally decided to grace us with his presence, drawled Snape as Harry entered the classroom. The Slytherins laughed. Harry stayed silent, knowing he'd be using his champion immunity to limit that day. Seeing no reaction, Snape continued to taunt Harry. I suppose losing so badly has made you finally realize that flying on a broom all day won't win you the tournament, I'm afraid to say that you won't be able to make up for your poor performance by attempting to learn something now. I sure won't, Harry agreed enthusiastically. Everyone turned to stare at him. Using potions in a duel is against the rules. I'm just here out of curiosity. You're not going to teach me anything useful, Snape. The Gryffindors were shocked by his candor, while the Slytherins were glaring at him venomously at the slight against their head of house. Well, they won't be focusing on Hermione now, Harry thought. Part 1. Success. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter, and another 10 for not addressing your professor properly. Snape snarled. You can't do that, Snape. I'm not a student in your class, and you're not my professor. I told you, I'm just a visitor today, as the non-affiliated 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry snickered to himself. I can't teach an insolent brat like you, shouted Snape angrily. Can't teach, period, muttered Harry. Are you going to start the lesson, Snape? With his jaw clenched tight, the potions professor indicated on the board the ingredients for the reinvigoration potion. If you've all studied the formula over the holidays as I asked, you should know the exact order these ingredients combine together to create the reinvigoration potion. You will all work in pairs, except you, Potter. I can't have a dunderhead bringing down the quality of one of the real students' potions. Harry nearly laughed aloud when Snape announced the subject. Neville and Hermione were amused, as well. Last month, during dueling training, all of them had been brewing the potion multiple times a day. Harry could do it while he was exhausted. Neville didn't need Hermione's help for this one. All three also noticed 2 unnecessary ingredients, one of which would cause the potion to taste worse, and the other would make it fail horribly. Neither was taught on the 4th-year curriculum until the end, which Harry had already finished. The Slytherins had been warned by Snape before class. Harry wondered how he could get that information to the other Gryffindors. As he walked up to the ingredient cabinet, he saw an all too familiar face. Hey, Draco. I'm surprised you weren't expelled, Harry said with a wild grin on his face. How much did it cost your father to keep you in school? Shut it, Potter, was Draco's only reply. Surprisingly, even around other Slytherins, he no longer had the same bossy confidence as before. He only commanded the respect of Crabbe and Goyle now, who Harry suspected only hung out with him under orders from their parents. It seemed that they all knew Draco's wand was snapped and he'd just received a new one. Harry decided to bait Snape by deliberately picking up the unnecessary ingredients. He knew Snape was watching him as he carried all the listed ingredients back to his workbench. Hermione and Neville looked at him questioningly, but he just winked. He began preparing the initial few ingredients, throwing them into the cauldron. Others were doing the same, as it was a commonly used potion base. When he noticed others were having trouble and trying to figure out the remaining ingredients, however, he picked up the shrewberries and very nearly dropped them into his cauldron, but paused. Knowing Snape was eagerly awaiting the chance to humiliate him for an improper potion, he started eating the berries instead. Potter, why are you eating one of your ingredients? Snape roared. Once again, everyone turned to stare at him as he continued eating. Tastes good, Harry said. And I'm hungry. Why not? Only a fool such as yourself would eat a raw potion ingredient. Why don't you try the hornpepper next? Too spicy. Besides, it needs to be properly prepared or else it'll kill you. The shrewberries, on the other hand, are perfectly fine to eat straight from the bush. They're just a flavor enhancer, Harry explained, watching Snape lose his composure. He just needed a little more to tip him over the edge. But I really have to wonder if your potion's mastery is legitimate, Snape, if you think shrewberries aren't good to eat or if they should be part of a reinvigoration draft at all. You think you know enough about potions to challenge my authority? Tell me, Potter, do you know what are the proper buffers to mix dragon's blood and giant's blood in a single potion? Snape challenged. Oh, stop trying to change the subject, Harry said casually, waving his hand dismissively at Snape. Even a 4th year knows that shrewberries make things taste worse if you use them in a potion that also has aconite bark. Suddenly, half the Gryffindors looked down at their own benches and moved the berries off to the side. A few of them even ate the berries themselves. Snape furiously began deducting points from the students who followed Harry's lead. And what on earth is the dried newt tail doing here? It'll just make the potion explode. I really have to question your credentials. There was another flurry of movement as the Gryffindors moved yet another ingredient away from their cauldrons. Detention. Potter, roared Snape. Can't do that, remember. I'm just visiting, Harry reminded him. I'll be sure to fail you. You'll never get to write the owl. Snape was now seething. You're saying you can fail me in a class one won't take until next year. That really shows your professionalism, Snape. The fuming professor drew his wand. Harry was prepared to defend himself, but Snape only vanished his potion. Get out of my class, Potter. You're not allowed to throw me out, Snape. That would be a blatant violation of the rights for all Triwizard champions to have equal education and resources at Hogwarts. He went to the cabinet to grab more potions ingredients, but Snape tried to stop him. Do not waste my potions ingredients, Potter. You've already used up your share, Snape spat. I didn't waste anything, Snape. You're the one who vanished my potion, which you should have known, if you really are a potions master, was brewing perfectly. It's well within my rights to get a chance to practice brewing this potion when I've done nothing wrong. Besides, there's still plenty of time left in class for this potion. He continued to gather the ingredients again, making sure to grab another measure of berries. You already know the berries aren't necessary for the potion, Potter. Why are you still taking them? Hissed Snape. Popping another one in his mouth, Harry pointed to the front of the room and said, It's still up there on the board. You've told us all to grab the berries for something, and if it's not as a part of the potion, I think it's to keep us energized while we brew this. Potions is such a boring subject. He spent the remainder of class brewing his potion and grinning like mad at Snape as much as he could, taunting him to try something else. So distracted by Harry's behavior, he forgot to pester the other students. Nearly everyone managed to brew at least a passable reinvigoration potion, but Snape still tried to fail a few Gryffindors. Harry left, feeling it was the best potions class he'd had, and quite possibly, would ever have. He should have put the champion's visitation rights to use months ago. When Hedwig returned a few days later with the big batch of gillyweed, Harry and Hermione had both become used to casting spells underwater and were confident they could both defend themselves as well as perform an emergency escape, which was the modified bubblehead charm and the featherweight charm nonverbally, underwater. At the side of the Black Lake, they warded a little private area for their exploration trips. Standing at the edge of the water with a few extra layers of robes, Harry turned to Hermione and asked, Are you ready? She nodded in response. Casting warming charms on themselves, they shrugged off the robes and popped a dose of gillyweed in their mouths. It was springy and rubbery, and as they chewed it, it squirted some of its juices out. Thankfully, it didn't taste that bad. They wouldn't have to gag while keeping it in their mouths. As soon as breathing air began to feel uncomfortable, they jumped into the water. It only took a few seconds for the transformation to complete. Their hands became webbed as their feet grew larger and flatter. Slits opened up at their ribcages as water passed straight through their lungs. It was an odd feeling for Harry to get used to. The first thing they noticed about the lake was that the water was salty, but that it also tasted right. They gulped down their first few breaths of water. The next was that the water was a bit too warm, canceling their warming charms. It felt much more comfortable. He looked over to Hermione, who signaled to him that she was fine. They began swimming slowly away from the shore. Hermione pulled out a piece of parchment and quill, charmed to be waterproof, and began making sketches. Harry did the same. While neither of them had any proper cartography tools or training, they only needed the maps to be accurate enough for Harry to recognize some underwater landmarks. The shallowest regions of the lake seemed rather ordinary. They only saw a few fish that darted away before they came anywhere nearby. They had to move deeper to see anything useful for navigation. Below them was a thick kelp forest. Neither of them could see the bottom, and they were both wary of the dangers that could be lurking in there. They swam over it, trying to keep track of how far they were moving as they sketched out their maps. Suddenly, Harry noticed movement just below him. He whipped out his wand just in time to throw a bludgeoner at a Grindylow that darted out from the kelp. Hermione, who was still sketching, was caught off guard as another Grindylow went for her and wrapped its long fingers around her leg. Harry blasted it off with a bludgeoner while Hermione released her wand from her holster. They were quickly firing bludgeoning hexes all around them as a pack of Grindylows swarmed towards them from below. They both swam upwards so they were a good 3 meters above the kelp again, easily picking off the few foolish Grindylows that still tried to attack them. The rest retreated back to the safety of the kelp. Hermione quickly added a note to her map. Grindylow packs. She scribbled. Harry knew that, on the day of the tournament, he could be doing all that again, except without Hermione as backup. They continued along the path they were on before, except higher above the kelp. Harry kept his wand out while Hermione continued mapping. The kelp ended at a cliff, where the lake rapidly got deeper. Harry couldn't see the bottom. Nodding to each other, they both swam down. Harry lit his wand with lumos, which gave them a few meters of visibility. They could see the lake bed, which Harry guessed was about 15 meters from the surface. He could barely see the sunlight from this depth. They continued along the bottom, taking note of anything peculiar. They passed by an old, rotting shipwreck. How did such a huge ship get here? Wondered Harry. Then again, how did the Durmstrang ship get here? There were a few small caves and alcoves in the rockier parts of the lake, a few of which had creatures lurking inside. They even passed by the giant squid at some point. Harry had no idea how to defend himself against such a monstrous creature, but thankfully, he didn't have to. It swam past without any hostility. Harry could swear it even waved a tentacle at them as it left. They continued on, enjoying the sights that the lake had to offer, but ever cautious of another attack. They stopped cold, quite literally, when they reached the jellies' breeding grounds. They were especially active at this time of year, and they could both feel the drop in temperature as they saw a giant ice structure anchored to the rocks with the creatures swarming over it. Individually, they would have been invisible, but the huge mass of semi-transparent blobs was hard to miss. They decided to cut their exploration short here, as the gillyweed was due to wear off soon anyway. As they surfaced, Hermione took note of where they were. They could still see their robes and shoes in a pile at the shore underneath their notice-me-not wards at a distance. 2 hours of exploration and they had only managed to map out about a quarter of the lake. They knew what would keep them busy right up until the trial of water. Harry and Hermione found that they had to do most of the work in preparation for the trial. Moody, unfortunately, wasn't much help with this trial. Not many wizards think of hiding in a lake, was his excuse. If they do, I'd just blast them from above on my broom. They still had their Saturday morning practice with him, as Harry knew he still had a lot to learn about combat and dueling. Luna and Neville couldn't accompany them, either. Neville had only just become comfortable with getting his face in the water. They ended up heading to the Black Lake every day after class, spending about 2 hours under the surface each day. Over the next week, the two of them had several close encounters in the lake. Harry insisted on practicing defending both of them against Grindylows, causing him to take a few scratches while chivalrously leaving Hermione unscathed in the encounters. They also wandered into what they thought was another kelp forest, but turned out to be the edge of the merfolk village, where they had their kelp farms. They were nearly speared as they attempted to make apologetic motions to the merman farmer. They swam away as quickly as they could and circled the entire village, taking note of where its borders were. The next day, they found where the old textbook had said the Mer village had been a few hundred years ago. There were many abandoned structures and the area seemed to be infested with some kind of red, bubbling coral. The water in the area was warmer, too. There were some other humanoid creatures there, poking at the coral with rocks and kelp stalks, playing around in the abandoned buildings. They resembled merfolk, but were smaller and had smooth skin, unlike the scales that merfolk had. Selkies, Harry remembered. Aren't they only supposed to be in the ocean? In fact, how did the merfolk get to the lake in the first place, anyway? Harry found his answer in the form of an underwater tunnel. It appeared to be an underground river that passed directly underneath the Hogwarts grounds. They swam for several minutes, but as it appeared to have no ending, they decided to turn back. They figured it'd lead to the ocean at some point. On the way back, he noticed something man-made on the side of the underwater cavern. It was a huge disc, partially hidden because it had clams and algae growing all over it. At the center, however, was a familiar design. Harry tried whispering in Parseltongue, "Open." Even though his voice came out muffled by the water, the cover slid open, grinding away the mollusks from its surface. They both cautiously entered. It opened up to a small cavern, filled with air, and several large pipes leading away, much like the entrance from the second-floor girls' bathroom. They were both sure this was an alternate entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, but couldn't explore further until the gillyweed wore off. They went back to the shore, preferring to be where they left their clothes once they returned to their fully human form. They managed to finish mapping out the lake in 4 days, but continued to swim for the remaining days to make sure he was even more familiar with the lake. Swimming at full speed from one end of the lake to the other, he could make the distance in about 15 minutes. A very quick, rough search without checking the nooks and crannies would take an hour and a half. With the map in hand and remembering some of the better hiding places, a good search still took twice that long. Thankfully, his regular appearances helped him become more familiar with the locals of the lake. The mermen noticed him coming by and merely watched him as he took his usual route around the outside of the village, not quite on their guard as much as his first encounter. They also managed to encounter the giant squid every time. It seemed to enjoy chasing them down for fun, but it was never actually hostile. He found out that the selkies wandered everywhere around the lake, and some occasionally swam down through the tunnel, although the boiling coral-infested areas seemed to be their favorite, along with the jellies' breeding ground. Some of the more curious ones actually swam up to Harry and Hermione, prodding them playfully with some kelp stalks before swimming away quickly and watching their reaction. Well, why not? Thought Harry, and decided to work on his swimming speed and agility by playing tag with them. He kept losing, being unable to keep up with actual aquatic creatures, but it was still a fun way to end his training. "You have the map?" Harry asked as they walked down the path towards the lake. "It should be in your belt," Hermione answered. "Along with your gillyweed capsules." "No, I'm talking about the Marauder's map. Your job is to catch Rita in the act today," Harry said. "We still haven't figured out what to do with her after I've found her," Hermione protested. "I mean, she apparently hasn't done anything illegal, so I can't get or Shacklebolt to arrest her or anything." "Well, at least figure out what she looks like. And try to stop her from getting any good quotes. I don't know, maybe you can set her parchment on fire or something. Just stop her from writing about me, or you. And you just focus on the trial, Harry. Good luck." She gave him a quick key. As they parted ways, Harry stepped into the champion's tent while Hermione went to the stands. All 4 of the champions were there early, and all of them were dressed for the occasion. Harry was having trouble keeping his eyes off Fleur even without her aura, but so were the other 2 boys. Oddly enough, Fleur was the one looking the most distracted as she kept nervously glancing out towards the lake. "Something wrong, sweetie?" Cedric asked her, rubbing her shoulders. "Z water is not the best place for me," Fleur answered. "Much like Z trial of air for you, I only hope not to do too poorly for Z's trial." She sighed, and then brushed Cedric's hands away. "And for today, I am your competitor, not your sweetie, Monsieur Diggory," she added. "Right you are, then," Cedric laughed. "I've got a school to represent." Crumb was keeping quiet. Without robes covering him, his well-toned, athletic body was visible to everyone. He was obviously well-fed and well-trained, the byproduct of being both a professional athlete and now the favored student of Durmstrang. Harry wondered how well Crumb knew the lake. He'd seen Crumb dive into the waters often to swim, but never once saw him at the bottom while he was doing his mapping. Then again, it was a pretty big lake. He hadn't seen Cedric or Fleur in the lake, either. He was sure they didn't know about the room of requirement, either, so where else could they have trained? His thoughts were cut short as Ludo Bagman walked in. Well, everybody's here already. Then let's get started with the event, shall we? The ground rules for this trial are the same as the trial of air: no casting directly against your fellow champion on top of the other rules for the entire tournament. There are 2 additional rules. First, no casting spells against humanoid creatures, including the merfolk or their property underwater. You can rest assured that they will not attack you. Oh, good, thought Harry. Those merman guards looked vicious, even after they got used to me. It was also the one part of the lake that Harry was unable to map. Secondly, there are 4 chests in the water today. Each of you will retrieve one of them. The second rule, of course, is that you may not take the chest from another champion who has laid their hands on. So, a treasure hunt, thought Harry. Looking around the room, it seemed that nobody was surprised in the least. Inside each chest is a golden egg. You must get the egg out of the chest and return to shore in 3 hours or less. Another egg. Well, at least I brought 5 hours worth of gillyweed just in case. Harry unconsciously patted his belt. But a thorough search, for me, still takes 3 hours, and I've been exploring the lake every day for the past week. There had better be an easier way to find them. And finally, I'll leave you all with a hint. Listen to the song. Bagman smiled at them and left. I hope that means the song will lead us to the chest. An hour later, the stands were once again packed with spectators as the 4 champions stood at the edge of the dock. The first year's boats had all been put away and the dock was dressed up so that it was far prettier than before. It was carpeted for the champions' bare feet, and the dressing room tent placed at the end. The judges sat at a long table along the length of the dock so the champions had to walk past all of them to reach the water. At the very end were a drop gate and a large clock, ready to count down from 3 hours, hung above. They were all waiting at the gate, eager for the trial to finally begin. As a bang sounded from the judges' table behind them, the gate dropped and 3 of the champions dove in immediately. Harry popped a capsule into his mouth and began chewing. I guess nobody else bothered getting themselves gillyweed, he thought amusedly as he felt his body begin to change. As soon as he jumped in the water, he heard a noise he'd never encountered during his explorations. Calming down, he realized it was a song, but coming from multiple sources, causing it to overlap and sound distorted. Which way to go first? Left is the squid's nest. Right is the Selkie hunting grounds. Harry decided to go left. The squid was friendly enough, but maybe the other champions wouldn't know that, and it would be a perfect distraction for them if the squid was actually resting at its nest, of course. The Selkies, on the other hand, were rather unpredictable. They might help or hinder him, depending on their mood. He moved quickly through the water, having learned how to take full advantage of his gillyweed morphed body, including his breathing technique. The minute-long head start that the others got was quickly eliminated when he saw Cedric swimming up ahead. He was using the modified bubble head for breathing and had transfigured something into fins to wear on his feet. Harry waved as he passed by. He didn't see Fleur or Crumb along the way, so he assumed they went in the other direction. He raced ahead, following the source of the music for several minutes. He stopped dead in the water when he realized he was right on top of it. If the chest was the source of the song, it was right below him and in the middle of a kelp forest. The kelp itself was extremely tall, almost 10 meters in length. It could be packed with grindylows all the way down, and it was so thick he wouldn't even be able to see his own hand if he stuck it out in front of him. But on the other hand, Cedric would catch up soon, and Bagman had warned them that a champion couldn't take a chest that another champion had reached, right? He couldn't afford to let Cedric get to this one first, or else he'd have to go search for another. He threw a few slicing curses straight down, causing some of the stalks to float away. There was some movement below as a few creatures ducked away. Harry couldn't tell if it was fish, grindylows, or something else. Casting a few more, he figured he was close to the lake bed by now, so he lit up the area with a light spell. He could make out something boxy at the bottom, but still mostly obscured by the long, leafy plants. By now, Cedric had nearly caught up to him, following the same source of music. Well, now or never, Harry thought. He dove down as quickly as he could, and grabbed the box. As soon as he touched it, there was small flash, and instead of just a song, there were lyrics as well. He didn't have time to listen to it as he sensed many, many eyes on him. Oh no, he thought. Here they come. Tightening the grip on his wand, he grabbed the chest with his other hand and swam up as quickly as he could. As soon as he moved, something grabbed his foot. He didn't even think as he blasted the grindylow away, but another lunged at his thigh. He kept firing off blasting curses while kicking as hard as he could, but they were swarming him. One was on his leg and another had its fingers around his neck. Sticking his wand behind him, he cast blindly, but a third Grindylow gripped his right arm just as he released the spell, causing him to lose his grip. Desperate not to lose his wand, he let go of the chest as he punched the Grindylow away with all his might. Freed of the extra weight and now with another hand to fight off the creatures, he continued blasting with his right and punching with his left. He was quickly free from the creatures as he hovered above the kelp once again. Back to square one, it seemed. Cedric had paused to watch him. Seeing Harry fail to retrieve the chest, he dove down while casting a modified cyclone shield around himself. This one created a vortex of water that pushed away anything that was approaching him as he went straight for the chest. Harry could see a few Grindylows get knocked around as they tried to grab Cedric. Upon reaching the chest, however, there was another flash of light and Cedric was pushed away. Shaking his head, he surfaced and gestured towards Harry, as if saying, "It's all yours," as he swam off to find the next one. Harry couldn't perform the cyclone shield nonverbally yet, and trying to talk underwater made nearly all the incanted spells useless, but he couldn't cast his basic bludgeoners and blasting curses fast enough. There was one spell he could use that he could simply hold continuously, though it would barely injure the Grindylows, it might make them uncomfortable enough to stop trying to catch him. Positioning himself straight above the chest again, he cast the water-boiling spell. He swam down in a spiral so that he would surround himself in a shield of hot water, but was careful not to burn himself. Nothing attacked him on the way down. Grabbing the chest again, he swam up as quickly as he could, in a spin again. One of the Grindylows tried to attack, but he held his wand towards it and it quickly flinched away. He maintained the spell until he was once again clear of the kelp and immediately began searching for a safe clearing to work on opening the chest. As he settled down in an empty alcove, he realized he was getting extremely tired and gasping for oxygen, gulping the water as quickly as he could. Was that really that tiring? He thought. He then noticed his fingers weren't quite as webbed as before and he realized that his gillyweed was running out. Popping another half-hour capsule in his mouth, he nearly had to cast an bubble head charm on himself to keep breathing before the gill slits in his chest returned to full size. Well, at least I know it's been half an hour, he thought. He inspected the box, noticing a small plate at the top now bore his name along with a time inscription, 0 hours 16 minutes and 56 seconds. That must have been when he first touched it. It was locked shut with 3 differently shaped locks, none of which had keyholes. He listened carefully to the song that it was repeating over and over. You have nearly claimed your prize. The egg you seek is just inside. The first lock doesn't like this taste. But do not quench its thirst with haste. The second latch thinks it's too warm. But it must grasp a solid form. A cold, the third's about to catch. It bickers with that second latch. Before I'm open, I'll say clearly that I love the water dearly. Do not let me take a breath. Because it will be my death. The final warning was the easiest to understand. If it touched air, it died, and that almost certainly meant he'd fail the trial. Second latch was easy, it's too warm even in this chilly lake in January, so it needed to be colder. And any colder and the water would be frozen. It needed a solid block of ice. Harry cast a freezing charm at nothing in particular, aiming to freeze the water at the tip of his wand. The water got colder, but didn't freeze. That was odd, he thought as he poured more strength into the spell. He finally managed to see frost crystals sprout from the end of his wand and jabbed it towards the latch. It clicked open. Success, he thought. However, the tiny ice cube he had created quickly melted and the latch shut itself tight again. He sighed, but left it shut, thinking, at least I know how to open it later. He then looked at the first latch. It doesn't like the taste. What could it possibly be tasting? Harry thought about licking it for a second to see if something was on it, but decided that was ridiculous. There was also the fact that he was probably being watched by a large audience, with his image being projected in front of all the stands. Alright, there's got to be a way to do this with dignity, he thought. He waited until the song repeated and listened to the line afterwards. Quench its thirst. But we're sitting in water already. He then realized what it meant. He was sitting in salt water. That was why the freezing spell needed more effort than usual as well. Now how could he purify the water around him? There was the simple water cleaning spell used for potions, which Snape never taught, forcing all the students to use his pre-distilled water. Harry was sure he gave the cleanest water to the Slytherins. He tried using it on the lock. No luck, as the clean water quickly mixed and got swept away in the small currents before the latch unlocked. Aguamenti might do the trick, Harry surmised. It always conjured fresh, drinkable water, after all. He held his wand right next to the latch to be sure he could cover it with the stream of water from his wand. After 10 seconds, he wondered if it was really working, but the line did tell him not to be hasty. He kept his wand on for a little longer. After 30 seconds of spraying fresh water onto the lock, it popped open. He ended the spell thankfully, and the latch closed again. 30 seconds to open it up and only 1 second to close again. That's just not fair, he complained to nobody in particular. The third latch supposedly bickered with the second. It made a bit more sense now. The second latch needed ice, so he shot a jet of boiling water at the third. After a few seconds, the latch popped open, closing just as quickly when he finished his spell. Harry realized the problem immediately. He could, with a bit more effort, freeze a bigger block of ice for the middle lock easily. But the first lock took 30 seconds of fresh water and closed after 1 second. The last lock took about 5 seconds of boiling water and also closed after 1 second. He sat around for a few moments, thinking about what to do. He either needed a more permanent source of fresh water or heat. He pulled out his map, looking over all the little notes that he and Hermione had made over the past few days. The boiling coral, he realized. The nearest batch was at the abandoned Mer village, where the Selkies liked to play. Harry picked up the chest and began to swim as fast as he could. It took him about 15 minutes to get there while lugging the chest with him, forcing him to take out another dose of gillyweed on the way. He did pass by the huge, jelly ice structure along the way and thought about breaking off a chunk of ice, but he could freeze the water easily enough, now that he knew he just had to give the spell a bit of extra strength. As he reached the coral, he saw the Selkies playing again. This time a few of them had skewered some jellices on bits of wood, presumably from the shipwreck, and were cooking them on the coral. I wonder what they taste like. He didn't waste any time trying it, though, as he picked up a rock and broke off a chunk of the coral, which continued to bubble as it fell into the sand below. Realizing he needed to pick it up, he transfigured the rock into a pair of tongs, then stuck the piece of coral to the third lock with a simple sticking charm. 5 seconds later, the latch clicked open and stayed open. Harry quickly poured as much effort as he could, freezing the water at the tip of his wand. Within seconds, he had a fist-sized block of ice, which he stuck to the middle latch with another sticking charm. The ice block was melting rapidly beside the burning coral, and Harry hoped it would last long enough for him to open the first as well. He shot a strong jet of fresh water at the first latch, constantly watching the block of ice shrink. It had diminished to the size of a pea when all three clicked open and the lid swung open. The plate at the top of the chest flashed again, now displaying a second time of 1 hour 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he scooped up the egg. The entire chest disappeared when he had the egg in his hands. He quickly swam back to the docks, but then realized the problem. He just ate the gillyweed a few minutes ago. He'd have to wait about 20 minutes for it to wear off before he could climb out of the water. He glumly lingered just below the dock, swimming back and forth with nothing to do. A few minutes later, a few Selkies swam up to him, wanting to play. They were eyeing the egg. Harry instinctively gripped the egg tighter, and, to be safe, cast the strongest non-permanent sticking charm on it. One lunged towards the egg just after he completed the charm, and he spun out of the way. The other Selkies laughed as they copied the first one, each one lunging towards the egg as Harry pulled it out of their path at the last second. A few of them came close to grabbing the egg, while some others crashed right into him. He knew it was against the rules to hurt the Selkies, and he didn't want to hurt them anyway. They were just being playful, after all. The impromptu game of bullfighting ended when Harry felt the gillyweed wearing off and he swam to the surface as quickly as he could.
He was greeted with loud cheers and applause as his final time came out to be just under 1.5 hours. He stepped into the medical tent for his checkup, where the Medowitches congratulated him, saying, "You've won first place in this event. Fantastic show, Mr. Potter." He was a bit perplexed by this as he saw Crumb sitting outside the tent.
"I won?" he asked. "Isn't Crumb the winner? I saw him outside."
"Oh, well. You'll find out about that when they ask for the scores," the Medowitch said. "Just between you and me. Well, I'm not supposed to say this, you know, healer-patient confidentiality and all, but you probably shouldn't talk to him right now. He's grumpier than usual." The Medowitch unstuck the egg from his hand for him, and after everything else checked out, they sent him to the dressing room tent, where he put on warm robes and shoes. Back outside, Harry looked towards the stands, hoping to catch a glimpse of Hermione.
He couldn't see her anywhere. He then looked further, towards the journalist and photographers section, hoping to see her keeping Skeeter busy.
No such luck there, either. Sighing, he slumped down onto a chair to watch how Cedric and Fleur were doing on the images projected by the display orbs. Cedric still toting his chest along, probably in search of the boiling coral or something else to help him with the latches.
Fleur was chasing down some Selkies who had taken her trunk, but since they couldn't cast spells against them, and Fleur was far from graceful in the water, she was having trouble getting it back. The audience was concentrating on her, which was the most amusing thing to watch at the moment. Harry wondered if they had watched him play with the Selkies for 20 minutes before climbing out, as well. The trial ended just before the time limit, after 2 hours and 50 minutes. Fleur had taken the longest, and could only get her chest back after the Selkies got bored with it. Cedric finished not too long after Harry began watching. It was now time to announce the scores.
In fourth place is Mr. Victor Crumb of Durmstrang, with a score of 18 points.
Mr. Crumb was the second to find a chest, which earned him 20 points. Unfortunately, when a few Selkies decided to have some fun, he cast a spell against them, which is an infraction that cost him 10 points as well as the rest of the trial. He did earn back 8 points for demonstrating a strong swimming ability and an excellent offensive against a pack of Grindylows. Mr. Crumb will enter the final task without an egg from the trial of water.
No wonder he looked furious, Harry thought. His eyes darted over to his competitor. Crumb looked like he was about to murder Bagman for essentially announcing his failure to the world. 18 points was the lowest score of any of them had received in any of the trials so far. In third place is Miss Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons, with a score of 45. Miss Delacour was the last to retrieve her chest, earning her 10 points, and also the third to open the chest, earning 15, and third to leave the water with her egg, for another 15 points. She earned 5 bonus points for being the quickest to solve the riddle of the locks, once she finally had possession of her chest. The audience got a laugh as a sequence of Fleur chasing the Selkies was replayed. Fleur's dissatisfaction was offset by the fact that, despite her poor performance, she still wasn't in last place, and she managed to keep her head held high. In second place is Mr. Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts, with a score of 67.
Mr. Diggory was the third to find a chest, giving him 15 points, and the second to open his, earning him 20, and the second to exit the water with the egg, earning him another 20 points. He also gets an extra 15 points for excellent demonstrations of a modified Cyclone Shield charm, modified Bubble Head charm, and an extreme skillful partial human transfiguration of his feet. He did, however, lose 3 points for attempting to touch Harry Potter's treasure chest.
Cedric shrugged sheepishly as he leaned towards Harry. "Hey, I had to give it a shot," he said. Finally, in first place is Mr. Harry Potter, with a score of 95 points.
Mr. Potter was the first to find a chest, first to open it, and the first to exit the water with his egg. Each of these feats earned him 25 points. In addition, he will receive an additional 20 bonus points for excellent use of Gillyweed and a nearly flawless performance throughout the entire trial. The only thing keeping him from a perfect score was poor timing with his Gillyweed and a rather simplistic repertoire of spells.
"Hey, don't blame me if I stick with what I'm good at," Harry thought.
He wasn't complaining, though, as he had just scored the highest score in the tournament thus far.
"I guess good planning and preparation can still beat Crumb," he concluded happily. This single trial was enough to vault him from last place to a first-place lead. With everyone clapping and cheering wildly, he looked around the stands for Hermione, but she was still missing. He was now getting antsy, wondering if something had happened to her during the trial. He was ushered back into the champion's tent. Congratulations on a fine performance and a wonderfully entertaining trial of water, champions.
Bagman happily proclaimed. Unfortunately for him, he was met with unamused glares from Crumb and Fleur, while Harry was simply distracted. Cedric was the only one who gave him a smile. Ahem. Well, on with the show, as they say. Your next trial will be the second trial of champions, in 4 weeks. That's February 11th, by the way. This will be one of the greatest tests of your creativity and preparation. Are you ready for this? His attempt to drum up some excitement was met with 3 unamused stares from the older champions and Harry glancing out of the tent. It will be a wandless duel. What? All of them shouted together. Wandless magic was almost unheard of, save for very specialized skills like occlumency, the seer's visions, animagus transformations, none of which were really dueling material.
Oh, no, you won't have to perform wandless magic, Bagman chuckled. It's a standard duel until you're knocked out of the arena or subdued, but the only additional rule is no wands. You're allowed to bring in any other kind of tool that you can carry in your hands. The tools, of course, must be magical in nature, non-living, and of course no dark magic or dark artifacts. Well, darn, thought Harry. I was sure I was capable of lifting Hermione into the arena. I wonder how much Moody weighs. Harry left the tent as quickly as he could. Most of the crowd had already left, and Harry still couldn't see Hermione in the stands. Fearing the worst, he began running towards the castle, but as soon as he ran past the bleachers he heard, Harry.
Hermione was hiding beneath the seats. Harry ran up to her, asking, "Are you all right? Why are you hiding under there?" "I'm fine," she answered. "But I didn't get to Skeeter. I got distracted by something on the map."
Distracted? What could have distracted you from getting back at Skeeter? Was it Sirius? Harry asked. His question was answered when a big, shaggy black dog leapt out from the shadows behind Hermione and pinned Harry down, wagging its tail madly.
Hermione sighed. "Yes, Harry, it's Sirius." While Hermione snuck off to the kitchens to get some food for Sirius, Harry and his pet dog went to the Shrieking Shack for a chat. Harry put up a few wards just in case the shack's reputation wasn't enough to keep people away. Sirius watched him until he was finished, and then transformed back to his human form. He looked ragged and weak, but not nearly as bad as when Harry saw him last year. He smiled and gave his godson a hug.
"Harry, it's so good to see you again," he exclaimed. "How've you been holding up?" "I'm fine, Sirius," Harry said, shaking his head. "Why are you even here?" Harry, aren't you glad to see your godfather? We haven't spoken or written to each other for half a year." He let out a loud, barking laugh as he slapped Harry on the back. "Yeah, but you're the one that told me not to write to you because you're in hiding," Harry said. "So what's worth coming back to Britain and risking getting thrown into Azkaban again?" "You, of course. I read an article in the paper about you." Harry sighed and slapped his hands over his eyes. Please don't tell me you've been reading Rita Skeeter."
"What? That crazy woman. She's got a regular column in the Prophet, but nobody outside of Britain listens to her, pup." "Don't worry about it. No, I got my news from a newspaper in France. Said you collapsed at New Year's. I got worried, so I made my way here."
"That's it? That was nothing. Serious." Harry debated whether or not to let him know about the vision or just use his public excuse. He decided to let Sirius know the truth. "Well, I'm fine, at least, but Voldemort's back, Sirius." "What? How do you know? Did Dumbledore actually decide to tell you?" Sirius asked, wide-eyed.
"No, I'm the one telling Dumbledore, actually. I guess he hasn't passed on that information to you," Harry said, frowning. "I've had visions of Voldemort twice so far. The first time was the night of my birthday. Back then, he was in some mutilated baby's body. On New Year's Eve, he transferred his soul to some new, adult-sized artificial body. He's back. Oh, we're not ready for this, not another war," Sirius muttered.
"Well, Voldemort doesn't have many people at his side. In my last vision I think he only had 2 Death Eaters helping him. Harry tried to be optimistic.
Was Peter one of them? Sirius's eyes locked onto Harry's.
Yes. Harry knew the pain it would cause Sirius, but felt he deserved to know.
Sirius's voice turned into a low, angry growl. So he really was Voldemort's man, through and through. All this time I hoped that, maybe, he was scared into giving up the secret. Peter never was the bravest of the Marauders, you know. He was always jumpy and afraid of getting caught. Hey, he shook his head. But now, old Voldy's already gone, Death Eaters are mostly captured, and Peter goes to revive him anyway.
We'll catch him, Sirius. But don't go hunting for him again, Harry told him solemnly. The 2 of them sat in silence for a while, which was broken by the sound of the trapdoor opening. Hello, boys. The house elves have given us a feast. I hope you're hungry, Sirius. Hermione happily shouted as she popped her head out of the secret passage. Guys? She waved the picnic basket in front of them.
Thanks, Hermione. Harry took the basket and handed a sandwich to Sirius. Forget about Peter for now. We'll take care of him when we find him. Eat up.
Sirius wolfed down one of the sandwiches right away. Delicious, I haven't had food like this since. Oh, I can't even remember anymore. Probably when I was still a student myself. Let me tell you, I couldn't cook for the life of me, and neither could James. He got lucky, marrying your mum.
Harry and Hermione were both worried after all. It was only a simple sandwich, not the kinds meals that were served at the holiday feasts. How have you been eating, Sirius? Where were you staying?
Well, it was just some vineyard in France. Muggle folks, to boot. Not that big a deal because I haven't got a wand anyway, he shrugged as he grabbed another sandwich. Don't ask too many questions. All the other workers. Well, we know not to talk too much. That sounds kind of shady, Hermione said with a concerned look. Did they feed you at least?
Sirius gave a hollow laugh. I'm a criminal as far as the Aurors are concerned. There aren't many places to choose from. The owners give me a few francs for my work and a roof over my head. It's hard to be picky, you know. I've managed to scrape by with what I've got. I head down to the wizarding areas as a stray dog to nick some papers every once in a while to see what's happening.
But you've been picking good foods, haven't you? You're keeping yourself healthy, right? Hermione was about to launch into a lecture on the food pyramid and the proper balance of vitamins and minerals and the best fruits and vegetables for getting them. I just pick up what I can. You know Muggles have this place called McDonald's? The food's pretty cheap there. Hermione sighed. Please tell me you haven't been eating that stuff all the time. No. I usually just buy a few things from the local market. But I swear, Muggles must have figured out some kind of compulsion charm, because whenever I eat there I feel a little queasy afterwards but I still want to go back for more. Harry laughed. He'd seen plenty of the fast food restaurants and known about its reputation, but never actually eaten there. The Dursleys never saw fit to buy food for him, no matter how little it cost, and the Grangers didn't eat such unhealthy junk. Sirius had actually experienced a Muggle custom that he hadn't. They continued to talk about food and Sirius's living conditions, which in turn led to Harry's home life. I'm sorry I couldn't get you away from those awful Muggles, Harry. You know I'd welcome you into my house if I could. Don't worry about it, Sirius. Last summer was fantastic, Harry said, grinning at Hermione. What? Sirius looked back and forth between the 2 teens. Harry stayed over at my house for summer, and the winter halls, too, Hermione explained. Really? Did you 2 have a lot of fun together? Sirius winked. I'm only 14, Harry blurted out. And you're in 4th year. If things are remotely like the 70s, then it's not a bad time to start. I mean, I was 5th year when I had my first shag, but then again, I'm 35 and I still haven't defeated a Dark Lord yet. Sirius gave a throaty laugh when he saw Harry's speechless face. Hermione stepped in to defend her boyfriend. I'll have you know that Harry is a perfect gentleman, not some skirt chaser. Really? I thought you'd be more popular with the ladies. Okay, fine, so you're not betting them, but at least you've dated a few, right? James was a bit like that. He could charm just about any girl in school, but in the end he saved himself for Lily. Sirius sat back with a happy smile, reminiscing about his old school days. I've only had a few dates with Hermione, and the first few I didn't realize they counted as dates," Harry said sheepishly. "You're doing fine," Hermione reassured him. "Harry, here's lesson number 1. Whenever a woman tells you you're doing fine, it means you're not, and you need to kick it up a notch." Seeing Hermione's glare, he whispered, "I'll teach you the rest later." He continued, "Well, seeing as neither of you have slept with each other yet, this next bit's going to sound a little pointless, but... well, we have slept together a few times." Harry mused dreamily, but Hermione elbowed him in the ribs. "Oh really? What's this about Harry being a perfect gentleman again?" "Fully clothed," Hermione clarified. "Like when we fell asleep on the couch on Christmas Eve. Or when we were doing our animagi training. Was that the first time it happened?" "Hey, you're making use of my birthday gift. How's it coming?" Sirius said with a wide smile, leaning forward. If he had been in his dog form, Harry was sure he would see a wagging tail. "We've discovered our forms, and we're still working on the transfiguration," Harry said. "We started with the limbs like you suggested, but the body is really tricky." "Whoa there, pup. You're saying that in the past 6 months both of you have already discovered your forms? I thought James and I were geniuses for figuring it out by the end of 4th year," Sirius exclaimed wondrously. "Really? We think it'll take us until the end of 4th year at least to get it down pat. It's not any faster than you, is it?" "Yeah, except we started training in 2nd year," Sirius said. "You two sure are really quick on the uptake. So, what are your forms?" "Well, Harry's an osprey," Hermione said. "And Hermione's a burrowing owl," Harry finished. "Wow, both of you nailed it down to the species already? You're even faster than I thought." "What do you mean?" "I mean that by the end of my 4th year, I only figured out I was a black dog. I had no idea I was an Irish wolfhound until Christmas of 5th year." "I see what you mean. I knew I was a bird because I was flying, but I wouldn't have had a clue what I was until Hermione told me." He smiled sweetly at her, mouthing, "Thanks. You're telling me that you," he said, pointing at Hermione, "figured it out before you, now pointing to Harry, even managed a transformation?" Harry shrugged. "What can I say? Hermione's a genius. Hey, we Marauders had our genius too. Moony was able to help us with our animagi training even though he couldn't do it himself, but he wasn't that good." Hermione was now blushing in modesty. Harry smiled and continued to heap on the praise. "Hermione's way beyond Professor Lupin. She's probably got things inside her head that he'll never comprehend." Sirius snorted. "She's a teenage girl. There's plenty of things about her that Moony'd never understand." "Stop it, you two, it wasn't like I was the only one. Harry helped me figure out my form, too. I thought I was a gopher or something until he described my form to me." "Wait, what? You figured out each other's forms? Are you telling me Harry knew more about owls than you did, Hermione?" No. We just saw each other in our dreams. I described what she looked like, and she figured out the actual species." "How can you two see each other inside each other's dreams?" Sirius was looking both surprised and confused. "I don't know. We did our usual meditations, but we fell asleep together. Then it just happened," Harry shrugged. "Maybe it had to do with the fact that we were also practicing occlumency and legilimency a lot around the same time," Hermione suggested. "I mean, we have been pretty intimate with each other's thoughts." "Getting intimate, Sirius nudged them. "Sirius, will you stop with the say? Ool innuendo." Hermione tried to scold him, but the man just laughed it off. Fine, but seeing each other's animagus forms never happened to us. You two might be onto something. Don't think I've ever heard of it happening. But then again, there aren't many animagus couples, and most of them got married after becoming animagi independently," he said. Since none of them could offer any more insight into Harry and Hermione's animagi form search method, they spent the remaining time they had chatting about Harry's current progress in the Triwizard Tournament before turning to more practical topics like Sirius's sleeping arrangements. They decided that the Shrieking Shack would probably be the safest place for the moment. Hermione reinforced Harry's wards, which cleverly used the shack's reputation to enhance a person's fear and dread as they approached. They would sneak in more food whenever they could, hopefully every evening after class. "I'm sorry, Harry, but that would be against the rules, would it not?" It is a rather unfortunate consequence of being named an independent competitor. Dumbledore gently refused Harry's request. I guess so. But does that mean you're going to offer the sword of Gryffindor to Cedric to use in the next trial? Harry asked. If he doesn't make the request himself, I will not suggest it to him. After all, the champion should be the one coming up with the idea in the first place, the headmaster replied merrily. Without access to the sword, Harry changed the subject. You know Sirius is back, right? He's hiding out in the Shrieking Shack right now. Yes, I was informed that he had left his hiding place in France and returned. Don't worry, Harry, as the Aurors still believe he is making his way through India. Nobody will be searching for him here, and so long as no owls are seen flying to and from the Shrieking Shack, nobody will find him there. Isn't there somewhere safer than Hogsmeade? Like, maybe, the castle? There's lots of unused rooms I'm sure he could stay in. There are still far too many ways for him to accidentally run into a student. I could hardly imagine what would happen if he were to cross paths with the Messrs. Fred and George Weasley. A few locked doors wouldn't keep the students out or Sirius in. Well, maybe if we throw in a giant chess set it would help, Harry thought snidely, but didn't speak aloud. Instead, he thanked his headmaster and left his office. Hermione was waiting outside. So how did it go? She didn't expect much, seeing Harry's expression. Denied. On all counts. At least we can still see Sirius as long as we're sneaky about it, Harry said. What better way to practice our disillusionment and espionage skills? Hermione tried cheering up Harry with some optimism. Yeah, and I guess I shouldn't bother with the sword. Dumbledore won't be handing it over. I wonder if I could summon it, though. I don't think Fawkes will steal the sorting hat for you if you're not actually in danger, Harry. Yeah, you're right. It's not like it was a good sword for me, anyway. I think Godric must have been at least 6 feet tall to be able to swing that sword around. I don't know the first thing about sword fighting.
Fencing, Harry, and you defeated a basilisk with it. You stabbed it straight through its brain. How can you say you don't know how to handle a sword?
I really don't, I just got lucky, like I usually do. It tried to swallow me, I swung like crazy and the sword just ended up inside its brain. Come on down to the chamber, I'll show you exactly how it happened and how ridiculous it actually was. Oh, forget it, Harry. Let's just go back to the common room and brainstorm some ideas. The two of them made their way back and sat on the couch. Most of the other students were out in Hogsmeade enjoying the weekend, so they could toss ideas back and forth on the comfy couch instead of the rigid library seats. They were discussing the idea of using enchanted clothing when Colin Creevey walked in. Seeing the two of them, he happily opened up an envelope he was holding. I have your pictures from the ball, Harry. Sorry it took so long to get them developed. I ran out of film and I had to wait for my allowance before I could buy more. It's all right. Let's see them. Colin handed the pictures over. They spent the next little while looking over the photos, bringing back beautiful memories of the night before it was ruined by Voldemort. Colin had fully embraced the wizarding method of photography and all the pictures were animated, but only for a few seconds worth of movement. They kept all the pictures, but decided to make extra copies of 5 of them. How much will this all cost? We want 3 copies of each of these, Hermione said, indicating the ones they wanted more of. All of them together. That would be about 6 sickles, I guess, Colin answered after a bit of mental calculation. Harry pulled a galleon out of his mokeskin pouch. Keep the change. You're actually a pretty good photographer, Colin. Wow, thanks Harry. Colin's eyes lit up as he scurried away to make more photos. So, Harry, you've learned to start spending your money? Harry turned around to see the twins behind him. What do you mean? Harry didn't think it was all too unusual to pay Colin for the photos. Ahem. From today's newspaper. Potter's Golden Victory. Did he buy his way to victory? By Rita Skeeter. Stop. I've had enough of that woman, Harry growled. Hermione looked ashamed, but said nothing. Just thought you'd like to know. Who would be crazy enough to buy all the gillyweed in Britain just to stop Cedric from getting some? Well, not me. The apothecaries don't store much of it because it doesn't keep very well and it's not a popular potion ingredient anyway. I couldn't even find any in Britain myself when I shopped around. I had to order it from Africa. Please tell me you two aren't going to believe Skeeter over me. Harry, mate, We're not like Ron. We're here on business. What kind of business? The twins had never approached him before, other than to try to sell him their new products. Advising. Consulting. Research. All right, what are you two actually up to? Hermione asked, crossing her arms. We think we can help Harry out, for a small favor in exchange. What exactly are you offering? And why do you need the extra money? I thought your Weasley Wheeze business was doing pretty well. Harry was starting to think that this in itself was a prank. We're offering our expertise and our products, of course. We'd just like you to mention our names while you're on stage. Give us a little advertising. I don't think Harry's going to be able to prank Krum off the dueling platform, Hermione said dryly. Hermione, despite our being the geniuses that we are. Handsome geniuses. Thank you, dear brother. The handsome geniuses before you don't always get our prank products right on our first try.
Or our second. We have a rather large stockpile of unused prank products that are unsuitable for public sale. Wait, you're telling me you're going to sell me a bunch of broken prank products? Harry asked in disbelief. Oh, no, dear Harry. Most of these products we have are unsaleable because they're too potent. Although you might be able to make use of a few of our regular products as well. Fine, I'll have a look. This had better be good, guys. They stepped into one of the many unused classrooms in Hogwarts, but this one had several workbenches, a brewing area, and a small cot. Half the room didn't have any furnishings at all, but appeared to be a test area. It was covered in scorch marks. Some of the walls were stained in several places and it looked like some parts of the floor had melted and re-solidified. Welcome to the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes workshop. Fred announced proudly. He went to the back and opened up a storage cabinet. These are some of the products that are safe enough that they won't explode on the shelf by themselves, but if you used them improperly, you'd be insane. Mungos for a week. And we do want repeat customers, so we couldn't have anyone killing themselves with our products. Not the best for business, mind you. Yeah, customers can't tell their friends how fantastic your products are if they're 6 feet under. So take a look, Harry. Just be careful. Harry didn't move and just stared at the junk in the cabinet. He didn't want to lose his hand by accident or something. It's perfectly safe, Harry. Fine, here's one you've used before. It was our second attempt at the bursting beastie. Harry took the small package from them. It did look about the same as the one he'd used the night the twins made their attempt on the cup. He held it up as usual. Fred, or was it George, leapt out of the way. Crikey, Harry, warn me before you do that, would you? Harry was baffled by his reaction. Fine. I'm pulling the string now, all right. Harry tugged on the string at the end of the device. Instead of a small little dragon that shot out, this time it was a monstrous, tiger-shaped ball of sparks. The tiger disappeared in less than a second, but it continued as a massive bundle of sparks that hit the opposite end of the room with a loud bang, adding a new singe mark. You like it? The twins asked. Yeah, as long as I don't blow my own legs off with these in my pockets. Well, we think we can make them that powerful, and still keep the beastie shape now that we've had more experience. It should be able to chase down whoever you point it at, George said, grinning. Then again, if you just need a good old explosion, look no further than our wildfire whiz bangs. Harry had just found himself something to work on in his spare time. The twins had a rudimentary knowledge of permanent charms and used them to enchant some of their devices. Harry quickly learned how to do it as well, and even threw in a few of the basic runes he'd learned to increase the effects or make them last longer. He made good use of the twins' shield hat, which had a semi-permanent, but weak Protega enchanted to it, which would last until the first spell cast upon it. The twins had shelved the idea because a one-use shield hat wasn't going to sell very well. Harry threw in a charging rune and instantly made the shield capable of recharging from the wearer's magic. They quickly moved on to charming nearly every piece of clothing they could, figuring that would make up the bulk of Harry's defensive capabilities. One area that Harry simply couldn't match the twins on, however, was potions. Seeing them make potions was like, well, magic. They had begun their business on a shoestring budget, and had tested out hundreds of cheap alternatives that approximated the effects they wanted. The result was a lot of experience via trial and error. They could take almost any potion and almost instantly figure out how to make it easier to brew, cheaper to buy, or turn it into a candy. The latter skill boggled Harry's mind. For all of Snape's ranting about how precise and delicate potions' work was, the twins seemed to be able to mix anything they wanted with sugar and caramel and not cause an explosion. Even Hermione was impressed, because she learned a lot from the twins' potions notebook. She suspected that the two of them could easily be potions masters if they desired. Harry found an immediate use for their talent. Knowing that Snape would be asking for a minor fortitude potion, which made people a little more resistant to minor injuries, next class, he asked the twins if they had any variations of the potion. It turned out that they did. Since the fortitude potion was only good enough to last a few minutes and only protected against minor injuries from accidents like stubbing your toe, burning your tongue on a hot drink, or scraping your knees, few people ever took the effort to brew one of these potions other than as test material in potions class. The twins had reformulated the potion into a gobstopper that lasted several hours, turning it into a useful candy that meant a full day without worrying about bumps and scrapes. Harry practiced the formula so he was ready for his next potions class. And what was Snively's reaction? Sirius almost choked on his salad from laughing too much. Well, he tried to ignore me. I mean, he really tried. He didn't talk to me at all. No matter how much that vein on the left side of his forehead was throbbing. You know what I'm talking about, right? Harry smirked. Well, go on. That can't be the end of it. That's when I pulled out a bag of sugar and melted it into my cauldron. What? And it didn't blow up? No, but Snape did. He said I was a danger to everyone in class and tried to vanish my potion. Does he usually do that to get rid of a potion? Slughorn used to drain it into an anti-reaction basin. Yeah, but normally only at the end of class when the flame's been put out and the potion settled. He was a little too angry this time. Harry laughed again. So, the spell ended up destabilizing the whole thing instead of vanishing it. I thought you said your potion didn't blow up. It didn't. It belched out a big cloud of smoke. I threw up a bubble head charm right away, but Snape caught it right in the face. I think it blinded him. That made him stumble back into Dean's bench, making his robes catch fire. You couldn't possibly have planned that. No, I was actually planning on him getting mad enough to haul me to Dumbledore, and when that happened I would demand to see Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff as well, and claim that a professor of Hogwarts was attempting to subvert the Triwizard rules. I've been trying to push him over the edge for the past 2 weeks now. I just didn't expect it to happen this way. Sirius gave Harry a kindly smile and pretended to wipe away a tear. I'm so proud of you, Harry. The first step to being a marauder is giving a greasy git what he deserves. Oh, stop it, Sirius. Harry laughed. And you've already started step 2, getting an animagus form. Are you going to use it in the tournament? Harry shook his head. No, I was thinking it would be more useful to keep it a secret, like you. Just in case I ever find myself in Azkaban or something. How about your invisibility cloak? James was almost always the prank executor because he could sneak anywhere with that thing. I'm not going to accidentally rip up my dad's cloak over a silly tournament. Well, what are you going to do, then? No sword, no cloak, no animagus, what else have you got? I've been putting your successors to work, Sirius. Harry grinned. Didn't I just tell you you're the next marauder? You don't seem to be working very hard right now. I'm talking about the official Hogwarts pranksters. The twins. They can make just about anything explode. Sort of like Neville, but with a lot more control over when and how. So you're going to use their little bombs and stuff to win. You'll need a better plan than that to win, Harry. Oh, I've got a lot more up my sleeve. Well, since you won't be able to watch my duel, I'll tell you what I've got planned. Quote. Harry went over all the preparations with the twins. Sirius agreed that it seemed like a fairly well-rounded plan, more offensive than defensive, but he was more worried about Harry's opponents. Harry really had no idea what Krum, Fleur, and Cedric were planning. He'd expected the same things he thought of a magical weapon like the Sword of Gryffindor, or some other magical devices. Not knowing exactly what to defend against, he just went for the basic combination of shield charmed clothing and dodging for his defense. He hoped it would be enough. There's no such thing as having enough ammunition, Harry, Hermione told him. She and the twins were spending the last 2 days frantically brewing, crafting, mixing, and packing up as many rounds of Harry's tools as possible. Harry was busy modifying several belts into holsters, each carrying several dozen packets, tubes, vials, and candies all within easy reach for him. She's right, Harry. Why launch one whiz-bang at your opponent when you can toss 5 of them at once? Fred gave a wicked smile. That sounds a little excessive, Harry said. I don't exactly want to kill them, you know. That's not what I meant, huffed Hermione. I don't want you to stand up there on stage with empty pockets and nothing left to use. Don't go wasting them by tossing them 5 at a time, Hermione said, glaring at Fred.
And are you sure the engorgement vials are allowed? I think we're skirting the rules pretty close with the candies already, but the engorgement potion is a potion, no two ways about it. I asked Mr. Bagman already, Harry. As long as you're not drinking the potion yourself, you'll be fine. The twins turned around. So that means you can use our immolation potion, yeah? What is it with you two and fire? Hermione asked, shaking her head. Well, we don't get much of a chance to set fires at school, you know. It would cause too much actual destruction. Might get us expelled, George explained. We'll take what we can get. Harry began making himself yet another belt to hold the potions. In the end, he'd be carrying nearly 50 candies, 30 potions, and almost 100 assorted knickknacks. For each duel. Every belt had a quick release latch, just in case something went wrong and he needed to forfeit the match very, very quickly. Harry hoped he wouldn't have to use it.
Sirius had taken a serious risk in his attempts to spy on the competition for Harry. Hermione insisted fervently that he stay in the Shrieking Shack for his own safety. He snuck out a few times in his animagus form to roam the Hogwarts grounds and Forbidden Forest. Harry understood how much joy sneaking around Hogwarts must have brought his godfather, whose life had been completely torn to shreds only a short time after graduation, so he wasn't as adamant as Hermione. He just warned Sirius to be careful when he did sneak out. After all, the man had managed to get inside the school last year, with Dementors actively searching for him, so he knew how to sneak around properly. The end result was finding out what Cedric and Fleur were up to.
The Durmstrang ship was a veritable floating fortress, so he had no idea how Krum was preparing for the next task. Sirius had seen Cedric perform wandless magic at night near the edge of the forest, but he was wearing some other kind of focus device on his hand. On top of that, the spells he cast were done wordlessly, more powerful than expected, and could be fired off rapidly. He couldn't figure out any more details, as there were several other Hufflepuffs standing guard and watching for spies. Harry wondered if Cedric knew a wand crafter of some sort who had created him some kind of super wand. He figured that he'd need a second layer of shield-charmed clothing if he were to survive Cedric's spells.
Fleur, interestingly enough, had gone with Harry's first idea, a magical sword. Of course, she used a lightweight saber instead of a broadsword, combined with a small magical shield. On top of that, she had training with these weapons and moved gracefully with them. Against her, Harry would need to focus on being even quicker and lighter. Grateful for the information, Harry gave Sirius a big hug the night before the trial. On the day of the trial, Hermione, Neville, and the twins all helped him carry his equipment down to the Quidditch-turned-dueling stadium. Instead of the usual champion's tent, there were 4 tents, so each champion wouldn't be able to see the others until just before the duel started. Bagman's eyes boggled at the trunks that came along with Harry.
Surely you're not going to carry all that up on stage with you, Mr. Potter? Not all at once, but I'll probably make use of most of them at the end of 3 duels. Very well, Mr. Potter. Please wait inside. Today's procedures are rather special, as you can imagine. At the beginning of each duel, you must hand your wand in to the referee at the beginning of the duel.
You'll get it back at the end. During the 2-hour break in between each duel, you have to stay inside this tent.
You will not be allowed to watch the other duelers during your break. No visitors will be allowed except for tournament officials and Medowitches. An arbitrator will be coming by shortly to inspect your choice of tools before the duels begin. Is that clear? Harry nodded with some reluctance, but understood the need for all the secrecy.
At least he had a rough idea of what Cedric and Fleur were using already. Hermione gave him a quick good luck key before leaving, while Neville, Fred, and George gave him hearty pats on the back. After his friends left, Harry ended up waiting for an hour before the arbitrator came by. He spent the time loading up his many belts and checking over the shield charms on his hat and robes. He was putting on his explosives belt when the man walked in. "Hello, Mr. Potter. My name is Julian Skelet. Would you care to explain to me what tools you've brought today?" "Well, on this belt I have the explosives. Most of them shoot off sparks or fireworks. That trunk over there has more," he explained, pointing at the trunk beside him. "This next belt contains the throwing vials." The explanation and inspection for all the things Harry had took half an hour, but it went by without a fuss.
He had looked questioningly at the candies that Harry intended to use, but as the rules specifically forbade potions, he managed to get away with it the same way he got away with using gillyweed for the last task. It wasn't liquid, and he didn't actually have to swallow anything. The gillyweed juices soaked straight through his skin, and his candies he picked were meant to be spat out, so the arbitrator grudgingly allowed them. It was a rule they'd surely change in future tournaments. Another official came by later, informing him he would be starting his duel in 10 minutes and his first opponent was Cedric. Remembering what Sirius had seen, he quickly pulled out his spare set of charmed robes. Undoing the many belts he had, putting on the second layer of robes, and then putting them back on took nearly all of the 10 minutes. He was still scrambling with the last buckle when the official stepped into the tent to escort him to the dueling platform.
As he walked up to the platform, he took a good look at what Cedric was wearing. It was a gauntlet on his right hand, a very pretty gauntlet that was studded with jewels. In fact, it reminded him of Gryffindor's sword. It must have been goblin-made. As they stepped up on stage, the referee asked for their wands. After handing their wands over, Harry and Cedric bowed and the duel began.
Keeping what Sirius had found out in mind, Harry knew that if he was defensive with Cedric, he'd probably get pinned down quickly. The shield charms on his robes wouldn't last very long. He immediately pulled out 2 of the modified bursting beasties and yanked the cords. A sparkling wyvern and cougar began charging towards Cedric. Without bothering to defend himself, the older boy dodged and tossed a light stunner at Harry. Harry easily sidestepped the single spell as he pulled another set of the beasties from his belt. Was Sirius seeing the right thing? That was a pretty weak stunner. If Cedric really can cast faster than he could with a wand, why doesn't he? Harry wondered. He looked into Cedric's eyes, trying to read what he was thinking. 36 was the only thing Harry could pull from Cedric's thoughts.
As the fireworks charged towards him, Cedric barely noticed in time that the sparkling animals could change their direction slightly to follow him and singed his left hand slightly. Seeing the effectiveness of this weapon, Harry released the 2 in his hand and immediately pulled out 2 more. He'd only have another 4 remaining, but if they could end the duel quickly, all the better for him.
To his surprise, Cedric reacted completely differently seeing 4 of the beasts charging at him. He grinned and threw an extremely powerful wind charm, immediately extinguishing all 4 of the animals and throwing Harry off balance as well. He followed up immediately with a much more powerful stunner less than a second later. It struck Harry right in the chest, and he was knocked backwards. Thankfully, he didn't fall off the stage, but he did notice the shield charms on both layers of his robes had been cracked. Alright, I guess Sirius was right. 1 stunner that broke through 2 layers of shields, he realized. Reading Cedric again, he was surprised again to sense the number 29, but managed to catch an image of shattering rock. At that instant, Cedric followed up with a massive reductor spell. Without thinking, Harry grabbed the first thing his hand could reach and tossed it in the path of the spell. It was a packet of instant darkness powder, which exploded midair, blocking the champions' views of each other. Cedric immediately stopped his attack. Darn, thought Harry. I should have saved that for later. He's casting spells without an incantation. It was one of the experimental items that the twins had yet to perfect, and he only allotted 1 dose per duel. He had intended to use the powder when Cedric was pinned down at one of the narrow ends of the dueling oval, not have it explode right in the middle and cut off his legitimacy. Still, It bought him some time and he wasn't going to let it go to waste. He pulled a bag from his waist belt and started tossing them in the general direction of Cedric. He clapped his hands, setting off the claptraps, which had various effects.
Some were sticky, some released a mild stinging hex, while others released itching powder or stink powder. Harry was sure Cedric would be sufficiently distracted by the little devices until the darkness powder dissipated. To his surprise, Cedric came charging through the darkness powder. Harry was glad to see a few of the sticky clap traps were attached to him, impeding his movement, and he looked extremely uncomfortable, trying to resist scratching himself. Harry didn't have much time to celebrate, though, as Cedric launched 5 stunners in a row so quickly it looked like a long stream of spells instead of 5 individual ones.
Harry managed to dodge 3 of them and let his hat absorb the last 2, destroying its shields. Harry knew he was now defenseless, and began throwing everything he had at Cedric. First, he pulled his last few bursting beasties while running through the cloud of darkness powder. Cedric reacted the same as last time, using a strong wind spell to blow away the beasties and at the same time removing the darkness, itching, and stink powders from the arena. Harry wasn't done. He started lobbing his immolation vials, dividing his side of the field and Cedric's with a wall of flame. He now had much more room to move than Cedric did. Oddly enough, Cedric didn't halt the flames with a simple flame freezing charm as Harry expected, but just watched Harry's next move. Harry pulled out the extra potent whiz-bangs, which tossed out simple fireballs and sparks straight at Cedric.
Just as the fireball was about to hit Cedric, he burst into action again. This time he cast a very powerful jet of water that cut straight through the fireball and the flames burning on the ground, running towards Harry.
In response, Harry tossed an avalanche in a tube at Cedric, which contained some sand and engorgement solution. When they mixed midair, the sand grew to the size of pebbles and burst through the vial, showering Cedric with stone. He used this time to read Cedric again, and he was now thinking 6 along with an image of the boulders flying away, and at that moment Cedric cast a powerful banisher that sent the rocks back towards Harry. Ducking and shielding himself with one arm, he lobbed another 2 of the bottles along with his remaining immolation vials and a portable swamp at Cedric, who banished the vials but missed the swamp. Stumbling waist deep in muddy water, he met Harry's eyes for a second. Harry saw 4 and an image of himself flying away. Harry immediately smashed a vial of sticking solution and adhered himself to the floor just as Cedric cast an extremely powerful banishing charm. He felt the banisher grow stronger, and then suddenly cut off. He was expecting Cedric to finish him with the next spell since he could no longer move, but nothing came. Harry looked at Cedric, who stared straight back at him. Cedric looked like he was about to admit defeat, but he shouted, "You have anything left, Harry?" Harry searched his belts and pockets with his free hand. He was almost completely empty. There was only one thing he could hit Cedric with at this range, a watermelon seed shot. It really wasn't a useful tool for a duel, little more than a distraction. Harry put it in his mouth and immediately began spitting watermelon seeds at high speed at Cedric, who was more annoyed than anything. "Is that all you've got?" He laughed. "Why don't you come a little closer?" Harry shouted back at him. He had a few doses of flaming hot peppermints. He popped one in his mouth and spewed a thick stream of fire towards Cedric. Unfortunately, its flames barely made it halfway. "Did that get you?" "No," came the reply. The referee immediately ended the duel, and to his chagrin, had to unbind Harry from his own sticking solution. He declared the duel a draw and the 2 of them received their wands again. Cedric walked off stage, still scratching himself from the itching powder as he repeatedly cast the scouring charm to rid himself of the clap traps. "So, you got some help from the Weasley twins, he asked Harry. "Yeah, I did. Why did you stop?" "I was almost out of things to throw at you," Harry asked in reply. "I was completely out of spells to throw at you," Cedric shrugged in reply. "I should have had a backup solution. I guess I'm stuck with what I have for now, though." It was only then that Harry noticed the jewels on Cedric's gauntlet weren't nearly as shiny as when the duel started. So that's why Cedric was counting down the entire duel. He wanted to find out more about that gauntlet, but before he could ask, the 2 of them were ushered into their separate tents. Sitting in a tent all alone was extremely boring. The first few minutes were full of excitement, with the referee first asking Harry how to dispel the swamp. He didn't know, so he directed the man to the Weasley twins. Afterwards, the Meadowitches chatted with him, congratulating him on his win, and so did the girl that brought him his lunch. After that, however, he was alone for an entire hour. He wanted Hermione to help analyze his performance and tell him what he was doing wrong. Or right. Or how to prepare for the next opponent. Then again, her advice last time only helped a little bit last time. Maybe he should just go with gut instinct this time. Still, it would have been nice for her to be there for moral support. He slowly reloaded all his belts and changed into another set of shielded robes. Finally, another official came in and announced that he would be up against Fleur on the second duel. That meant Cedric would be fighting against Krum before him. Harry wondered how Cedric would do in that situation last time. He had used his spells fairly well, but Krum still managed to beat him with better strength and endurance. This time, with the glove, he could launch far more powerful spells and faster as well. It really depended on what Krum had chosen as his weapons. Only a few minutes later, he was told the first duel was already over. Cedric must have launched off all his spells as quickly as he could. Whether that was enough to beat Krum, Harry wouldn't know until the end of the day. Up against Fleur, Harry wore only one layer of shield robes and hat and carried less on his belts as well. He didn't want to get weighed down, and Sirius had said she was very quick and nimble with her weapons. As they stepped out, Harry looked at what Fleur was carrying.
It was a sword and shield, all right, but they were both made of wood. He could understand a wooden shield, but was a wooden sword supposed to be dangerous? He guessed that his immolation vials and whiz-bangs would be very useful this round. Fleur was eyeing him with equal curiosity, trying to figure out what all the devices Harry had strapped all over his body would do. Once again, they handed their wands in at the beginning of the duel and bowed.
Harry immediately opened up with two bursting beasties again, but Fleur nimbly dodged both of them and purposefully dragged her wooden sword through the shower of sparks and absorbed them. The sword ignited and began burning with a light blue flame. "Why, thank you, Ari." She smiled sweetly as she charged forward. Harry pulled out a whiz-bang and shot it directly at her as she approached. Fleur held her shield at an angle, which created a gust of wind and deflected the fireball above her. Holding her sword up, part of the flames got absorbed by the sword, whose flames began to burn even more brightly.
Okay, no more fire, thought Harry as he kept his eyes trained on Fleur.
Thanks to his legilimency, he could predict her physical moves pretty easily, but the sword was a surprise. Sometimes the flames extended, sometimes it threw a fireball, and sometimes it shot a flaming spear towards Harry. It all seemed to be controlled by small movements from her wrist instead of any kind of incantation or button on the sword itself. Fleur was moving like a dancer, flicking the lightweight sword around more like a baton. His robe's shields could handle the glancing blows if Harry didn't manage to dodge the flames completely, but he knew they would shatter to a direct hit. He needed to slow down Fleur's assault. All right then, what else have I got?
Harry opened up a bag of clap traps and spread them out in front of him while he backed away from Fleur.
She skidded to a halt, but ended up stopping right in the middle of the traps. Harry clapped and all of them burst at once. The sticky ones bounced up and clung to her, but the powder-spewing ones were less effective as Fleur's shield blew their contents away.
She advanced on Harry again, but her movements were obviously hampered by the sticky traps. Harry could now dodge her attacks much more easily and decided to keep impeding her. Keeping his eye on her as he dodged her attacks, he palmed a sticking solution and concentrated on reading her movements. When she finally took a big step forward, he dropped the vial just beneath her feet and she ended up stepping on it, tripping as her foot was glued to the ground.
Got her, he gleefully thought, but she quickly slipped out of her boots and continued fighting barefoot, leaving the shoe stuck on the arena floor. She muttered something in French that Harry was sure wasn't very polite, and once again went on the offensive. He searched his belt for another non-flammable device. Pulling out another bag of powder, he smirked. Fleur will like this one. But I have to take care of that shield first. Tossing another avalanche in a tube, he waited for the pebbles to rain down on Fleur, forcing her to protect her head with her shield, and he tossed another bag of powder.
This one contained deliberately aged instant romance powder. It burst as it hit the ground, foaming up into a slippery solution that also sparked and stung Fleur's bare feet. Just as she stumbled, Harry released the portable swamp in front over her, causing her to splash into the muddy water. The flames on her sword were instantly extinguished.
Sopping wet, covered in mud and sputtering loudly, Fleur's goddess-like image of beauty was effectively ruined. Harry felt the burst of an aura from Fleur again, but this time, it wasn't the allure. She transformed partially into her avian form, reigniting her sword as she pulled herself from the swamp.
Turning back to her human form, Harry could tell she was very annoyed.
She obviously didn't let this side of herself show in public very often.
Harry really didn't have much left in his arsenal that wasn't based on flames and sparks. Maybe the exploding potions would work. He threw one of them directly at Fleur, whose shield pushed it away with a gust of wind. Unfortunately for her, it still exploded fairly close to her, knocking her back into the swamp. Silently mouthing a string of profanities in French, she once again lit up her sword with her avian form, but paused as Harry readied another exploding potion.
"How many of those potions do you have left, Ari?" she inquired. The one in his hand was the only one left, but the bottle did look similar to the immolation vials on his belt. He decided to bluff, and replied, "Many more. Do you want to keep doing this?" "None." She tossed aside her sword, and Harry thought she was about to forfeit, but she transformed fully into her avian form, and started tossing fireballs at him while backing away to the other side of the swamp.
Her feathers were soaked so she couldn't fly, but she still looked scary. Harry could tell she was funneling all her rage into the flames she was casting. Harry danced around his side of the arena, nearly tiring himself out trying to keep himself from being roasted. His last exploding potion was consumed by the flames, and he had very little left that wasn't fire-based. Wait a sec, she's not holding her sword anymore, Harry realized.
He pulled out another 2 beasties and shot them at Fleur, which caused her to come to her senses and pause the attack.
Instantly, she figured out why Harry hadn't used about half of his devices, and dove for her sword as she went back to her human form. Harry tossed the only thing that he had left which wouldn't ignite the sword at her, his last sticking solution. The liquid splashed all over the sword and Fleur's hand just as she reached it, causing her hand, and the sword, to stick to the ground. Stuck in an awkward position and unable to move, Harry pulled out a whiz-bang and aimed it right at Fleur.
"Do you yield, Fleur?" he asked tentatively. "I yield," she grumbled as she held up her free hand. The referee ended the duel, declaring Harry the winner. "How is it you can always get me so flustered?" Fleur muttered to Harry irritably as they made their way off the platform.
Sorry about the swamp thing, Harry said, rubbing his neck as he blushed slightly. Flustered. Great choice of words there, Fleur. It was not the swamp that made me lose my temper. It was, do you know how much I enjoyed dueling gracefully? Harry nodded, recalling how Fleur had moved in the first duel as well as this one, until she fell into the swamp, of course. You seem to tumble ever which way like the clumsy boy I saw at the ball, and yet you still end up where you need to be. Tell me, Ari, is it all an act?
"Act?" Harry cocked his head to the side. "You are no ordinary 4th year, are you, Ari? You are hiding many secrets, are you not?" She eyed him curiously. I don't know what you're talking about, Fleur. I just get lucky sometimes. Bye." Harry quickly rushed ahead to his own tent. He could feel Fleur's eyes on his back the entire way. One tie, one win, Harry thought. I'm doing better than last time already. Still, he was up against Crumb again as his final duel, and he still didn't know what the Bulgarian's weapon or strategy was. What was it the twins said? When in doubt, add more explosions. He began stuffing his belts with as many of the remaining potions as he could. He spent his time waiting for the next duel trying to guess what Crumb would be using.
His strength in dueling came from his own extreme magical power and endurance.
He probably wouldn't be using stored magic like Cedric, because that would be a weakness for him.
Maybe it was another magical weapon, like Fleur. Crumb was physically fit. All the Durmstrang students were. Harry wasn't sure if Muggle-style weapons were part of the curriculum, but he did know that dueling was a standard class there. Crumb's only other strength was Quidditch. Harry smacked himself in the head. Why didn't I use a broom? I could have just flown above them and dropped potions like bombs, he realized. Then again, Why didn't anyone else think of brooms?
Just in case Crumb did think of using his broom, Harry decided to swap one of his potions belts for another belt with more bursting beasties and wildfire whiz-bangs. They could fly straight up and travel quite a distance.
Hoping he had enough firepower on hand to take down an internationally acclaimed seeker, he waited for his last duel to start.
He was afraid of losing quickly to Crumb the same way he had in the first trial of champions and kept playing the scenario in his head. By the time the official stepped into the tent to get him, his heart was pounding and he was so tense he nearly fired one of his whiz-bangs. Calm down, he told himself. He quickly reminded himself of occlumency exercises to quickly bring his emotions back in line. He heard Crumb's heavy footsteps the moment he left his tent's silencing wards. Turning his head, Crumb was now looking twice as big as usual. He was wearing full wizarding battle armor instead of robes. It wasn't just a light dragonhide like his herbology gloves, it was made of heavy dragon scale. The armor itself must have weighed at least 30 kilograms, but Crumb was walking at a fairly good pace towards the platform. Harry could outmaneuver and maybe flank him, but he got the feeling Crumb didn't need to bother dodging with all the armor on. Harry then noticed that Crumb was carrying a long, wooden stick. At first he thought that Crumb really was going to fly on a broom, but then he realized it was much longer and it didn't have any bristles. It was a staff.
If Hermione had been here, she would have explained at length the history of staves, the transition to wands, and their inherent weaknesses and differences in the magic. All Harry knew was that all wizards stopped using staves after they invented wands, and that was thousands of years ago. Had Crumb really learned how to use one? He was about to find out very soon.
After handing in their wands once again, Harry watched Crumb make his way in his heavy armor to his starting position.
He decided that the best way for him to win was to take advantage of Crumb's immobility. As soon as the duel began, Harry pulled out his last portable swamp and tossed it at Crumb immediately. The Bulgarian whirled the staff over his head and batted the little package away, but that caused it to deploy midair. Instead of creating an actual swamp, it simply exploded in a huge shower of mud and slime, splashing all over Crumb's half of the arena. Crumb, realizing there was nothing corrosive or poisonous in the mixture, simply ignored the mess and began an incantation.
Harry didn't want to let him finish it, so he launched a whiz-bang straight at Crumb, who didn't even flinch. Instead, he raised an armored hand to shield his face and continued chanting, letting the flames strike him directly.
I wish I could get myself some high-quality armor like that, thought Harry.
Crumb finished his incantation and a huge wave of magic burst from his staff, moving out in every direction. It cleared the mud behind Crumb and pushed Harry back like a strong banishing charm. His shield-charmed robes absorbed most of the magic, stopping Harry from getting knocked off the arena completely. Crumb was rather surprised that Harry's ordinary-looking robes actually served as armor, but smirked and began a second incantation. Since one whiz-bang wasn't enough, Harry decided to try 4 at once. Holding 2 in each hand and pulling the strings with his teeth, he launched all 4 at Crumb.
The 4 sparkling fireballs merged into one as they approached Crumb, forcing an interruption to the incantation. Crumb released all the energy he had been channeling into the staff with a quick tap, which helped dispel some of the flames, while he huddled low and again let his armor take the brunt of the attack. He came out of it red-faced and breathing hard, but otherwise unscathed. It seemed like Harry was nearing the limit of Crumb's armor. Crumb quickly switched tactics as he watched Harry pull another set of contraptions from his belts. He began another, different incantation. Harry felt a small tug and accidentally dropped one of the whiz-bangs he was holding, which slid towards Crumb. Pieces of parchment formed the judge's table, bits of loose pebbles and other bits of rubbish from all around began sliding towards Crumb. The random debris rose up above him and gathered into a ball that hovered above the staff. Harry felt the pull get stronger and stronger as he struggled to stop himself from sliding towards Crumb as well. A few of his beasties and an immolation vial slipped out of their belts ended up in the ball of debris. That, apparently, was what Crumb was waiting for, as he suddenly whirled his staff around, throwing the big ball of junk at Harry. Harry only just managed to dodge out of the way, but as the mass crashed into the ground, the immolation vial and beasties within were triggered, causing the entire pile to light up on fire and then explode. Harry was struck from behind by flying chunks of burning debris,
knocking him flat on his face. Okay, that hurt. I hope I'm not bleeding too badly, he thought.
He rose to his feet woozily, seeing spots. Crumb grinned, gathering another ball of junk with the odd, sustained summoning spell. Harry couldn't help but stumble towards Crumb a bit as a few more of his trinkets came loose from his belt. He managed to catch one whiz-bang in his hand and got an idea. Well, Crumb, if you want these that badly, he pulled the emergency release on all his belts, deliberately throwing them all towards the gathering pile. Crumb saw what Harry was doing and immediately twirled his staff again, throwing the ball back at Harry.
Harry, however, used the one last whiz-bang in his and ignited it immediately after releasing his belts. The junk ball and the fireball met somewhere in the middle of the arena, immediately triggering about 6 exploding potions, 4 immolation vials, 12 bursting beasties, another 8 whiz-bangs and various other powders and potions.
Harry ducked low and shielded his face, but the resulting explosion still blasted him across the arena, where he skidded off the edge of the platform and fell onto the grass. Well, at least I went out with a bang this time, he thought as he blacked out. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.